School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Illegals and the allies are very pissed. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all salute fat. They're very upset, threatening, violence, saying we might go back to the fields, y'all. That's what I'm hearing. Salute, family. They saying we might go back to the fields. But we're going to get into the update on everything that's going on. But first, we have to remember what has been going on in the Los Angeles area. Let's just see. Because we got to go forward. Salute.
As neighborhoods change, a low-level war is brewing in communities across Southern California. It's a racial battle between Black and Latino gang members. One community fed up with the violence is taking steps to end it. John Schwada has our Fox 11 investigation.
Racial conflict like this between Blacks and Latinos is ripping through Southern California. From South LA to
Now, if you look at what it's saying right there about the Aryan Brotherhood and the Mexican Mafia formed the alliance and agreed that all Blacks were now marked for death in Los Angeles.
Compton, Pomona to Pasadena. Communities have witnessed troubling shifts in population, especially with Latinos moving into traditionally African-American neighborhoods.
I mean, they come over here and try to take over everything, Any Mexican that come in our way, man, we gonna put them down. Mexicans, that's how I feel.
But the racial conflict cuts both ways, including attacks by Latinos against Blacks.
Is angry, he's agitated, and he's anxious to be heard. Killer has agreed to talk with someone who he professes to be his mortal enemy, a journalist of Mexican descent. As we meet, the tension between us is undeniable.
It's been happening. They actually took over some Black neighborhoods and made it all Mexican now.
So really what you're talking about is the shifting, the way the area has changed.
Yes, definitely.
In general, it doesn't even matter if you're
all
talking...
the Mexicans wouldn't be coming across the border, we wouldn't be having this problem right now.
Well, you're sounding a lot like a Minuteman.
Call it what you want.
Killer sets two ground rules: that his face be hidden and his voice altered.
And all Blacks should...
Salute. Salute, Queen.
Be aware that Mexicans have a problem with Blacks. And the more populated they get, the less it's going to get.
Is that a threat?
Yes, it's a threat.
How do we know?
This ain't the recent protest. It's been going on. Put some Black people when they taking over. This is nothing new.
What's up with that? Back in June 10th, 1990, there was a brother by the name of Terry Anderson that went before Congress. And this brother was warning about the conditions in South Central Los Angeles when it came to Black people. And I want you to hear what our brother had to say back in 1990. And you fast forward to 2025 and you see what ended up happening. Let's go ahead and check out this clip.
Elected officials refused to address the problem. The Black elected officials refused to address the problem. My own congressman refuses to address the problem. And I think the problem is Black folks see all minorities as allies. And this is not the case. These people are not here for our common good. They're here for their own good. Where I don't have any ill will towards anybody, I also want to look out for my race. I'm a Black American. I've never used a hyphen, but I will refuse to turn my back on my race and see what's going on in South Central to my people and let these people come in here and just take over. I'm not going to sit back and watch it. And I think it's a terrible thing, a horrendous thing for anybody to see this going on and say, well, he's a minority like me, so I won't speak up. I don't care where he comes from. The key to this whole thing is stop the denial, stop the alliances of, in other words, he's a minority like me, so I can't speak up against him. If this was white folks committing these lynchings to us in South Central, what's going on, there would be an outrage in this country. We have had firebombs thrown through windows. We have had people's cars burned in the driveway because they happened to move into the wrong communities. We had a lady who moved to East LA, came to the state from the South, not knowing what East LA was. It was an all Hispanic community. She wasn't there one day. We had another man who was burned out of his house in Torrance last year. We had 5 murders in Hawaiian Gardens just because the people were Black. This would not be tolerated if this was white on Black crime. But the fact that these people come here, and it's the numbers, sir, it's the numbers. They come here in the numbers, they build up the Hispanic community, and they get this sense of power against us. And there are race riots in the schools every day in Los Angeles. It never makes the media. The Black kids are being run out of the schools every day and told to go back to Africa. It never makes the media. We are having people who are being discriminated against on every avenue of society, economic, schools, even in our prisons now. They have drawn lines, and our prisoners in California are being beat and harassed and raped by Hispanic gang members who recently arrived here because of the numbers. My answer to you, sir, would be we don't need any new laws.
Ain't that new?
Enforce the ones we got.
Now, that's Brother Terry Anderson back in 1990, and you fast forward to 2025. Unfortunately, our brother's words fell on deaf ears, even in Congress. And they continue to have open border policies with the Democrat Party. And they kept flooding the zone. It's 1.8 million now in Los Angeles. And with Black people, it's only 329,000 Black people now in Los Angeles. And what I've learned about other groups, like the folks for sure, and even some of them as well, is when their numbers get really high, that's when the racism really ratchet up. And if our numbers are low, you know, say, oh, I can probably get at them. We've heard about these issues, and what the brother said is made a lot of sense. Is that if there were white people doing all this time, a whole lot would have been done. Hate crime charges would have been filed. Okay. It would have been nationwide marches and all of that. But the Democrats, and see, the Democrats is the biggest problem. The Democrats knew about all this going on. And the Democrats was the one with all this minority this, minority that, kind of putting out there like, oh, non-white people, they just like you, and not even looking at, no, they're not just like us as black people. They're not. They're their own people. They got their own ways, their own history, their own everything. We were not on this minority coalition. And unfortunately, our civil rights leaders and grassroots leaders that was on that minority coalition stuff, they led us into this problem. They should have been speaking up and screaming loudly back then. Jesse Jackson should have been screaming loudly back then. Listen, I love the minister, but the minister could have been addressing this too back then. Man, because Farrakhan back in the 90s, whoo, and not to say the minister don't address things. Don't get me wrong, he addressed everything, but I wish it was more of a coordinated effort from all of them in that time period. Jesse Jackson, all of them in that time period about that issue in Los Angeles and calling that mess out. But everybody wants to be on, but they want to be on this black and brown, and well, you know, that's just this happening. Listen, when a community is sick and tired of something, they all come together and say, hey, we are truly black and brown. We're going to come out. We're going to be calling the police. We're going to be diming these people out. We're going to be against this. This is not going to go down.
We're going to look into the world.
And now, from what, you know, definitely what I heard, they attack their own people more than they attack, you know, black people. But still, telling somebody to go back to Africa when they've never been to Africa a day in their life, because surely back in the 90s, black people wasn't going to Africa like we do now. Now we go all the time, right? We do. But here's the deal. The Democrat Party, and I got to lay this at the feet of the Democrats. The Democrats have been trying to commit a physical and economic ethnic cleansing of black Americans out of Los Angeles, California. And this is why in Chicago, when I saw what they were trying to do in Chicago, I kept telling people in Chicago, hey, brothers, hey, sisters, if you don't stand up now, if you don't say something now, y'all going to turn into Los Angeles. Look what happened to black people in Los Angeles. Y'all better fight. And that's why they fought so hard, because they looked at what happened to black folks in Los Angeles. Black folks don't have no numbers like that in Los Angeles. They don't. They completely outnumbered in Los Angeles. That's why a lot of us have said, hey, man, I know y'all like LA and I know there's history to it, but sometimes you got to be like, you know what? Let them have it. We're gonna go to a new location and build there, because numbers mean a lot. Because when you go to the city council, you're trying to do business, you can get sabotaged. If they on some anti-black racism, you can't get permits. It's not all about even being physically attacked. Economically attacked is even worse. You can't get certain permits. You can't deal with certain real estate. You can't do this, do that, if you keep running into anti-black racism. And I'm not saying everybody is on that. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying is, the more, if you have a group of people who come from anti-black racism, colorism in their own homeland. Yeah,
we do see that World War III is here. Israel has attacked Iran, but we got time. We got time. The nukes ain't gonna go off just yet. So we're gonna give a little bit. We're gonna dig into a little bit of this. But since I am the World War III, this is the World War III channel. Y'all know y'all want me to bring it to y'all. So I'm looking into it, loading some shit up. We're gonna look at all that here at the House of Revolution.
Right? Remember the Nuri March?
We've been warning people about this. So we already knew this was coming.
Martinez?
It's all
what she said about black folks, even the Oaxacans.
I got y'all.
Which is the indigenous people. They're real dark over there in Mexico, and some of them are here. They brought that over here with them. So I just feel black people, this is my opinion. I just feel black people should just say, hey, I've been saying that, come on home to the South. I've been saying that, come home to the South. The majority of black Americans are in the South. I know a lot of you brothers and sisters went to Vegas because, you still want to get back. And listen, and I'm not saying you can't be in Southern California. I mean, the last time I went out there to California, I'm like, nah, I don't want to be in LA. I'll go see something in LA and I get my hat behind right out of LA. Nah, I'm cool. If I had to live in California, I'd live in Orange County. Straight up. It'd be Orange County or somewhere up north, but I'm not about to be around that cesspool. I'm just not doing it. I mean, I'm a smart enough person to know.
I like Los Angeles.
Go where you're going to be comfortable. Live where you're going to be comfortable. Don't put yourself in a position. Right? Well, some people say, well, Phil, we all can't leave LA. We all can't do this. We all can't do that. I just think a little bit more strategic than that. I think that we need to get places where a lot of black people are at. And black people trying to hold on to a few places. But you look at LAPD. Look at the demographics on the LAPD, and you wonder why all the things we have in the black people still in LA. At one point in time, it was the white cops. Now it's not the white cops no more. I just, like I said, I just think black folks.
What happened in Texas, even in them Texas prisons, you had like the San Antonio Mexicans, which is the Mexican mafia, strong ties, old school Mexicans, ties to Mexico. But they ran into the young generation of Mexicans. And it's a fact that what happened was the hip hop crowd of Mexicans who was too entrenched into our culture, they got in prison, then they started their own gangs, Who Stone and all that stuff go against, because the old school Mexicans in Texas did not want them having gold grills, rapping, DJ Screw, rapping at all. That's a motherfucking fact. Them young Mexicans were like, man, fuck you. This what it is. You see what I'm saying? They was raised on the hip, and that's just how it happened. They was raised on the hip hop culture, and they went against the old timers and started them. So it's that, and some of them still have some bigotry in them, but the old timers tell them, "Oh, y'all trying to be like the Mayates, y'all trying to be like the niggas." That's a motherfucking fact. So in Texas, it's way different than California.
Folks either need to get another location in California that they want to be in, or come on back home to the South, or you can go to Chicago, where a lot of black people at. Like, get in the city where a lot of black people at. That's why I keep telling my people, get in the city where a lot of us at. You got numbers, because there's over 1 million black people in Chicago, a city like that. Coming down to a Dallas,
that's
a
why
Houston.
They started importing them. The Venezuelans and all that, the racist Venezuelans, because Venezuela as a nation is not racist. That's I rock with the revolutionary Venezuelans. But they start shipping them all over the place to beef up the numbers and stir up problems, and you know what I'm saying, and cause problems with the motherfuckers, Mexicans who didn't want to be forcing their hand, that type of shit. The Democrats should be shaming themselves, but they getting busted. They know what they're doing. But I told y'all that. See, I knew that they was distracting us. That's why we just went to World War III yesterday. We looked into what was going on with Russia and Ukraine, because I told y'all, I say, man, they distracting us with that motherfucking Los Angeles shit. I said that shit yesterday, and I'd be damned if them motherfuckers didn't start World War III over there. But we're gonna look into this a little bit. And then we got to look into World War III. God damn it, it's World War III. Shit.
Coming down to Atlanta, Charlotte. The numbers are kind of funny with DC, trying to get DC back to what it was, right? There's a lot of black folks, there's a lot of immigrants too, but still a lot of black folks in New York City. I mean, get places where our numbers are at. Our numbers are right. Because our brothers and sisters, they still dealing with it in LA. They dealing with it. Now, some people, they money will keep them away from certain things in LA. Just to keep it real, you got a certain amount of money. If you're in LA, you can avoid a whole lot of stuff with money. But if you're just a working class person, you will be dealing with a whole lot of things. You trying to get a job, you can't because you don't speak a foreign language. And the Democrats are not going to say, hey, that's discrimination. You can't do that. The Democrats are not going to look at their hiring practices. The Democrats don't care. Because the Democrats don't like black people. They don't. The Democrats are hella racist. And my thing is, if the Republicans did half of what the Democrats have done, y'all be raising hell right now. If Donald Trump was doing that mess right now to black people, what the Democrats have done, y'all be raising holy hell on Donald Trump. Y'all so trained to say Republican racist. And I'm not saying it, I'm definitely not saying they ain't got no racism in the Republican Party, but you don't never call out that Democrat racism, that liberal racism. You never call it out. How they use buffer classes to undermine black people. That's the Democrat strategy. When we get a foothold somewhere, we start building up our numbers, our business, and like, oh, hell no. Let's throw it on and start throwing a bunch of buffer groups to drown out the black excellence over there, to cause tension over there. That's the Democrats' form of racism. They use other groups to do it. We cannot allow any black city, Atlanta, I'm hearing they're trying to flood y'all now too. Atlanta, stand up. Black folks need to start moving more to Atlanta. And I'm talking about black folks that got something going on. I'm not talking about just to go be a doggone rapper or working at Magic City. I'm talking about black folks to establishing businesses and keep Atlanta black. I know sometime in Atlanta, y'all say, well, we full. You're not full enough for black people. You're not. Black people come move down here to Houston. I want to see more black people come down. You know, we got some black people from California that came move over here to Houston. Hey, I welcome all y'all to come. Come out them cities that they hardly know black people and get down here and see that black people are successful down here. Black people doing very well down here. You got back up in Houston. You got back up in Dallas. Now, San Antonio, that's like going back to LA all over again from what people are saying in a lot of instances, because a lot of them in San Antonio. But the two cities that black people go to is Dallas and Houston. That's where we go, or the Metroplex area, right? That's kind of like how we live in Texas. But I just say, brothers and sisters, think about it, that live out there, because you know, sometimes it's like, hey man, so you can't let people take you down, and your numbers means it all. Because you have no numbers, then how?
Revolutionary salute to our family, Terry Ross Jr. for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
How are you going to even local elections?
There is a World War III alert. I got some late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. It's a World War III alert. The Zionists done lost their goddamn mind. They are attacking Iran as we speak. Now, the good news is, see, we got some good news. I don't like them bastards sneak attacking Iran. The good news is, Iran said they won't be getting away with any of this shit. Oh my goodness, World War III.
Yeah, they got Karen Bass, but if Karen Bass don't do for them,
look at Iran just attacked Israel. Oh yes, no one's getting.
Even if you got a black politician, it don't matter. If they don't do for them in LA, they're done because they got the numbers. 1.8 million. You can't compete with that.
Everybody thought we was crazy. They said, somebody just in chat thought, why we always talking about World War III? Bitch, because it's here. It's on the way, brother. Tried to warn that brother the other day. Hell, I'm supposed to have my people in the dark. The U.S. better understand. Be very, very careful, Donald Trump, about the moves you finna make. Be very careful, because there's some prizes over there Iran got for your ass that Putin done send them and China done send them. Be very careful.
Even if half of them vote, they still outvote you. They got the super majority. I'm surprised Karen Bass even won, personally. But let Los Angeles be just a lesson. To when we got a city, don't let nobody come and don't let the Democrats with open border policies get us out of our spot. We have woke up to that minority crap. We woke up to that people of color BS. We woke up to it. And we have delineated, which has been the best thing ever for black people, delineation. Okay? It's been the best move ever for us. Hold our city strong, and brothers and sisters from the West, if you want to come move to cities where we at, we definitely welcome you to Houston. Come on. If you're that kind of person, you like nightlife, you can be out 7 nights a week if you want to. It's like that down here in Houston. if you
I
want.
see the U.S. media talking about Israel launches. They is an accessory to murder, bro. Y'all better be careful. Israel launches preemptive strike. There ain't no damn preemptive strike. Straight like Russia launches a preemptive strike on Ukraine. They wouldn't allow Russia to say that. They say it's an act of war. That's an act of aggression on Iran.
Want to.
And they gonna pay. They gotta pay today.
But I just hate all this happened to our brothers and sisters in LA. But
they
hey,
try to kill the supreme.
You gotta just either go to another county where it's better, or come on down home to your ancestral homeland, the South. That's the best solution that I would come up with.
Shit, World War III. See, we weren't expecting World War III to break out tonight. You know, we weren't expecting that, brothers. I can't let World War III break out and then y'all don't know what's going on. I see the Americans is trying to lie on behalf of Israel. So
related to the nuclear program that Iran has claimed for so long is entirely peaceful. U.S. intelligence has been concerned about the level of highly enriched uranium that Iran had stockpiled, but had assessed that Iran had not yet decided to pursue a weapon,
so
and
this
that
is
it would
illegal
take some
attack on
time for
Iran
them to do so. In his statement there, the prime minister said Israel's assertion is that Iran had stockpiled enough nuclear fuel for 9 weapons and that they could build one in less than a year. He did not explain why he felt tonight was the night it had to be done, that some of those targets were hit. I do want to point out that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has released a statement making clear the United States did not provide support in terms of offensive support to the military strike. It didn't participate in it. But Israeli officials are telling me that the U.S. Was aware of Israel's intention and these strikes. In the reporting of this throughout the day, it has been a back and forth as to when a potential strike could take place. What we know at this point is just what the Israeli prime minister has detailed. We don't know yet if this completely kills the diplomatic option that President Trump said he preferred and was sending his.
Come on, man. Shit, lady, get off the. We don't know if this killed. Iran don't want to talk. They not finna fucking talk to them. What the fuck they gotta talk to y'all for? Y'all to talk. Y'all to attack their damn nuclear facilities, huh? What?
Negotiators to talk to Iranian officials about this Sunday in Oman. We're waiting to hear from the administration if they think that diplomacy is in any way an option. Why would that still be necessary? Well, we don't know that Israel was able to actually take out the entire nuclear program. Iran has underground facilities that the U.S. is uniquely positioned to be able to destroy.
Iran already said if you did this, then we're going to get nuked. Iran already said if you did this, then we're going to build a bomb. You see, that's why this is World War III, because it got to go down there. And the U.S. going to have to get in because Iran going to slap the hell out of Israel. They not going to let Israel get it. Iran said they'd wipe Israel off the fucking map if Israel did this. This is why this shit is serious business. This Zionists on TV, these people want depopulation. They smiling like a motherfucker. They want chaos. World War III kick off. Martial law gonna kick off too. These bastards think I'm stupid. See, yeah, this shit gonna hit the fan behind this shit.
That it would be hard for Israel to actually destroy the nuclear program without U.S. help. So this may be a damage to this program, but not destruction of it. We'll just have to wait to see what more becomes apparent in the next few hours and days in terms of assessments of the targets hit. The prime minister said it could last for a few days.
It lasts for a few days. You hear this shit? These people tell me they're going to attack Iran for days. What? They said it's going to be a few days of attacking Iran. That's not Gaza. You see what I'm saying? These people are fucking psychopaths. They crazy, man. They lost their mind.
In that meeting.
Well, I think all of us will be chasing all details we can, just as we were when we heard yesterday there was a meeting internally in the White House to try to assess options and what the U.S. would do. You know, one of the first indications we had that something might be.
Putin don't want to talk to this nigga no more. Xi Jinping either. For what, bro? Use a hoe. You got the Iranians sitting down, y'all talking, y'all going back and forth, a deal on the table, and Benjamin Netanyahu attack him? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Trump is a fucking buster. You let these people, his reputation is over with. He a weak, pathetic fool. You let Benjamin Netanyahu do this. And guess what? They can't win no war with Iran. And if they go nuclear, Russia already told them what's going to happen. If they try to nuke Iran, Lord have mercy, bro. I'm going to find a nuclear shelter to get into because the U.S. going to have to get into that. They got to protect their little fake-ass, pathetic-ass colonizers over there, them colonizers. They can't rumble with Iran. This is crazy. Now, the U.S. want to sit back. We had nothing to do with it. Man, who y'all think y'all fooling?
Be happening imminently was the announcement the Pentagon made that they were advising the dependents of military personnel in the Middle East to consider leaving. And that was one of the first indications that the U.S. was concerned about blowback for the United States for its actual citizens living abroad. We have to watch what happens here, including what the fallout is in the region, not just at strikes against the United States, perhaps in retaliation, but whether that could be avoided. And I know that diplomats in the region and the UN were concerned that carrying out a military strike against a nuclear facility could have damage, a fallout, and we will need to learn more.
In that statement, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that this was all to thwart what he said was a plan from Iran to destroy Israel, another plan. Can you go into that a little bit more, what he meant by that?
Lies. We don't hear that shit.
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu, as he said in that recorded statement in English, he speaks fluent English. He went to university here. He lived here for many years. He knows that when he is speaking not just to his citizens, but to the world to explain this military action because it was preemptive. It did not have the support of other countries around the world. And in that statement, he argued that this was existential for Israel. His belief has long been that Iran poses a threat if they do actually get a nuclear program that could be weaponized, that it could destroy Israel. He was arguing that, but he also laid out in that speech a series of significant military actions that Israel has taken ever since that horrific attack on October 7th, nearly 2 years ago. And that was carried out by this Gaza-based militia, Hamas, that did receive some support from Iran. From that time on, the massive intelligence failure that Israel suffered, the loss of life of 1,200 of its citizens and other nationals who were, some of them taken hostage. He has gone through and really targeted not just Hamas, Hezbollah, another powerful militia in Lebanon. The prime minister pointed to that, of how he has sort of step by step gone through a lot of Iran's tentacles, some of its proxy forces that it has used to carry out malicious behavior targeting Israelis or other Western targets, including Americans in the past. And he laid that out there, saying this was sort of the next step here in trying to go directly at the Iranian regime, the leaders who made those decisions to fund those other forces. So he was laying out that argument that this has been his strong belief. A number of U.S. presidents have been deeply skeptical and worried about carrying out a military strike when Prime Minister Netanyahu has tried to persuade them of it. President Trump also was skeptical, but you are hearing tonight from Israeli officials that the U.S. was given advance notice, and that Secretary Rubio is just making clear the U.S. doesn't want to be part of any military conflict at this point.
They said they don't want to be part of any military conflict, but I want to go back to the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran over Iran's nuclear capabilities. Can you go into more of what the U.S. wants Iran to do in terms of their nuclear sites?
So what we know from the proposal the United States presented to the Iranian negotiators.
Got some motherfucking nerve, bro. What negotiation, bitch? They just attacked Iran. That's over. Trump is a fucking phony. He's been clowned before the world. Do you think Iran gonna talk to that man about anything? Their sites was just attacked by Israel, bro. What do you want to? What I mean, this is complete arrogance, lady. That's over with. Now we have war. Trump has no respect. He don't know nothing. They attacked Russia bombers. I don't know. Man, come on. This man done made a fucking ass of himself. I don't even want to hear from him. He might well go play golf. I don't want to hear shit Trump got to say because you never knew nothing.
Negotiators 2 weeks ago. This was from Steve Witkoff, the envoy who transmitted it through a middleman out of Oman, their foreign minister, to the Iranians, that they just don't want Iran to have enrichment of nuclear fuel, period, even if it was for civilian purposes. The many different options laid out in that proposal really were focused on this idea of restricting Iran's ability to enrich nuclear fuel, even at low levels. They had been enriching up to 60%, close to 90%, which is weapons grade. And so that was really the heart of the proposal we know the United States put forward. They gave many different options there. We aren't quite sure yet. I've reached out to Steve Witkoff, as I'm sure every other reporter in Washington's doing right now, to say, is the plan still on and is that deal still on the table? We just don't know what this will do to the diplomacy.
I do, man. Me, cultfiggatv. Can I call in? Can y'all get me on y'all show? I got a feeling the deal is finished. It's over. No negotiations, no talking. Why the fuck would they talk? Why would they want to talk to y'all? Talk to you about what? Israel just attacked their nuclear facilities, man. What would they be negotiating with the U.S. about? They just was attacked by your junkyard dog. And you think that they're going to sit back and I didn't have anything to do with it. I don't know nothing. Trump making himself like the biggest fucking sucker in the goddamn world. Who'd ever want to talk to him? Putin is laughing and Putin like, I'm telling you, Zelensky, you definitely get your ass kicked now because Trump is pathetic. He can't stop nothing. This was the final straw. This was the last straw right here. Watch.
But it certainly shows that this offer was backed up by the credible threat of force. Now, does this mean that there won't be further action by the United States down the line?
Iran got
we
every
don't
right.
know.
See, this is the thing. They fucked up. Iran got every right to go jump your dog crazy even on the U.S. If they try to get in this war, they have been attacked. Like they talking about Zelensky was attacked. They have been attacked for no reason. It's no proof Iran was working on no motherfucking nuclear weapon. Even the U.S. intelligence services said they didn't have that. Only Israel say that. Only Israel. There's no proof. That's why they keep trying to fool people on here talking about, well, the amount of enriched uranium, man, they got the right. They're part of the peaceful nuclear, the IAEA, they put part of the nuclear community of people who can use it for medicines and shit like that. They've been getting expected and shit like that. So all this fucking BS, these people gonna come on TV and try to rationalize what just happened. There's no justification for attacking no motherfucking country, bro. Y'all keep telling us that every day. There's no justification for what Putin did. Putin said, oh, hell no. They're over there. They're a threat to our country. The CIA is in there. NATO is in Ukraine. They've got biological labs. Y'all say, no. Now you're saying Israel can attack Iran because they feel threatened. That's all they're saying is we feel threatened, then we need to attack them. Okay.
This entire program is very complicated.
Yes, I'm curious, we have this very close alliance with Israel.
He's been asking for this shit for 30 years.
Down the road, if this escalates, that the United States may have to get involved?
That has long been the concern.
Do you see? Imagine your the little brother punching. The little brother that punched a big motherfucking street fighter, and then will the U.S. have to get involved? Saying, oh, will the big brother, the U.S. If this escalates, you mean if Iran kicked their bitch ass for this, will the U.S. have to get in? Absolutely. They can't let Israel be wiped off the map and destroyed. I've been telling y'all, Benjamin. I've been telling y'all Netanyahu was gonna do this shit. He don't give a fuck about Trump or nobody else. He gotta have war or he go to jail. He got a lot on the line. He don't give a fuck because they're gonna protect him. And they can't let Israel get wiped off the map. So, yes, U.S. troops gonna have to put their motherfucking life on the line because there's no way Iran can let them get away with this. And these people on TV playing fucking stupid.
American presidents, that if a military strike was carried out, that there would be knock-on effects that would eventually draw the United States in. One of those concerns has been the use of Iran's proxy forces, those militias in the region who could target U.S. service people as they have in the past or carry out strikes. And that is why Secretary Rubio was talking about trying to protect that. Now, there's a lot of reporting yet to be done here on the cost of retaliation. Iran has retaliated against Israel for, within just the past year, recall that Israel carried out strikes on Iran, but not its nuclear program. So we have to see what the potential retaliation could be, or if the United States would threaten the regime itself further.
Margaret Brennan, I know you got phone calls to make, emails to answer, texts to answer. Thank you so much for sticking with us and for giving us that insight.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. And I want to bring in CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd. Sam, talk to us about the security risks here to the U.S. and U.S. interests. And what does the news of Israel's airstrikes against Iran mean for talks between the U.S. and Iran that we've been talking about?
Israel cannot attack Iran without U.S. refueling planes. Israel don't have them. They don't. The U.S. have them. Israel have them fighter jets got to be refueled in the air. In the air. So Donald Trump and the U.S. not going to say, we knew nothing. You refueled them while they was allegedly attacking, unless you helped them attack. Do you let them borrow your refueling planes or what? Because they don't have none. Come on, bro.
Well, Elizabeth, it is worth noting that this is not our first rodeo when it comes to potential threats to Americans and American interests overseas and here in the homeland in light of an Israeli strike against Iran. Again, when Israel struck Iran previously, the U.S. went through a series of exercises to protect its military assets in the region, American citizens in the region, and then importantly, Elizabeth, to also monitor for any threats against Americans here in the homeland. Iran has a vast network of proxies in the Middle East, around the world, and here in the U.S. And there is always a concern that Iranian proxies globally could be activated if Iran thinks that the United States was in some way, and I'm going to stress the some way here, involved in these Israeli strikes, even if the U.S.
She's playing the story. You got to catch that shit. So I'm catching it. The U.S. has been saying that Iran and Hezbollah is working with the cartels for a long time. 1 + 1 is 2. The U.S. has been saying that Iran and Hezbollah has been working with the drug smugglers and the cartels for a long time. 1 + 1 is 2. The U.S. is saying that it is a war going on with illegals in Los Angeles. And you see where they're going with this shit? Now, any day now, they could pretend like Hezbollah along with the cartels. They just labeled the drug cartels terrorists a couple of months ago. You see, this shit is all pre-prepared and well planned. Now, we got to watch out for the false flag here in America that they do and blame on Iran, Hezbollah, and the cartels.
U.S. didn't provide military assets or intelligence. If there was some sort of other U.S. involvement or tacit approval, Iran may seek to activate its network of proxies here in the homeland, around the world, and in the region. Particular targets of concern are U.S. military personnel in the region, U.S. diplomats in the region, as well as Americans living overseas. That is why, as CBS has reported, we have seen a drawdown in personnel, particularly in the Middle East, and travel advisories issued as well.
And is it possible then, there's a big military parade going on in Washington, D.C. this weekend, are you hearing any reports of that being scaled back at all or added security?
I'm not hearing reports about the military parade in Washington, D.C. being scaled back. What I would expect, based on my experience at Homeland Security, would be for there to be added security in and around military installations generally here in the United States and around the world. The same will be true for U.S. diplomatic facilities around the world, consulates and embassies. But I will note there is a difference this time around, Elizabeth. The last time that Israel struck Iran, as far as we know, the U.S. and Iran were not in direct discussions. We worked through private channels, through the Omanis and others to communicate messages. At this point, the U.S. and Iran are involved in direct talks. So when it comes to the United States trying to assure Iran that we weren't involved, Special Envoy Witkoff will have a direct opportunity to do that with his Iranian counterpart. So that is different than previous instances of heightened tensions between Iran and Israel and the US and Iran as a result of those other tensions. So I would imagine right now the United States, both through Special Envoy Witkoff and other channels, is trying to convince the Iranians that we were not involved and that any Iranian threats against Americans overseas or here in the homeland would be met with a swift response. So I think that there is a multi-layered response underway by the US right now in light of the Israeli efforts.
All right, Sam Vinograd, thank you so much.
Thanks.
And our partners at the BBC have been covering this breaking news: Israel launching airstrikes on several locations in Iran. Let's take a listen to that.
Is the surprise with the timing, especially the last days. We were speculating a lot about the potential strikes, but we were still considering that the first thing would be the talks between the US and Iran on Sunday. So the fact that we have this strike on Friday completely changes the whole narrative. The second aspect, as just mentioned, is the consequences for the US and the US-Israel relations, because it's very unclear, one, how much the US knew about it. So far, it seems that the US was not involved in any way with those strikes.
Lies.
And the consequences, first, on the safety of US personnel, US citizens in the region, and what it means also for the next step, which will be very likely the Iranian retaliation. And this will probably force the US also to get involved alongside Israel. So all of that is raising a lot of questions for the coming days, I would say.
Yeah, President Trump had gone on record saying he didn't want Israel to strike Iran, but that has now happened. So what do you think that does for the relationship between himself and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, that's a key question. We know that the relationship was quite difficult even before President Trump came back to the White House. But over the last weeks, we saw when President Trump visited the region that Israel was not a big priority on his agenda. But now I think he will take this attack, this preemptive attack from Israel, almost as a personal offense. The fact that you had for the past days clear messages from the White House that President Trump is not endorsing that operation. And the fact that right now, if you will look at the first statements, for instance, from Secretary of State Rubio, the U.S. is first and foremost clarifying that it is not involved and is not supporting that operation.
Well, will Iran accept that? I mean, they've already said that they will target.
I told y'all they was gonna pick. I told y'all these cowards they rather fight the Iranians than fight Putin. They rather have to see Putin done humiliated these motherfuckers, and you, man, I'm telling you, I done documented this evidence. Those of y'all know that I told y'all this is the fight they was gonna pick. Because they can't fuck with Putin. They can't fuck with China. They scared of North Korea. So they picking what they think is a weakest link. Iran gonna give them hell, but they gotta take that hell. They got to take that hell to save face. They got to blow some shit up. They got to destroy some shit. Because what Russia they did. That's why they put the so-called tough guy president there too. They knew what they was finna do, bro. World War III.
If they
and they won over Iran.
Israel.
They picked Iran.
They don't see there being as a separation when it comes to those two countries.
Well, that's the problem. I think for the Iranian perspective, that's almost like irrelevant nuance that is provided, and there's probably a lot of distrust on both sides to make the Iranians disbelieve any statement coming from Washington on that point. And in addition to that, the US will probably inevitably be involved in the defense of Israel in the coming days, because Israel will need missile defense, air defense systems from the US. There's no way right now that Israel would be able to defend its territory on its own. So the US, in a way, is almost by no choice going to be involved in the next round.
And when we're talking about these strikes being preemptive, as we heard Benjamin Netanyahu describing them and the necessity for them, what do you make of the justification that he's using?
Well, the justification, of course, there's a lot of things questionable here. The fact that he, if we understand both the statements and what we gather so far from Iran, the Israelis targeted numerous sites and did not only target the nuclear facilities, they also targeted ballistic missile storage units. again, the argument is not that there was an immediate threat, but that there was the possibility of that threat. And that questions a lot of what we consider to be justifiable in terms of is it an imminent threat or not? Clearly, the Israeli justification will require much more than what the Prime Minister Netanyahu said so far. But again, what is also striking is the scale of that attack, which is much bigger than what we saw over the last 2 years. And also, one last question I would add is we don't know yet the effect of those strikes, because for a long time we considered that it would be very difficult for the Israelis to destroy parts or the entirety of the Iranian nuclear program. The experts say that at best,
Russia done already came out and say they helped build an fortified Iranian nuclear program. Russia already told them they would never, they would never be able to blow it up. But they think Putin was just lying on behalf of the Iranians? No, he was warning Trump, don't do it because it's not going to work, and then you're still going to get an all-out war.
Effective strikes would, let's say, postpone the program for 1 year. So we will also need in coming days to have better.
Iran done already said they didn't already, bro. This is crazy. I don't even understand this shit, bro. This is so crazy. Iran got to stand on their business. They said they not only are they going to attack Israel, but now they are going to get a nuclear weapon. They not said they can't go back on that. Now they are going to get a nuclear weapon. They said if you attack their nuclear program, they say that you're going to force their hand to get nuclear weapons. This is crazy. You think you're going to attack them? They're going to say, all right, y'all was right. This is crazy, motherfucker. Iran will have nuclear weapons soon. That's a fact.
Information on the impact of those strikes.
Jean-Louis, thanks very much for sharing your thoughts with us and coming into studio today. Jean-Louis Saman, Senior Research Fellow at the Middle East Institute at the National University of Singapore. And we are going to continue our conversations around these recent developments of those Israeli airstrikes into Iran, targeting their nuclear program. And we can speak with Tarek Ali. He's a former senior
fooled
director
everybody with that goddamn chaos in Los Angeles. Done pulled off.
Security
It
Council
started World War III.
Administration. He's also Associate Professor of Practice at Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy. Javed, great to be able to speak to you about this today. Firstly, to get your initial reactions to what we've seen, did it catch you by surprise that these attacks have happened today?
So, Steve, always great to be with you as well. And based on what's unfolding, I'm actually not surprised. I mean, we've clearly picking up on some of the recent points that have been in your segments for the past few minutes. There have been messages sent both on the Israeli side about sort of intentions and sort of these red lines that in Prime Minister Netanyahu's view and others in the Israeli government have been crossed by Iran. But to me, the thing that really sent the message that we are in an operational window for these attacks to commence, and now obviously they have commenced, was the things that were going on the U.S. side, the ordered departure of staff from the embassy in Iraq, also the departure of families of military personnel in the region. I would have to imagine there are other things happening in the region on the U.S. side that aren't being discussed
yesterday when
publicly.
They did that.
So to me, that was the big indicator
that was
these
yesterday. But they did it while everybody paying attention to Los Angeles. And I said that yesterday when I covered some of Russia and Ukraine. But they pulled their people out the Middle East. They pulled a lot of their assets. That right there should let everybody know it was finna go down, because they know what's finna happen after Israel do that. So they trying to make sure a lot of their people don't get hit.
The attacks that we're now learning about were going to happen very soon, and obviously they now have happened.
I hope they
we still don't know the full details, although we know the nuclear facilities are targeted. We'll have to wait for more information to come out from that. Just regarding the justification for that Israel is using, saying that, I mean, we know that they see Iran having nuclear weapons as being an existential threat to them. Iran has always said that its nuclear ambitions are not nuclear specific, are more for power generation. How do you think they're going to be seeing these developments?
Well, Iran has stuck to that argument for decades, even after signing the non-proliferation treaty, going back to the early 1990s, when I believe Iran was a signatory to the treaty. But there's been longstanding concern that despite Iran being a signatory to the treaty, that they were using the treaty as a cover to actually pursue covertly some aspect of a nuclear weapons program, perhaps not building the actual nuclear weapons themselves, but...
And our partners there at the BBC covering this breaking news happening out of the Middle East within the past hour or so. Israel launching multiple airstrikes into Iran. And we have new video into our newsroom of security camera capturing the explosions in Iran. You see that big bright light there and smoke billowing up in the distance. This is video that's been verified by the Associated Press. I want to bring in CBS News Middle East reporter Courtney Keeley. Courtney, I know you've been talking to your sources. Any information that you've been able to gather since we last spoke?
Yes, well, I've been hearing from somebody who's been talking to family members in Tehran, was talking to them while hearing the airstrikes, and that they're happening all over Tehran. Some of these private residences of top officials of the regime, some of the Defense Department officials, public residences across Iran. Also, now we're hearing, according to Prime Minister Netanyahu and according to people in Tehran, that the Iranian nuclear sites are also being targeted. They said it started around 2:30 a.m. their time. It's roughly just after 4 a.m. their time in Tehran. I've got to really point something out to you, though.
Look, they showing you just that. Look, man, please, Iran. It's gonna be some damage somewhere. U.S. helped them, but Russia done beefed up the air defense shit. This is what these people really said. They really want to show you devastation all across Iran. That's what they plan for, but they can't show you that because that's not what's going on right now. Iran is working on defending the capital, defending the sites. They should probably hit a few sites. Just probably sneak in a few blows, but their ass finna get clapped real soon. Iran need to take care of that business ASAP, but this is a military procedure. You know, they did not just gonna start firing. You know what I'm saying? Because they got attacked. They gotta be precise.
And airstrikes kill people and collateral damage. And there's, I can see in all these videos, there's ash on the ground. There's residential apartment buildings on fire. It's happening all over Tehran and the country.
Show it to us, ma'am. Ma'am, could you show it to us? Yeah. It's fire. It's happening. It's explosions all over town. Could you show us that? Could you please show us that, ma'am? Please don't try to say, because you see what? These people, is CIA tactics happening too to the Iranian people, who they're like, huh? I don't see that happening. Oh, there must be happening somewhere on the other side of Iran because that's what America is saying. No. If that was happening, the Americans would be showing you that.
There's one thing that the anti-regimists and many Iranians think, and it's basically they say, thank God for Uncle Benny. And that's a little bit of levity, but I can tell you that they were hoping that Netanyahu might go and take some of the regime strength areas out, that they weren't waiting for a deal for the U.S. with the Iranian regime. They were hoping a weakening of the regime.
That's
and so tonight, while it's scary, while you hear concussions of those,
man, this lady saying her sources. You see, anybody can say their sources. She got some sources inside Iran that's telling her they hoping Benny. That's what they call Benjamin Netanyahu, Benny. They call him Benny in Iran. Did y'all know that? Benny. That's a beloved name they have from him. They was hoping Benny take out the Iranian mullahs. Ma'am, that's what y'all said about Saddam Hussein. That my sources, yes, lady, you said that shit direct. Your sources told you that they hope. Oh, Sonny, what they call Saddam? They had a little cute name from him too. Says, oh, Sonny. That's what they call Saddam Hussein. That old Benny and old George to take him out, and things would be better, right? That's a goddamn lie. Nobody told you that.
Fighter jets in the sky and those sonic booms, those actual explosions, those actual fires and chaos.
This is a DI. This lady is a DI. This lady just got hot because she was white. You know what I'm saying? Her pops probably worked there. This is nepotism. No inside sources. Don't know what the fuck going on in Iran. Lying on TV, they can't show you none of that shit, but make a good fat check. This is what's wrong with America.
For any regimists that are being hit.
That's a really interesting perspective. I'm curious, Courtney, as this situation unfolds and Netanyahu says he will continue this operation for, quote, as long as it takes, if Iran does retaliate against Israel, will the United States have to get involved?
Well, most likely because they also support Israel in terms of have in the past and shooting those ballistic missiles down. They have that long range ability to reach Israel. We did see after the Hamas massacre when there were an Iranian retaliation for an Israeli airstrike the first time that those ballistic missiles were shot. Well, first of all, Iran waited 10 days, kind of got ready to be like, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. Oh, here we go. And there were enough allies in place from the region and from Europe and the US to help use whatever power they had, like those sort of Patriot battery packs. They can use huge kind of truck-led sized anti-defense, anti-missile technology to shoot out of the sky. A lot of different ways to get those ballistic missiles out of harm's way of civilians that will really need to have some kind of U.S. support and U.S. backing. I mean, the amount of arms that the U.S. supports, the amount of money the U.S. supports Israel with, that I heard recently, somebody was just talking about how it's very hard for people to see Israel as standing alone without the U.S., despite the U.S. saying this. They'll point and say, look, the Americans had a heads up because they drew down essential personnel out of Baghdad. They State Department warnings across the Middle East. There were alerts in Israel, and then it happened. So it doesn't even have to be conspiracy. It could just be hindsight after the fact. But President Trump had been very clear he wanted a deal, and he wanted the sixth round of negotiations to take place in Oman, in Muscat on Sunday. Will that happen? Will the Supreme Leader, the Grand Ayatollah Khamenei, will he be licking his wounds and be ready for war and no concessions? Does this negate any deal? They weren't happy with the back and forth. Trump said there would be tough talk. There was maybe a way to square this circle of some sort of narrow framework deal where the Iranians promised not to enrich any uranium, but Israel's the U.S. ally. Israel stands lockstep with the U.S., and that's how the region sees them, and that's how the Iranians see them. Although, like I said, really important to note that the people of Iran, these life, liberty, freedom-loving people who do not stand with the regime and have not stood with this extremist regime, want to get out from under the powerlessness they feel and it's just a regime that's gone on for too long, since 1979. They do not mind.
That's what you said about Gaddafi. You said the people of Libya, they just wanted to get from up under the regime. And this is the same old talking point they roll out as they try to whack people leaders and overthrow their countries. The freedom-loving people, lady, you don't give a shit about no Iranians. Boy, if they try to come here, you will block them. This is the disgusting nature. The freedom-loving people, they just want to get rid of their leaders. And y'all know they don't like their leaders, right? Come on, man. I hate this type of shit right here. This bullshit. So they want y'all to murder, they bomb their city and tear shit up, man. That's what you're trying to tell us? All right. But guess what? U.S., go help Israel. Please go over there. But their ass got some problems coming real soon.
The actual
you only
event.
Help
maybe they mind the civilian casualties. Nobody's to be okay with that. Maybe the chaos that's happening. But if they're hitting defense buildings, if they're hitting top-level Iranian Revolutionary Guard residences in Tehran, there's no love lost for that.
It's a really important perspective, Courtney. Thank you so much. I'm sure we're going to be talking to you a lot over the coming days. And it's worth noting that President Trump plans to hold a cabinet meeting tomorrow at the White House. So I know you're going to be looking for that, too. Well, you have been watching CBS News 24/7 primetime breaking news out of the Middle East within the past hour or so. Israel launching airstrikes on Iran. We're going to continue to cover this breaking news story on CBS News 24/7 and, of course, CBSNews.com.
Iran could be Iran or proxies that could be retaliating, which even amplifies the area.
And you've been in the
The attack comes as tensions have reached new heights over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. The Board of Governors at the International Atomic Energy Agency, for the first time in 20 years, on Thursday, censured Iran over it not working with its inspectors. Iran then immediately announced it would establish a third enrichment site in the country and swap out some centrifuges for more advanced ones. Israel, for years, has warned it will not allow Iran to build a nuclear weapon, something Tehran insists it doesn't want, but officials there have repeatedly warned it could. Also, AP reports that the headquarters of Iran's Revolutionary Guard is ablaze. An Israeli attack on Iran has set the headquarters of Iran's Revolutionary Guard ablaze.
Once again, I want to make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chance of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place.
That's a lie.
I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history.
Putin, they finna punish this boy, man. Iran just helped Putin kick Ukraine ass. When that war started, them drones Iran sent over there, that was game changer. That changed the motherfucking game. Putin will not stand for this shit. I'm telling you that right now.
Never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization ever. Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, The Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime.
Committing the Holocaust right now.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nation.
Forces and one of the country's most powerful organizations. It gives you an idea of who Israel had been targeting in these recent attacks. We'll have more at the top of the hour, and I'll speak to you again soon. Keep it here at BBC News.
Hello there. Let's take a look at some of the bigger weather stories going on across the globe.
Just pull up a map and show you where that is. Tabriz, Iran. They just posted that, Al Mayadeen news outlet, which is a Lebanese news outlet. They just said their correspondent 2 minutes ago reports a new wave of Israeli strikes on the city of Tabriz in Iran. I'm looking up if Tabriz has nuclear facilities. Yes, there are nuclear facilities near Tabriz, Iran. There is an atomic energy research center I'm seeing online located south of Tabriz. I don't know if that's what they're attacking. Let me show you where Tabriz is. Tabriz is in northwestern Iran. There's Tabriz right there on Google Maps, northwestern Iran. So unconfirmed reports of more strikes going on.
Sites too. They already said they're gonna do it. Benjamin.
Breaking news from Tasnim Media, which is state media, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, state media, Tasnim news agency. They report in Iran, nuclear scientists Mohammed Mehdi Tehranchi and Feridun Abbasi were killed in the attacks by Israel.
Those are civilians that was killed. So I don't want to hear about no civilians that get whacked in Iran. They did kill civilians. Peaceful nuclear program, Israel kills the civilians, terrorists. Yeah, but Israel is stupid. That's not going to stop Iran. You could tax civilians.
They just announced that. Tasnim News. So multiple Iranian nuclear scientists confirmed killed. The head of the Revolutionary Guard, the most powerful military force in Iran, confirmed killed. That's Commander Salami, Hossein Salami. He is dead. And who knows how many other prominent Iranians are dead.
This dude, we work for Israel.
Seems like they didn't know this was coming. If all of these people got killed.
It's gonna be a good war for Israel. Get their ass stepped on. And Trump, it's the end of his presidency right here. Russia won't let Iran lose no war. Iran just was loyal to them.
I'm constantly checking Iranian state media. Mehr News Agency, which is another Iranian state news agency.
See, they're gonna want martial law.
Say
so they're gonna act like Iran.
that
they want martial law. That they're gonna act like Iran did something through the cartels, Hezbollah, Mujahideen, Palestine. See, that's why you heard some of the Palestinian protesters allegedly with the illegals protesting, they're yelling free. See, this is all a game that the Zionists is playing because they don't give a shit about our lives. But it's really fucked up that Trump done sat here and let himself get played as the biggest sucker in the motherfucking world. Joe Biden wasn't even this type of clown to get baited in attacking Iran like this. This is the big enchilada right here.
Mehr News Agency also says that the chief of the Revolutionary Guard, Salami, was killed. Ooh, what did they post here? Hold on. I'm just checking a couple things out. I will post stuff I don't have. There's clear as daylight comes in Iran. There's a number of pictures and videos emerging of damaged buildings in the capital Tehran from Israeli strikes. Looks like Israel carried out some targeted assassinations, in addition to attacking nuclear facilities and other military facilities. Fars news agency reports that fire is burning near the Islamic Revolutionary, the Revolutionary Guard headquarters, and there is smoke in the area. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What is going to happen next?
What do you think gonna happen?
Oh, this is, I have ISNA. This is state news. Hold on. I have another picture for you. ISNA. There is an Iranian news source, ISNA, Iranian Students News Agency, and they just posted, I'm going to post a link to it in the chat. They posted a video. Of a building on fire in Tehran. I'm posting the link right now in the chat. They say it's the Sarv Teachers Complex in the Sadat Abab area after several explosions. And part of the building is destroyed. But the other part's okay. It looks like it may have been a targeted strike. How will the rest of the Middle East react to this? Breaking news. So I think we mentioned this before, but I have a little more detail on it. Yes. One of the scientists that was killed, the nuclear scientist, was Feridun Abbasi. That's been confirmed by Iranian state media. N12 News Israel says Feridun Abbasi is the former head of the nuclear program. In 2010, he survived an assassination attempt when a motorcyclist attached a bomb to the side of his vehicle. So he's the former head of the nuclear program. Barak Ravid reports President Trump will convene the National Security Council in the White House Situation Room tomorrow at 11 a.m. Washington time to discuss the Israeli attack.
The Israeli blatant war of aggression, you know. Let me see. I can't be listening to that clown. I can't be listening to people. He just look too happy. He getting wet over there. Oh, a lot of Iranians dead. Oh, bitch, where you at? You with them? Yeah, Iran ready to say, yeah, this is war. You give, you get.
Hour, we do not know how much the president knows about the attack, whether he was briefed earlier. But John, even today, knowing whatever it is he obviously did know to make the assessment that the situation there could escalate quickly, he still expressed optimism that a deal with Iran could still happen. And so you know, the question that remains unanswered, John, is whether he has now changed his red line in order to get that deal across the finish line. Just weeks ago, he made very clear himself, along with officials, that the red line in order to have a successful agreement was that Iran would not be enriching any amounts of uranium, 0 levels of enrichment. And that is something that Tehran publicly was not agreeing to. And so today, while the president said Iran could never have a nuclear weapon, that would require very high levels of enrichment. He did not answer whether they were still open to lower levels. And that is going to be critical, John, moving forward in assessing how realistic a deal is, especially as we monitor the situation in Iran and how Tehran decides to respond.
Weijia Zhang at the White House. Thank you so much. Weijia, with us now is retired U.S. Marine Corps General Kenneth McKenzie, former head of U.S. Central Command and current CBS News contributor. General, what's the first thing you're going to want to look for, or first questions you would want answered after you learn about this attack?
Well, I think we begin by seeing that the Israelis probably achieved tactical surprise. There have been no reports of Israeli aircraft downed. I'm guessing this is a combination of manned low observable aircraft, stealth aircraft, long-range missiles, some short-range missiles, possibly some drones launched from within Iran. A complex attack. Looks like against the nuclear sites, but as you said, that would be the first thing I'd like to know if I were looking at this right now. Is it a narrow attack? Was it simply against the nuclear sites? Because then you may have an opportunity to scope and scale a potential Iranian response. And on the note of an Iranian response, Iran will not be able to respond immediately. It will take them a little while to bring their missiles to readiness. They're probably not ready to do that right now. The sun's going to be coming up in a little while. They will probably not want to do something during daylight. So we're looking at the next period of darkness at the very earliest time for a probable Iranian response. And as you know, John, those responses have not been particularly effective against Israel the last 2 times they've done that.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that. Since it was your daily concern, what's your assessment of how weakened Iran is? And two questions. One, because their proxies are weakened, but then also we've had more evidence about their ability to respond, to make an evaluation of whether they can, in fact, respond as wide and as deep as we once thought.
Iran misses Lebanese Hezbollah. That was their huge strategic hedge against Israel. Lebanese Hezbollah is out of the fight. The Syrians are out of the fight. Iran is generationally weakened right now. Now, that's against Israel. They still have a lot of weapons that they could fire against our bases in the region and against countries such as Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates, where they would be able to generate more missiles than they can actually fire at Israel. So that would be an option, but that would be a marked widening of the war and probably lead to direct pressure on the Iranian regime. The ultimate goal of Iranian statecraft is regime survival. And they will make their calculation about the next move with that held as the highest objective. So it'll be real interesting to watch what the Iranians do here over the next 24 to 48 hours.
And General, just to bring our viewers up to speed here, that we are watching Iranian television there. Those are pictures of Iran at night. You see some smoke there.
Now, this was so crazy. And then this was so crazy. Now, these people got the audacity to talk about Iranian TV, press TV right here. We cannot play Press TV or RT News because they blocked it. The U.S. Congress blocked it, Senate blocked it. They said it was called Iranian propaganda, but now they get to use it.
And we also have some reporting our
on the Iranians. See, they eavesdropping on Iranians, trying to see if the Iranians will show
Jacobs reports that the White House will convene.
They won't let us watch it because they say if you listen to Iranian news, that's propaganda. That's crazy that they have the nerve, the audacity to go to Press TV, but we can't watch Press TV for ourselves.
In a cabinet meeting tomorrow morning, that's per several sources. The U.S. is not a part of this operation. There's no intelligence sharing. Iran State TV says the country's air defense system is on full alert. General, if you're still with us,
Iran, it'll be some hits. It'll be some hits. Devastating. It's an attack by NATO, the U.S. definitely, but it ain't what they thought it was going to be, and they got to pay for this. This is not a preemptive attack. They're going to use the word preemptive. No, this is an act of aggression, like they say with Putin. This is a blatant active aggression. You can't be attacking somebody talking about they might in the future attack you. That's what y'all said to Russia. You said Russia couldn't do that to Zelensky, talking about what Ukraine might do. See? Get back there.
Just have one other question. In terms of the ladder of Israeli attacks, you mentioned that there might be a smaller scale attack and then just kind of make a new kind of assessment.
Man,
how much could
the Iranians, y'all need to fucking strike a CBS channel, man. They was sitting there taking y'all content.
Israel do without help of the United States in terms of
these bastards,
the Iranian nuclear
they gotta
program?
watch the Iranian TV just so they can try to get a puff of smoke. See, look, it's some type of smoke right there. Ah, bitch, that's a
John, they can damage the Iranian nuclear program. They can give it significant damage. They cannot do the things that we could do to the Iranian nuclear program because they don't have the special ordinance that will let you go deep into the deep underground spaces where the Iranians have some of the most sensitive parts of their program concealed. So that is going to be a limit, but they can still do a significant amount of damage. And again, I don't know if they plan to come back tomorrow night. Is this a one-night event? Is it going to be a
Remember this day.
A multi-day event?
This was the day Iran become a nuclear superpower. Remember I said that. Iran is going to have nuclear weapons real motherfucker soon. They're going to have to deal with a total different beast in a couple of months. But they're going to fight these people without them. But they definitely going to get them now. They already said that. If you attack their nuclear site, they're going to attack your nuclear site, and then they're going to be forced to get nuclear weapons.
That's still to be discovered.
Now,
Israelis,
if the Ayatollah Khomeini go back on that, then his ass getting overthrown. The next leader, he can't play games with that. They'll overthrow his ass. There's already people's coming out letting him know, no, we need to have nuclear weapons. You need to take back that fatwa. Well, he had gave a Muslim edict that they couldn't have nuclear weapons. But he said if they was attacked, the nuclear facility was attacked, then he would have to rescind that. He gonna have to do that now. His military general is gonna make him do that, or they're gonna overthrow his ass and they're gonna still get their nuclear weapons and attack Israel and the U.S.
will certainly assess the damage. They'll look at how it went, and then they'll make decisions based on that. And they'll also make decisions, I'm sure, based on whatever the Iranian response is. And again, I would just emphasize the narrower the Israeli strike, the more clearly confined to the nuclear target that it is. And the nuclear target is a bunch of targets. I want to be clear, as you sort of illustrated in your very good graphic. It's a lot of targets, but as long as they're narrowly scaled against that, there's a possibility we might be able to control escalation here.
General,
you see? Maybe if it's narrow. Oh no, they attacked a lot of sites. Well, Iran got to attack a lot of sites. They know what Iran finna do, but they're trying to say, we hope Iran minimize the attacks. Fuck no, y'all attack their nuclear facilities. Iran should not go to no talks with the U.S. They can't let Israel attack them, and then they go sit down with Trump and negotiate. What? Are you crazy? Then Israel gonna keep attacking you while you negotiate? They can't do that, and it's fucked up. They got to have that. They got to have that war. They got to deal with this Frankenstein that's Israel. And China and Russia, they got to back Iran like they always said. They said it years ago. If any nuclear weapons is used, they got to use them too. So they got to let Israel know. If you try to use any nuclear weapons, then we stepping in with nuclear weapons. You got to be conventional fight. Israel can't win that. They back there. They got themselves into this.
What are U.S. military officials thinking right now in terms of their assets in the region that are possibly in danger? Give me a sense of the to-do list that suddenly has popped up in front of U.S. decision makers.
So everybody's at a very high state of alert right now. Probably a lot of people are in shelters. We're looking very hard at all our sensors to see what the Iranians might do next. I would think the CENTCOM commander has probably taken steps to disperse his aircraft, to position ships in different places than where they've just been, to do a variety of things, all of which will complicate Iranian targeting
if you ain't got
as they begin to decide what their next
that?
move is going to be. And I would also think that there'll probably be some clear and unambiguous messaging directed at Iran, warning them of the ultimate consequences of attacking U.S. forces and U.S. targets in the region. Because I have to believe, John, if that occurs, the Iranian regime itself will come under pressure. And I go back to a point I made earlier.
Bro, Iran just told y'all, whoever attacked them go get the blue. So all that, Iran, if you attack us, Iran said, fuck you. If you got whoever it's going to be, bro. See, this is ridiculous. They're saying Israel get to attack Iran, then Iran, you better not attack back too much or then we're going to take you to war. So it just need to be war. You're going to help protect Israel. If Iran try to get some get back, that don't even make sense, man. They deceive. U.S., get your ass somewhere if you want.
Preservation of that regime remains the highest goal of Iranian statecraft.
And just holding on that point for a second, it remains the highest goal. So does that mean they're limited really in how far they're really going to go because they don't want to get a massive attack that might bring that into question?
Within their own worldview, the Iranians are realists. They know the limits of their capabilities. They've been badly exposed by the attacks of their offensive forces on Israel. Their own defensive forces have been severely attrited by prior Israeli attacks. They are at the weakest they've been in many, many years. When pressed, the Iranians are willing.
See these mythological. So they got show us that Iran is destroyed and that all the sites been blown up. We got to take their word for all this shit. Just like they're trying to tell us Israel destroyed the air defense systems the first go around. Prove that. Prove that.
To negotiate. They did this during the Iran-Iraq war. It's called drinking from the poison chalice in Iranian statecraft. They've done it before. It's possible they'll do it again. I think it all depends on the nature of this attack, how successful it was, what the collateral damage is. There are a variety of factors that will go into that calculation.
All right, General McKenzie, thank you. I want to turn to Margaret Brennan. Margaret, remind us again of sort of the nature of the deal that was on the table between the United States and the Iranians, or what the terms were they were at least negotiating over.
So about 2 weeks ago, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy, his friend, the real estate developer who has been the person he's put at the tip of the spear with all really highly sensitive diplomacy, transmitted a proposal via Oman, that small Gulf emirate that tries to communicate with both the West and with Iran, whose regime is really diplomatically isolated. And in that proposal, the United States floated a number of different ideas, permutations of what a potential negotiated agreement with the United States could look like. But what was clear within those option sets was that the United States does not want Iran to be able to enrich uranium, nuclear fuel, on its own territory, even if it were just at low levels of enrichment for what Iran was claiming always was a civilian nuclear program. The United States was offering, okay, we'll let you have a nuclear program that is peaceful and for power purposes, a civilian one, but you'd have to go buy that enriched fuel outside of your own borders. We don't want you to have that option. That's where Iran was really insistent that they had the right to this. The U.S. offered and actually reached out, as President Trump did in his conversation with Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, to see if other states that have close relationships with Iran, as Russia does, would help with that. Russia even possibly taking some of that enriched nuclear fuel we talked about that was enriched up to.
Russia just said they're building 8 nuclear reactors in Iran. Yes, they just said they're building 8 nuclear reactors. All this is for nothing. It's a waste of time. It's just depopulation. These psychopaths just won't work.
60% level, 90% is weapons grade. So you can see how close that was and why it was making U.S. officials and other officials around the world nervous, and said you could ship that to Russia. By the way, that's what President Obama did in that 2015 diplomatic deal. So there are some ideas in this proposal that look very similar to that same diplomatic accord that President Trump exited back in 2018. Remember, until 2018, Iran had agreed to limit its program. It was only after the U.S. pulled out that they began this enrichment cycle again, and that has what has triggered this renewed concern. Their behavior in the region in terms of funding militias always continued.
You mean it's only after the U.S. broke the deal that they made with Iran to begin with? See, this is the shit people don't even understand. You broke your deal. Now you're trying to force another deal on them. Now you done attack their nuclear sites. Why would they talk to you? It just got to be war. It's a waste of time talking to y'all. You just want war anyway. You're warring people. You're nothing peaceful about you.
Their development of missiles, also of concern to the United States. But the restrictions on its nuclear program are really of the utmost concern to President Trump.
Margaret Brennan, Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent for CBS and the anchor of Face the Nation. We have an Israeli, what Israel is saying. We have reporting out of Israel that, this is that the Iranian regime is advancing a secret program to build a nuclear weapon. This is according to an Israeli military official. Iran has enough
Iran don't have a regime. They have a president. See, they hit you when they hit you with that regime, then that's your ass. But they try to do that to Russia. The Russian regime, they have a president. The Chinese Communist Party. See, they got to put in your mind that these is bad people. They're bad people, nothing to be respected. But we love their civilians. We want what's best for their citizens. We just hate their leaders. We want their civilians to have a peaceful life, a wealthy life. Just one life the other they tell as they try to destroy a fucking civilization.
Material to make 15 nuclear bombs within days. And this, again, is according to an Israeli military official.
Yeah, whatever.
So that is the latest. Again, Israel has just launched airstrikes into Iran. The Israeli defense minister saying in a statement that they are, quote, preemptive strikes. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and for some of you tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special.
Yeah, shut up, clout chaser. You ain't. That's all you got for us? Shit. I tell you, that's all y'all from here. Preemptive. These people sick for saying that, bro. See, they say that. They make it. When you say preemptive, they make it look like Iran was finna attack them, so they had to. That's an act of aggression, man. What Hitler said they had to do, bro. The United Nations say you can't do that type of shit no motherfucking more. You can't say, well, I got to go attack this country, man, because they was about to attack us. Nah,
to a deal
where
that
the proof?
seems very elusive today, but actually they're both very much hoping for.
Charlie
Benjamin
Cooper,
Netanyahu,
a former
fucking
U.S.
war
Defense
criminal.
Department
You don't believe
official. Sir, thank you so much for having joined us and sharing your views with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
And let me just bring you some breaking news coming in. We're now hearing again from Iranian state TV that Iran is closing its airspace until further notice.
Good.
We'd heard a little bit earlier that the main airport in Tehran was
Now we can
closed.
get busy.
Now Iran has closed
See,
its
they got to close the airspace before they let their missiles fly. You see, you don't want to hit. You don't want. Good, thank you. You don't want to hit none of your own planes. You see, close your airspace. So only thing flying is the missiles going towards Israel.
airspace. We also heard about half an hour ago that Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, all flights there have been suspended as well. Well, a little early.
See, Israel done suspended all their flights. You already fired your missiles. It's Iran time now, Nick. They don't want their planes to get knocked down.
Here, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke. Let's take a quick listen to what he had to say.
We don't want to see that fucking psychopath.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising
Look
Lion.
at his eyes. Look, I ain't never seen it. Look at his eyes. His bags
Targeted
done.
military
He
operation
worried.
to roll
He on
back.
drugs. He don't even believe this shit coming out of his mouth. But he did it though, because he got no time. Trump trying to make a deal. Trump could have made a deal with these people Thursday or Saturday. Trump had a deal on the table Saturday. Who knows? Iran could have said, all right, this is crazy. All right, man, they got to do. Man, bro, they need to arrest this. If Trump arrests this man, then he can get some respect back. Arrest this dude right here, bro. Do the world a favor. Where's the brave Israeli who want freedom?
Back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
That's disrespectful. See, he won't war. He didn't say, usually he fired some shots and said, okay, that was what we was doing to. He said, this will continue. That means Iran got to take him to war. What? They can't sit there every day and take this. This dude crazy. He know what he's doing, man. He going to hide underground like a motherfucking groundhog while all this killing going on. I'm trying to treat the Iranians like they the Palestinians or something. Boy, you crazy.
Decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9.
You don't know that stuff.
In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium.
That's not true.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime.
Nobody want to hear that shit.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime.
Oh my God, stop these people, bro. As they genociding the Palestinians, killing all these people. They killing women and kids right now, and they talk about Iran trying to do something to them. Maybe might do something to them one day. This is disgusting, man.
Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and
we
again,
watching this shit. This dude
Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action.
They got the whole fucking world on the edge, bro.
Nuclear enrichment
crazy
program.
psychopaths.
We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles.
Iran better target everything he named. That's what the fuck Iran better be pointing them motherfucking missiles at. Check their list out.
Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000s of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now, just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran. And I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking there a little bit earlier about those attacks on Iran. If you're just joining us now, in the past 2 hours or so, Israel has launched attacks on Iran, including attacks on some of Iran's nuclear facilities. The Prime Minister there saying that Israel had no choice but to act, and to act now, and that this is a decisive moment in Israel's history. We've also been hearing from Iran via Iranian state TV in response to the Israeli strikes. Iran has closed its airspace until further notice, and they have also said that the country is planning a harsh response to the Israeli strikes, and
Israel started World War III just that fast.
On standby for possible retaliation. So we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister a little earlier. We also heard from the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz. He said, following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future. So we had that, and we know that, for example, we know that schools and places of work will be closed. And let me also bring you some more breaking news, again, coming from Iranian state TV. They're now reporting a new explosion at the Natanz nuclear facility following Israeli attacks. Now, they had confirmed a little bit earlier that the Natanz nuclear facility had been attacked, and the Israelis confirmed almost straight away that some of their targets were the nuclear facilities in Iran. And now, via Iranian state TV, we're hearing reports of a new explosion at the Natanz nuclear facility. We also heard a little bit earlier, again, from Iranian media, that two high-profile nuclear scientists, Iranian, had been killed. And we're also hearing, although these are unconfirmed reports, that Israel has killed Iran's Revolutionary Guards chief. Again, this coming in from Iranian state TV, that they've killed Iran's Revolutionary Guards commander, Hossein Salami. So obviously a huge impact from those attacks by Israel, and Iran saying it will retaliate. Okay, let's bring you some other breaking news now, this time from India, and that horrific plane crash that we saw a little bit earlier, well, yesterday. We are now hearing that one of the two black boxes has been found. That's coming into us from the Hindustan Times, a local newspaper there, saying that one of the two black boxes has been found. Of course, whatever is contained in the black boxes, essential to finding out what actually happened to that plane and why it ended up crashing so soon after taking off. So that breaking news coming into us from India. One of the 2 black boxes has been found. We will, of course, bring you the latest developments on that, especially if we find out what
Not sure how they have an audience. Dan, mate, I don't know how a lot of people have an audience. Now, I understand clickbait is part of YouTube. You just cannot succeed without clickbait, but I don't see how these people can push this again and again and again on that the site has been completely gone, and then how do they sell that the map is still moving? Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Heavy says, what air defense doing? Yeah, it does seem like air defense has been somewhat hacked. The CIA has said that. Spokesman for the Iranian General Staff has said Iran considers both Israel and the United States equally responsible. Someone says this would never have happened if Trump was president. Oh, wait. Very true.
And said that that we did not, we're not part of this. There has been rumor. Not rumors, but information that I have gotten from some other certain sources earlier tonight that the United States signaled ahead of time to Tehran that we were not going to be participating in this. We had nothing to do with it. And of course, gave them warning not to hit any American troops in the region, which they had claimed that they would do, or threatened rather, in the event of being attacked by the U.S. and Israel. Now that we've got to find out, what this is going to lead to. And I'll tell you up front, one of my biggest concerns is that Iran takes retaliatory action coming up soon. I doubt that they'll do it tonight. If the way they normally operate, they don't just fly off the handle. They don't immediately retaliate. They usually take a consensus of what happened. They calculate the damage that was done, and then they deliberate about what they're going to do in response. But because they have been relatively restrained in what they have done in the past, and they see that it doesn't prevent them from getting another hit here, because remember, in just the last 1 year, they've had their embassy in a foreign capital destroyed by Israel. They have had some of their senior leaders assassinated in other countries, even also some in Tehran. They've had a visiting dignitary assassinated in their capital city on the day of the presidential inauguration, etc. All kinds of provocative things. Iran has responded, but they have done so in measured and calculated ways to this point because they did not want to expand things. But now then, it depends upon how much damage has been done. We know that there's been some that's been quite severe, and you can see from those missiles falling, you know that something pretty significant was hit, and there's got to be some really solid damage that's been done. We also know some senior leaders have been assassinated as well. That was part of this operation here. I suspect that the most likely course of action this time is that Iran is going to take the gloves off. I can't say that for sure because they may still calculate that somehow they want to avoid a full-on war.
Yeah,
but it's also very possible. I would go so far as to say probable, but I can't guarantee this is going to happen, that they're going to retaliate in some way that's very hard and that causes severe damage to Israel. My worry is that this may have been part of Israel's plan all along to prompt a big, strong response from Iran and then look to the United States and say, oh, please come and help us. We can't, we're too strong, we're too small to stand up to this. Please enter the war with us. If that happens, I'm just categorically saying now, the President of the United States must be firm and say, no, we're not going to do that. If you guys want to get into a war, that is your affair. You're a sovereign country. We don't recommend it. We wish you hadn't have done it, but you now have bought this. This is your deal. You have to take all the consequences. We will not. I mean, he must be categorical. And I hope to God that he comes out on national television in the next 12 hours and says, we will not get into a war with Iran. We will not do it. We don't have any treaty obligation with Israel. And even if we did, those obligations, like the Article 5 in NATO, say that if we're attacked, then we will consider an attack on one and an attack on all. But if any NATO member, for example, launches a preemptive strike of their own and attacks another country, and then they start getting fire in return, Article 5 doesn't apply there. So I don't want to hear any complaints from anybody in the United States that if Iran's retaliation turns out to be really painful, that they say that our treaty ally Israel needs our help. We have to come to their defense. I could almost wager big money that would happen. The President of the United States needs to say, no, we're not going to do that. We are not going to sunk ourselves into a war. We're not going to have our military people killed. We're not going to have our planes shot down. We're not going to have missiles striking our facilities all over the Middle East. Maybe our ships hit at sea. We're not going to do any of that stuff because Israel couldn't keep its mouth closed. Because Israel couldn't just leave well enough alone and have their look. Israel has nuclear weapons. Okay, if you're a nuclear power, you shouldn't be afraid of somebody that might someday.
They can't use them.
You know, you're going to see here in a minute.
They got to
so Benjamin Netanyahu made the claim right there that that they could have been weeks or days or a year away. Okay, other Israeli leaders are saying, oh, it was imminent. It was, in fact, I saw one report that someone forwarded me shortly that one official told an American official that it was 15 days away. They were 15 days away. That's why we had to act right now. Then there's other officials that said, well, no, it wasn't like Netanyahu said 9. He said they had 9 bombs available. Well, another one's going to say, and we'll see that soundbite here shortly, it was 15.
Yeah, those
okay,
are
which is it? Is it 15 or is it 9? You don't even know. You don't even know what the intelligence was that led you to war, so that when the aftermath happens at the highest level, you don't even have one story. And either it's what Netanyahu says, where it was later, it could have been within weeks or months, or maybe even a year. And then another official saying it was, 2 weeks. They were basically 2 weeks away from it. Which is it? Because they can't all be true, and more than likely, none of them are true. Listen, we've been showing you on this channel, you've had senior Israeli officials well back into the Biden administration that were just lusting to go after Iran. You saw Naftali Bennett many times came out and said, you know what, man, we got to go after the head of the octopus. Don't just go after the tentacles and all these different places. Let's go after the head of the octopus itself. And so they were wanting to go, and they were asked. I remember very clearly one of the clips we showed, Naftali Bennett was asked, what if the U.S. doesn't go? He said, well, then we'll have to do it on our own. Now, I remember saying at the time, and we'll repeat again here, that that's a bad idea if you do it on your own. But if you do it, you will be doing it on your own, because I pray that the U.S. doesn't get sucked in. Now, up to this point, President Trump has not done anything. It's not given in what they wanted to do. I think the reason why, I think we talked about in our show that we did, I guess it was yesterday or maybe earlier today. Sorry, time is all running together with me. We talked about how that the embassies had in Iraq had been given lots of information to Americans to start leaving the country. We sent out a tweet on that earlier and said, hey, it's getting very dangerous. The British did the same thing. So it was, the evidence was clear. Clearly, we knew that something was coming. And you saw that President Trump said that we're not going to get involved with anything. You didn't see any movement of military power. So it's very clear that Netanyahu and Trump have probably been going back and forth with this for quite a long time. And Trump, to his credit, and I pray that he keeps doing this, and I will keep giving him credit, said, no, we're not going to fight with you. Because you got to know that Israel is begging the U.S. to join with them on this, whether it's refueling or more ammunition and weapons and long-range missiles, whatever. They wanted help. Plus, they wanted the backing of Uncle Sam over their shoulder, so they weren't be doing this on their own. Trump said no to that. That is why
it's already military specialists who said Israel don't have the planes to refuel in the air. The U.S. is the only one that have those planes. The least the U.S. did was you refuel those planes in the air so they can carry out them attacks. Iran gonna know that. Russia definitely know you did that. All that we didn't help them, that is a big time lie. The world knows that. Just like you didn't help Zelensky bomb those bombers in Ukraine. You see what just happened here? The U.S. is sit back and we don't know nothing. World War III could start behind any of these actions while they try to pretend like they was the ones negotiating peace. All right. Cool.
Big worry is that Israel said, okay, we'll see if we can draw you in there, because there has already been, and we're going to show some of these in a minute, there has already been a lot of overflowing people in the United States that are big time pro-Israel that are cheering this on. Lindsey Graham is number one on that list. You've got Mark Levin. I haven't actually seen his X post, but I probably could have written it for him, that he was cheering on because he was condemning articles earlier in the day today that said that we should not fight on behalf of Israel, a war that we don't need to. He literally condemned them. So I can only imagine he's cheerleading this on right now. We know that there's been reports here just within the last week to 10 days that Levin went to the White House to try to encourage Trump to do so. Well, he didn't. And I'm sure that Levin now is going to is begging us to go and do that too. I wouldn't be surprised if he was sending private signals into Trump himself, and hopefully he continues to reject that. But I can just tell you right now, if there is a painful retaliation, those who cry from even within the U.S., from the Levins and from the Jack Keens and a whole slew of others are going to be screaming to not abandon our ally. And I'm just saying category, if I was the president of the United States, I would turn a deaf ear to every one of them. In fact, I would lecture every one of them. Whose country are you for? Whose country are you supposed to be a citizen of that you want our country to just literally hand our armed forces to somebody else to go use?
That's why Elon Musk brought that Epstein fight. That's why he broke that Epstein thing up too, man. He holding over them politicians' head. He in there too. All them politicians in that Epstein file, and Netanyahu and the Israelis got that Epstein file. Never forget, that just was getting thrown around late last week. Then they run the Los Angeles plate to get everybody looking at Los Angeles and everybody worked up, not paying attention to too much of the news stories, like the U.S. is pulling out non-essential personnel from the Middle East. That was the red flag. No one's paying attention because the war in Los Angeles.
As they deem fit. That's what I would say to them if that outcome comes to pass. And I pray that it doesn't, because so far Trump has done the right thing. Look, and in fact, let's just get to, well, I'm sorry. Before I do that, let me tell you a little bit about what we know. That's some of the overarching things that are involved here. But what we've heard so far is that some of these first shots that you see, and I bet some of those that Gary was showing a minute ago were some of these, they started off with the suppression of enemy air defenses. It's called a SEED mission. Where you go and you try to take out military sites. I know some IRGC military sites were hit. For sure, some air defense systems were taken out. And based on the number of missiles that the camera showing we're getting through there, it must have been pretty successful. So apparently the Iranian air defense systems were not that good, because man, these things look like they all got through. Another thing is that Israel, this is definitely a broad-based campaign here. They're not just coming in and doing one or two hits, or not just going for the nuclear infrastructure. They're also going after high-ranking IRGC officials. So there is an assassination campaign that's actually a part of this. The Israeli media, and I just saw this just before I came on here, is openly admitting that was part of the plan here, this rising lion. There was some reports that there was a building, an entire apartment building, that collapsed inside of Tehran. So there was a number of apartment buildings that were hit not by collateral damage, but by targeting, because they were actually trying to shoot this down because there were apparently some of these high-ranking targets. And Netanyahu has also said that a lot of these were the scientists and the people that were running the civilian nuclear program, which he claims was actually a clandestine nuclear weapons program, et cetera. But they apparently killed a lot of people. Well, it appears, at least what's been reported so far, is that instead of just hitting like an apartment room or a building where somebody was, one of the buildings itself was destroyed. So who knows how many people were killed in that, how many innocent people. But we'll continue to follow that here also. Israel, though, claims, without providing any evidence, just statements, that Iran was up to 15 days away from having a nuclear bomb. Want to be seeing that intelligence here, but I don't, because it doesn't matter. They'll literally say anything they want, and they'll just say, well, it's classified, we can't tell you. Trust me. I don't trust you at all. And that's part of the pattern we've seen for the last 18, 19 months of their war in the Gaza Strip. They'll say whatever they want. Very often it's in direct contradiction with self-evidently observed facts to the contrary. They don't mind. They keep on going. In fact, Gary had that up there a second ago. One of those assassinated was the IRGC commander. So not just the nuclear program, but they also were going after the commanders. And I think that they're doing this because these are the same kinds of things that they did against Hezbollah. Remember, they went after the head of Hezbollah and took him out, Nasrallah. And I think that they thought, okay, nothing happened between that. We took that guy out. There wasn't this big swarm of missiles coming back in our direction. So I think that they just said, yeah, let's keep doing that. So not just the nuclear team.
When the U.S. killed Soleimani, the Iranians attacked their bases in Iraq. So they damn sure going to attack Israel for killing the head of the IRGC. That's a fact. If they wasn't going to kill him for attacking the nuclear bases, for killing the head of the IRGC, that's like the head of the, your special ops, your special forces. They damn sure going to attack their ass for that. But they got to give them they got to go all out.
Your team, but also the military team. By the way, this is the same position that the Trump administration assassinated Soleimani, the guy's name was, in January 2020. So this is the second time. There was one guy in between, but this is the same position.
It's the exact same position, bro. It's the exact same position. And they absolutely attacked the U.S. bases in Iraq immediately when they killed the head of the IRGC, Soleimani, the ISIS killer. Great revolutionary. So Israel know they finna pay.
And that now we've assassinated for a second time. It's their equivalent of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, their highest general. Secretary Rubio came out with a statement after the attacks tonight. Gary, if you can throw that one up there, where he wants to make very clear our fingerprints aren't on this. We didn't have anything to do with this. And he's also warning against attacking the Americans in retaliation. He says, tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in the strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Good on him for saying that. Israel advises that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Okay, well, I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, I'm glad to see that. He also didn't give any kind of ringing endorsement. He didn't say
Israel is U.S. interest. How the hell could we not target U.S. interest? And they talk about targeting Israel. See, these people, do you mean not target you or none of your bases? Well, get the fuck out the Middle East. What you mean? That's your attack dog. You see, they can't be doing this type of crazy shit. Iran is going to light the Middle East on fire. They should attack Saudi Arabia. They should attack Kuwait like they said they was. They should attack the United Arab Emirates. They should attack all of those little puppet sheikdoms, and get them a taste of this shit. That's serious motherfucking business, bro. Don't forget they just had that big meeting with Trump. They put about $1 trillion on this hit on Iran. Iran got to remember that Trump just can't see. This is all a big game they playing. You see, they played like they wanted to do peace with Iran. They never want no peace with the Shiites. See, this shit is deep-seated hate, you know what I'm saying, in the Islamic world too, bro. They playing their own games. Turkey, they laughing. They want to rule the Islamic world. Look at Pakistan, bitch ass. They got the Islamic bomb. Why they not doing nothing?
Iran had to do this. He said Israel, sorry. He didn't say Israel had to do it. He said Israel said that they needed to do it. And so that's kind of where we are right now. So you see very clearly that the administration's trying to take a hands-off approach here. Let me actually show you a couple of comments. I told you we have some coming up here. This is what Trump was asked earlier in the day because especially in light of all these reports that some of our embassies had said some civilian personnel can leave. Don't go out because it's dangerous, and the British and all that. So he was asked at a press conference earlier today about what that meant.
Are you trying to talk Netanyahu out of doing that, or are you so against Iran having a nuclear weapon that you're okay, he does his thing because it is not an American war?
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it. But we've had very good discussions with Iran. Whether or not we get there, I can't tell you, but it'll happen soon. I say this, Peter, very strongly. They can't have, whether it's going in or not going in, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd prefer the more friendly path.
Can you tell us what the Israelis told you?
There's a chance of massive conflict. We have a lot of American people in this area, and I said, we got to tell them to get out because something could happen soon. And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any warning and missiles are flying into their buildings. It's possible. So I had to do it. I had the choice. Do I do it or not? Doing it has its downside, but it also has its upside. Like you're going to save a lot of lives if it should happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah. And, and listen, Trump had been working to try and have a negotiated agreement with Iran and had been making some progress. We told you, and I think the show we did yesterday, that Iran is willing to negotiate. They say they are willing to give on, or were, let me use the past tense now, were willing to give in on some big issues, some issues that they didn't want to because they did not want war. They don't have a nuclear weapons program. Even our own intelligence services, all 18 of them said that no, they don't have a nuclear weapons program. Yes, they were increasing their capacity, but no, they didn't have one. Ergo, you can't say we're going to go to war with somebody to keep them from having a nuclear weapons program when they don't have one. So that would have been kind of weird and illegal and unauthorized and all that kind of bad stuff. But Trump clearly knew that Israel wanted to do this. And so you could see he made a shift and he says, all right, let's start going to some negotiated settlement. But then a midweek or so, he kind of changed the course, or about a half a week or so ago, and said there's a straight up red line. Iran cannot have any reprocessing capacity. Earlier on, we showed you that clip earlier too, Steve Witkoff said they couldn't have anything above 3.67%. That was something that Iran could work with. But then he came under lots of pressure, the President Trump, the administration, no doubt from Israel, probably directly from Netanyahu, and then Trump changed it to a red line of 0%. Well, that's a red line for Iran, and they said so. They said if that's the deal, there won't be any negotiations because we're not going to surrender. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty allows every country to have nuclear reprocessing, especially for energy power, whatever. Obviously, it's not for nuclear.
That's what none of these news stations is talking about. Iran is part of the nuclear treaty. It's legal for them to be able to process uranium. Trump just said 0. What? They part of the treaty. Israel not. It's illegal, and that's what's so disgusting what the U.S. is doing, bro. They signed up to be able to process some uranium for medical reasons, all that type of shit. That's crazy.
Nuclear weapons, but they do have the ability to have it. So you can't say you can't have it, even though we are a signatory to the NPT.
You can't say you can't have it. What the U.S. doing is bullying. They talking about Putin trying to bully somebody. They're trying to bully Iran, and they've attacked them. Totally illegal. Israel should be sanctioned right now. Sanctions should be put on them for an act of aggression, like they said what they did to Putin. That's an act of aggression. Iran didn't attack nobody. Iran did nothing to them. Everything Iran was doing was legal. Now all hell finna break loose. People gonna forget about that because it's gonna be protect Israel, because Israel finna be fighting for their goddamn life.
So it's illegal for us to do that. And we have a treaty that we signed that allows nations to have that. So we can't now change it because, well, what's different with Iran, we don't like them. Doesn't matter what you want to do. You can't do that. But we set in motion this dynamic to where Iran can't agree to that because they would basically be asked to completely surrender and disarm. And they weren't willing to do that. There's no question they wanted to keep that capacity as a hedge. So if in the future anything happened again, they could crank it back up and go up to nuclear weapons grade. That's not an unreasonable position for a country to have when they have been attacked as many times as they have by Israel. It's ironic that we talk about Iran being the #1 exporter of terror in the region, and yet they have been on the receiving end of far more terrorist activity than they have ever given. And at the very worst, you could say it's a tit for tat kind of situation. There's no clean hands in this, folks. I don't care how many people love Israel or hate Israel or love Iran or whatever. Nobody's hands are clean. So don't be looking for a white hat here. Nobody has one on. Every nation's doing what it thinks it can for its own interest. And Israel has the definite power advantage over everybody in the Middle East, and that's why they were able to do this here. But we have to look out for our interests first, too, not Israel's. I mean, whether you're talking about our good allies like Germany or UK or Canada or Israel, our interests come before all of those, as it should be, as every one of their interests come before theirs, before them, too. They're going to go with their own national interests first. No one should be embarrassed about saying we're going to look out for our national interests first. And if you, our historic good friend, want to go down a war path that could get our people killed, we're out. We're out. And unfortunately, I gave President Trump credit for what he did so far, but he doesn't deserve credit for getting himself into this sticky situation here to where there was no way out, or else somebody was going to attack. Well, in a certain sense, Israel took him off the hot seat there because now he didn't have to make that choice because Israel has now made it for him. It remains to be seen until, look, and let me be clear on this. All this stuff is happening now within hours, and some of it may still be going on right now. So until the sun comes up and we get a better idea of what's going on, we don't know how much damage has been done, how far the Iranian nuclear facilities may have been damaged, how far it may have set the program back. We don't know any of that stuff yet right now. So all this is dynamic and at play. And you see that map there that Gary's throwing up there. That's where a lot of these facilities are. We don't even know how many for sure have been hit. So once we get more information on that, we'll do it. Let me go back to I mentioned earlier one of the IDF spokesmen. So listen to this comment here and compare it to what we showed you Netanyahu said at the top of the show.
You've been saying that the Iranians are very close to acquiring a nuclear weapon for years. Was there something specific, a specific piece of intelligence that you received that said, this is it?
Yes, of course. We've been studying this. Israeli intelligence.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Toolbox Evolution for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Say thanks, my brother, for staying on top of everything. You can tell that all our people know where to go for the revolutionary news they can use. Absolutely. And I absolutely appreciate you for helping me keep the lights on here at the House of Revolution. Salute.
Intelligence has been focused on this for years, and the assumption is that Iran is incredibly close to having 15 nuclear warheads. We know that they have the ballistic missiles. We have to remember, Iran, after October 7th, they threatened to strike Israel. They have ballistic missiles that also, even without a nuclear warhead, pose an existential threat to Israel. They said they were going to use them, and as we know, twice they shot a barrage of ballistic missiles. Can you imagine more than 1,000 ballistic missiles rained down on Israel? If it wasn't for our missile defense capabilities, this country would have already been destroyed. And we have a long history. We know when an enemy tells you they're going to destroy you, if you don't believe them, we don't want to have another Holocaust in our hands. And that is why, now that we have the ability, we carried out this plan.
Sure, Joe. They finna say that.
Okay, let's start from right off the top. He was asked point blank, do you have intelligence that said this was something imminent? He said, yes, of course we do. We've been taking this for years. And then he said, I don't know if this was a slip of the tongue, but he said, and then the assumption is that they had enough for 15 warheads. Okay, Netanyahu said there were 9. He's saying that there were 15. He's claiming that there was hard intelligence, but then he said an assumption is that they were getting ready to make these nuclear warheads. You can't bomb somebody on an assumption. What that means is a guess. And what that really means is we don't really care what we find there. We want to attack these guys. That's what you need to understand here. Again, if this makes some people mad, I'm sorry about that, but we are unintimidated and uncompromised. This is the truth, folks. The evidence is overwhelming that this is the case here. President Trump has been trying to find any kind of negotiated settlement that he could, or at least he was getting close to it. And listen, there were also Trump, one of the reasons he said that earlier today was they were in the process of negotiations. There were planned talks with Steve Witkoff, I think in Tehran, and certainly with the Iranian regime on this weekend, Saturday. They were supposed to meet together on Saturday, or maybe Saturday or Sunday. There was a plan in place. Well, that's certainly gone now. So now diplomacy's out the window as everybody's going to wait to see what Iran does in retaliation here. But he mentioned there, number one, he said, there were 1,000 missiles flying against Iran, from Iran against us last year. There weren't. There were a number of drones that were fired, and then there was a handful of missiles that were fired, some of which got through. And he said, only our Iron Dome saved us. That's not true either, because most of those were out in the middle of the desert. They didn't do anything. And some of them actually did went right through the Iron Dome as a sign that we can penetrate your air defense if we want to. That message apparently fell on deaf ears, or at least they don't believe it. I don't know which. We're probably going to find out here in the next day or two. We'll see how that works out. But why? Why did Iran do that? Because he said all these missiles came flying at us and we have to act. Why did that happen? Well, the first batch came after you blew up their embassy in another country, and the second one came after you assassinated one of their invited guests to their presidential inauguration. Yes, the guy was from Hamas and somebody you didn't like. That doesn't give you the right to assassinate somebody in the capital city of another country. Do you want to set as a precedent that, yes, anybody who wants to assassinate somebody in Jerusalem when they're having some big festival because they don't like somebody's there, free to do it. We set the precedent. Or during the presidential in the United States inauguration, we want somebody from Mexico doesn't like somebody that's in the crowd there, or somebody from Argentina or something, and they assassinate somebody in Washington, D.C. Are you going to say, that's unfortunate, but, we said it's cool for Israel, so it's what's good for Israel is good for everybody else. You see that that's obvious. It's never going to work like that. We'll never tolerate that. But folks all over the world see this gross double standard, and it's not cost-free. This stuff costs us our reputation, our credibility, our ability to influence people in a positive direction, our ability to restrain people from doing things that are bad or encouraging them to do something that's good. When they see that us and our allies are driven purely by power dynamics, right and wrong don't even enter the equation. Only words are spoken to give cover to the power dynamics. That works on domestic audiences because they like to hear that. It doesn't work on international audiences. It doesn't work on potential adversaries of ours. They look at us with then more contempt, anger, and hatred. And that undermines our interest around the world. And if you work away and fray that fabric enough, one day, folks, that fabric could tear or break on a day you need it to be in place. And that's one of the things I worry about. I'm always looking deep on this, and I worry about what's the ramifications of these things are. Right now, we have the power dynamics. Israel has them. They can continue to do what they want. We'll see how much longer that lasts, though, because as I've been saying, Iran has a lot of capacity. they can hurt Israel, and they can hurt them bad if they choose to use their weapons. And I'm curious as to what their discussions are going to be inside Tehran, because they saw what happened with the alleged 150,000 rockets and missiles that Hezbollah had. They never used them. And then Nasrallah was assassinated and blown up in Beirut. They never used them. Israel never paid a price for that. I would wager that there's going to be those in Tehran that say, we can't go down that path anymore. There's no reason to restrain because it'll just invite more attacks. I suspect that we're going to get more of them out of this. Now, that was the Israeli spokesman. You would expect him to say that. Well, unfortunately, there's those in the United States, as I mentioned earlier, who are big cheerleaders of this. And one of the first ones, no surprise here, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo.
They had little option. The time was running out. A nuclear conflict in the region would have been devastating, not only for the Israelis, but for American interests, for the Gulf Arab states as well. The last few days, there's been this reporting that they might do this. I'm sure the Iranians were preparing. And so I think the Israelis said, it's go time. We must do this to protect the sovereign nation of Israel. It's a righteous strike that they have taken. It's going to take them days to actually accomplish the mission of deterring this program and setting this program back by years. I'm confident that they can do that. And all nations who have been attacked by Iran, including the Americans, has an obligation to get this right and provide whatever assistance Israel needs so that it can conduct the attacks to complete this mission and put their nuclear weapons program back decades, if not forever.
No. We do not have an obligation to give Israel everything it needs to go and take on a war that we didn't want. Our president said that's not something that's in our interest, and they're trying to find a negotiated way out of it. And whether he did a good job with the negotiations or not, that is right. It is not our fight. The Iranian regime has been in power since 1979. They have been saying this, chanting death to Israel, death to America, whatever, is like a pejorative. It's an insult to us. They obviously have never made any attempt to make good on it. And this idea that if they even, let's just look at this for a minute, if they even got nuclear weapons, the claim is that they would immediately use them. I've shown several sound bites for many senior Israeli and American officials, past and current at the time. They've said that. That is nonsense. Everything that you can see, measure, and observe of the Iranian regime is they want to live. They want to preserve their power. The last thing they're going to do is, having stayed in power since 1979, built up all this capability that they have, get a nuclear bomb and then commit suicide with it. Because that's what would happen. If they used it the way Israel claims, then it would be instant suicide. Israel by itself, without any help from America, has allegedly somewhere between 100 and 200 nuclear weapons of their own. So they would be able to pulverize anything that Iran does, and Iran is fully aware of that. They know that for sure. Ergo, they would never use it. So their actions show they would not use a nuclear weapon. And many people have been surprised that they haven't done the testing up to this point, or they haven't gone over that threshold in order to have a deterrent to hold Israel at bay. Because if they had a nuclear weapon, then these probably wouldn't have been hit like this, because they would have had a nuclear return. So my biggest concern about this whole thing, which I've been talking about for over a year, is that if we claim to want to prevent them from having a nuclear weapon, this is the best way to push them to get one. Now then, you've taken away any reason they have to withhold anything, because now in the aftermath of this, it's very unlikely that the IAEA inspectors, who had limited access, but they still had it, is going to have it anymore. I suspect strongly they'll all be kicked out. And now we'll have no eyes. We'll have no inside information at all about what they're doing. And we don't know how much of this, their capacity, nuclear making capacity, has been damaged or destroyed by this. But we also have to expect that probably in some of these very deep underground bunkers, they probably had all kinds of things stored there in just such a case as this. That if it was me anyway, just rationally speaking, and I knew the threat from outside, I would have made sure that my underground bunkers were capable of getting over that last hurdle and developing a bomb in the event that I got hit, so that if they did hit me, they wouldn't be able to get to that part. We'll see whether Iran did that or not. We'll see whether the assassination of these scientists, we'll see what that had to do. I don't know, but that is my biggest concern, absolutely biggest concern, because if all of a sudden one of these days we're all sitting here just having a normal day, and all of a sudden the Geiger counter starts tickering over here, or we get this evidence of looks like an earthquake in the Middle East. Whoops, it's actually got the signature. That was an underground nuclear test. Iran is now a member of the nuclear force. Congratulations. Well done, Israel. Thanks for pushing them over that threshold. You claim that you're doing all this stuff like Pompeo just said. It's this righteous act, and it's going to set them back. You just hope it set them back. You don't know that it's going to. We also don't know what they're going to do, even with their ballistic missile force here. But, there's some other issues involved here. What is China going to do? So I checked just before we came on the air. So far, there's no official comment from anybody in China. What is Russia going to do? No comment from Russia either. But they are all BRICS members. And it seems unlikely to me that China and Russia, after having brought Iran into the BRICS, are just going to say, bummer, they got blown up, and then take no action here, because then that's going to make them look weak too, even to other BRICS and other members of the global South. I would wager that they're going to do something in return. I don't know what, but it seems pretty unlikely to me that they're just going to shrug their shoulders and say, bummer. So that remains to be seen as well. Maybe they don't do anything overtly, but they certainly could do things covertly, and it just is not in their interest to turn a blind eye. So we'll see where that ends up going as well. You have obviously the issue of retaliation. What is Iran going to do? The idea that they're just going to take this in the teeth and just roll back up and crawl back into a hole and do nothing seems pretty unlikely. And we've shown you, we had Ted Postal on our show after the missile strikes in 2024 that Iran fired in there, and he showed you very graphically that the Iron Dome didn't stop their best ballistic missiles. They can fire them into very prominent targets in Israel, and there's probably nothing they can do. In fact, those images that Gary showed at the top of the show about the Israeli missiles that were going in almost looked indistinguishable from the Iranian missiles that penetrated the Israeli system last year. It really, for a second, I thought that was the replay of the previous one, but you see, those are definitely the new ones from tonight. And then, my second biggest concern is the United States getting sucked into a war. That whatever the retaliation comes in from Iran, if it's something that's really painful and Israel looks to us and says, oh, please help, we can't do it, we're not strong enough. And look at all this damage. And you've got all the Pompeos, the Lindsey Grahams, the Mark Levins, all these folks that are going to be begging and screaming on television and on their social media platform, please come to this. Don't leave our ally there to flap in the wind. They're in a war for their lives. It's existential. They'll throw in the Holocaust. They'll say all kinds of things. And I'm saying, no, Israel has said it's the strongest country in the region, and that it is strong enough to take care of itself. It took this action. It brought this on to itself here, and it has to pay the consequences, because it is not even just a matter of doing the right thing, folks. This is a matter of protecting American national interests. Let me just categorically tell you, I will not sacrifice the life of one American military member that, unfortunately, there are thousands of them in the Middle East that are very vulnerable tonight, if we get sucked into this war. Because if we do, they'll all be in the crosshairs. They'll all be at risk of being attacked. And a great portion of those are defenseless against some of the best Iranian ballistic missiles. Don't find out. So that's where we are right here. And I'm going to leave you with this last thing, because it's kind of aggravated me a little bit more than anything else. And that's Benjamin Netanyahu. He made one other statement we need to show in that first clip. Check this out.
As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since.
Usurpers.
Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future.
Okay, let me just tell you right off the top, I am a Bible-believing Christian. I read my Bible literally every day. I start my day off with it every day. I have never read anything remotely close to If your enemy is coming to kill you, rise and kill them first. I don't know what Bible he's talking about. If he's talking about something in the Torah or in the Talmud or something, some Israeli fact text, I don't know. I don't read those. I can't say. But he chose the word Bible. And you know that to target a lot of his commentary are American evangelicals. And I hope that they know their Bible better, because our Bible actually teaches the opposite. It says, do not return evil for evil, but return good for evil. All that kind of stuff. Now, let me be clear. The Bible definitely doesn't teach just roll over and let someone attack you either. It says that's why we have governance. This is the government. It's not for no reason that the government has a sword to defend itself. That's one of the God-given reasons to defend itself. This does not qualify for that, because the Israelis didn't defend themselves from Iran. Iran didn't attack Israel. Iran wasn't preparing to attack Israel. Israel had this war of choice that they have started with Iran. They started it because they were impatient, because they didn't want to wait for diplomacy. They didn't want diplomacy to work. They just wanted to destroy Iran. And now they're trying to use biblical texts to cover it over. And unfortunately, it's going to work for many in America. That makes me sad as a fellow Christian. It's going to make me sad that many people are going to cheer this on, and they're going to cite the Bible and they don't even know what's in it. But that's another story for another night. We'll talk about that. But I think Netanyahu is right about one thing. History will judge this, and this history will look back on this.
We'll look back on
Not
this
quite in the way that he's thinking, though, because like I warned in the first week of their Israeli attack into Gaza in 2023, I said Netanyahu has put his government on a path to achieve by military power the political objective of bringing peace to Israel, and he will bring the opposite. I said he will not destroy Hamas. He will end up creating even more enemies, and that is precisely what happens. And now he has an issue that, whatever it is, 19, 20 months now going on, and they still have no end in sight. And they still have somewhere around 2 million people that are trapped in like animals in a pen that barely get enough food and water to exist. And you can't keep going down that path much longer. That has not brought peace and prosperity to Israel, because it hasn't solved any problems. It has made it profoundly worse. Now then, he has started something here that he does not have the power to finish by himself, unless he's lucky and Iran literally rolls over and just says, okay, I'm sorry, we'll go home and we'll never talk to you again. That seems incredibly unlikely. But that's almost the only case that this can have any kind of a positive. And even then, it's going to be a temporary one. I assure you, the Persian people don't forget. They don't just roll over and say, all right, we're never going to do anything about this. They may bide their time. They may build up their power, but I guarantee you, they will not be silent. Can you imagine? Just work with me on this one. It's 9/11. The United States has just been hit. The Twin Towers have been knocked down. The Pentagon was hit. Plane crash in Pennsylvania. And President Bush comes out and says, well, you know what? I mean, bin Laden did warn us that he said that we should have left the Middle East. So, all right, we're gonna just roll up. We're gonna bring our troops out of Saudi Arabia, bring them back from Kuwait and all that, and we're just gonna live in peace from that. Is that what happened? Or did something rather different happen? So tell me, rationally speaking, with human beings involved, do we think that Iran and the Persian people are going to do what we would never under any circumstances in our existence do? And why do you think that Israel is going to have success? I think the almost certainty, and you can never be totally guaranteed in human affairs, but I think that it is profoundly likely that Netanyahu has just dug more trouble in for his country. Because if Iran starts firing back and they just say, all right, it's a war now, we're on. This wasn't just a strike. This is war. And now then they have said, we're going to fight to the death. And we're just going to continue on. We're no longer going to be cowering, and we're not going to be measured. We're just into a war. Now what's Israel going to do? That's the big problem here. We'll see how it works out here. But Netanyahu doesn't appear to have a plan B. He doesn't even appear to have a plan A. It seems to me like he just has, let's start it and see what happens. And the likelihood is this is going to be really bad for the Israeli people, because there's probably something pretty bad going to be coming back from Iran pretty soon. We'll have to wait and see how it happens. We just have to hope that the United States does not increase the problem by getting involved in it and getting us involved in a war that we have no business of fighting. That's what you need to understand. Now, we're going to continue to cover this stuff as time goes on. Naturally, we'll give you updates. I'm sure we'll do another one in the morning. But that's what we know right now, folks. We just wanted to bring it to you because no matter what shakes out and what we find out, the bottom line is America needs to stay out of this war. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Nuclear weapons on them. Netanyahu is an absolute maniac. You know what he's done. Iran had no reason to attack Israel. They weren't doing it. They weren't going to do it. But they have certainly given him a reason to attack Israel. Now, he has put, let me see here if I can get my window set up, get me in here. He has given Israel every reason now to attack Iran, for Iran to attack Israel. What an idiot. I mean, he has put his people in serious jeopardy.
They're asking trouble now.
But he doesn't care. Netanyahu is the worst genocidal maniac of our generation. I was not alive during the World War II. I don't know anything about Hitler because I wasn't there. But I do know about Benjamin Netanyahu. So do you guys. Let's keep reading here. Netanyahu stated Iran is gearing up, blah, blah, blah. Senior defense official on Friday morning said there's an increasing possibility that the Iranian high command, including their military chief and senior nuclear scientists, have been killed in the preemptive strike. Iran has not yet fired ballistic missiles, but it has thousands of them. IDF confirmed the reason for the attack is to prevent Iran, blah, blah, blah. All right, nothing new there. All right, Jerusalem Post stuff is just typical propaganda. Let's see here. Commander of Revolutionary Guard killed, at least 4 senior officials killed. The Natanz nuclear facility struck. Mossad leaves. Let's see. Prayed at the Western Wall.
And that's another reason why Iran got to tear their ass. So you can't, if you're gonna lose your generals, bro, lose them in war. You gotta lose them type of the top dogs doing war, bro.
Before launching. Let's see, what's the latest here?
That was a big dog.
We now deal with the head of the snake, says Defense Minister Katz. Iran's deputy chief of staff, Ali Rashid, eliminated in Tehran. That's one thing that we could count on with Israel with this, is that we saw this with the way that they handled Hezbollah, with the way they handled Hamas. If they don't have operations set up, surgical operations to get in there and chop up high command, they're not going to, they do that first, and they're not going to take action until they have something like that in place. They fight dirty, but they're effective. They're very effective. Iranian news agency, Iran's chief of staff Bagheri is alive and well, claim he's in the Situation Room. Iranian security source to Reuters, we are preparing for a harsh response to the Israeli attack. Perhaps we will see that tonight during this live stream.
See, they playing with a big fire. See, they want to kill the supreme leader of Iran. The supreme leader of Iran is the leader of the Shiites. The leader of the Shiites. He's not just the leader of Iran. He's the leader of the Shiite Muslim sect. They playing a dangerous fucking game here, trying to attack Iran's supreme leader. But whoever is the supreme leader of Iran is the leader of the Shiite sect. So they're not going to get away with playing a very, very, very dangerous game with these people who is the leader of a set of hundreds of millions, maybe 500 million Muslims.
Israeli strikes decimate Iran's military leadership. These are the confirmed dead so far. Hossein Salami, former nuclear chief, among reported casualties. Israel eliminates Salami, the IRGC commander. U.S. coordinated the Iran attack with Israel.
Yeah, they coordinated it.
Tom Cotton, I don't even want to see what he has to say.
Yeah.
Let me jump back to the main camera here and pull back up your comments, and we will talk about some of that as well. We'll probably be at this a while. There's a lot going on. So if something significant is happening while we're talking, because this is going to be very fluid, very fast, put it in the chat for all of us to see. And later on, I'll recognize anyone who gives super chats. Please forgive me if I'm not paying close attention here as we go. All right. Yeah, I'm totally unprepared for this. The crazy thing is, last night, I was on various social media accounts where I keep track of journalists and people over there, including a lot of Israeli journalists and people in social media. And there was a surprising lull from the people that I would expect to be buzzing, talking. And that gave me this eerie feeling, holy crap, something's getting ready to happen, because these guys are normally talking and sharing stuff. Not this time. They were keeping their lips sealed, and that was concerning to me. So I thought, well, maybe today I was going to end up having to do a report on this, but I wasn't seeing anything. So I went ahead and did a report on the other subject. And meanwhile, while I'm uploading that to YouTube, I wasn't checking the news, and here we are. As soon as you start seeing any sources of Iranian retaliation, let me know. While you are doing that, and please forgive me, I'm going to keep this screen on for a while I check updates and also some of the things I look at that I don't necessarily want to put on screen. The spokesman of Iran's armed forces, General Shakarchi, said on state television that Israel and the United States will, quote, receive a forceful slap, and Iran's armed forces are prepared and would be retaliating in soon with counterstrikes. He said a retaliation attack is definite, God willing. You know, let me say one thing here that Donald Trump has done to the United States. One thing that the United States has is its word. Just like a person's, you know, a man, one of the greatest things that a man has is his reputation. It's his word. If you say you're going to do something and you do it, That's honorable. Regardless of what it is, you keep your word. If you're someone who says you're going to do one thing and then you turn around and do something different, you break your promise, you break your word, that is very dishonorable behavior. But when you do it at a state level, when you do it as a nation, you are taking the honor of the entire country and sacrificing it in the eyes of the world. Donald Trump gave Iran the impression it was going to have these nuclear talks, that he didn't want this strike, that he didn't want to attack. And as long as the negotiations were going on, he was not going to go along with this. That's what he said. Now, I knew it was BS because, well, you know what I think of Donald Trump and his word. But fortunately, the Iranians also know Trump. But he said he was not going to attack while the negotiations were going on. Now, the negotiations are not over. It is true that this week Iran said, look, this is a non-starter. You said, you're telling us that we cannot, as a sovereign nation, have the right to develop nuclear energy for our people, that we have to remain back in the dark ages using forms of energy production that are less efficient, that we cannot do what you are allowed to do. We cannot do what other countries like Israel are allowed to do. You're telling us, dictating to us, that our people cannot have the rights and privileges that your people do. That is a non-starter. Iran has always abided by its promise when it came to the concerns of the international community about its development of nuclear weapons. First of all, Iran has every right to develop nukes if they want to. They have not attacked any other countries. They have not initiated war in over a century against another country, even though the United States has given them every reason to. Like, for example, how we pushed Saddam Hussein to attack Iran. But Iran has not done it. Israel, they attack everybody constantly, and they're a nuclear superpower. They have nukes. Are we trying to stop them? No. So when we come along and we tell Iran, you see all these crazies around you like Israel, like Saudi Arabia, who also wants nukes, attacking, you cannot have nuclear energy, and you certainly can't have nuclear weapons to defend yourself. Now, so Iran said to Witkoff, the U.S. Diplomat handling the negotiations, that's a non-starter. Of course, we're not going to do that. However, we would go back to the kind of JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, also known as the nuclear deal, or that's what they were willing to do, and they did it. Under the Obama administration, Iran agreed, we will allow international atomic energy inspectors to come in and investigate and watch our levels, and we will abide by that as long as all parties are doing their parts. One of the things that they're obligated to do, the other parties, is lift sanctions, let Iran have their money back that we froze, things like that. Now, when Trump came along, Netanyahu said, I never wanted this Iranian deal. Look at it. Look what's happening. They're abiding by it. They were found, and the U.S. government confirmed they were in full compliance with the terms of the JCPOA every single time they were inspected. But Netanyahu said to Trump in his first term, no, we're going to get rid of that. And of course, Trump is totally beholden to the Zionists. And so Trump pulled the United States unilaterally out of the Iran deal. Now, at that point, the USA being the primary sponsor of this deal, when we back out, even though some of the European signatories were like, well, we'll continue to honor it, Iran continued doing a lot of it. But they said, you know what? We're going to start moving up the amount of uranium that we refine. Now, that is a violation to an extent of the original JCPOA. But when you have two parties making an agreement and one party says, screw this deal, I am not going to do it anymore, we don't want anything to do with it, how is this guy still obligated to abide by the terms of the deal that the other party has backed out of and refuses to follow? So Iran has had every right to enrich uranium beyond what levels there were as part of the JCPOA. So anyway, Iran has been willing to go back to something, but they were not going to let Donald Trump, or more appropriately, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is controlling Trump here, tell Iran, you cannot enrich uranium. You cannot have any kind of nuclear program whatsoever for the benefit of your people. Iran said that's a non-starter. Now, if you want to have a serious negotiation, we'll do that. So the negotiations were going on. Witkoff out there doing his stuff. Iran said, you know, this part's a non-starter. And if you're not going to be serious and you come in and try and tell us what to do and muscle us around and speak down to us, this isn't going to work. But the negotiations were not over. They were still ongoing. There was yet another meeting scheduled to take place, another round of negotiations. But Donald Trump went along with Israel, contrary to his public word on behalf of America, and helped Israel strike Iran. That man has no honor. And he is making the people of the United States complicit in the schemes of Zionist Israel.
Putin and Xi Jinping don't respect him. He don't have no honor.
And at this point, it's not just a handful of extremists in Israel. From top to bottom, this extremist ideology is pervading their society. It has gotten so much worse over the last 2 years. I don't completely fault the people for it, though. Yeah, a lot of them are crazy. There are elements within the society that are still kind of left-leaning for their political system, who are against what is being done to the Palestinians, who stand up for Palestinian rights, but they are the minority, and it is extremely difficult for them to speak out because they will face job losses, they will face physical attacks, shaming, humiliation. It's extremely hard for someone of conscience in Israel to speak out against the extremists. But what happened was, we had a few years ago, Netanyahu took over again. He was able to get back in. He got booted out, got voted out. To get back in again, just like a year or so later, to get back in power, he had to become prime minister over there. What you have to do is you have to be able to have the government, the parliament over there. It's called the Knesset. You have to have a coalition because they've got so many different parties over there in the Israeli Knesset. I think they've got 70 members of the Knesset, something like that. Basically like our US Congress. But they've got these small little political parties. Some parties only have 2 or 3 members in them. So you don't have one party, even though Likud is very big, it was not, which Netanyahu belongs to, it was not big enough to get the majority needed to reform the government. So what Netanyahu did was he looked over to some of these other parties that he had in the past been able to form coalitions with, and they're like, screw you, we're not doing it. So he had to reach down to the bottom of the parliament barrel and join forces with the most extreme factions in the parliament. The religious extremists, the ones that just are so racist, overtly racist, calling openly for the mass murder of all Palestinians. And those are the people, in order to form enough of a coalition, to have enough votes in parliament to reform a government with him in charge as prime minister, he had to do these deals with them. And that's how we ended up with people like Smotrich and others, terrorists. One member, is it Benny Gantz? No, not Benny Gantz. Oh, I can't remember his name right now. One of the members of the high-ranking members of Netanyahu's government, Ben Gvir. He was convicted in Israeli court of supporting terrorism, of participating in terrorism. And after his conviction, he was hailed by Israeli society as a hero. And now he's in there as one of the top leaders of the Israeli government. These people are maniacs. Back in 2014, when I was reporting heavily on stuff going on back then, you had maniacs like Ayelet Shaked. She was a monster. She's the one who labeled all Palestinian mothers as said that they needed to be killed because all they do is produce little snakes. That Ayelet Shaked, that was extreme back then. These people are like, take her, dose her with Zionist Red Bull, and you get what we have today. These people are maniacs, and they are willing to drag the entire world into nuclear conflict, sacrificing any number of Americans or people of other nations in order to get what they want. And what do they want? They want geopolitical domination in their region. They are supremacists. They think that they are the not only God's chosen, but they have some kind of right to subjugate everyone else around them and take their lands. The Greater Israel Project, which is very much a Zionist scheme still in motion, they want land starting in Egypt throughout the Sinai Peninsula. They want part of Saudi Arabia. They want Jordan. They want Syria. They want parts of Iraq. They want Lebanon. And I don't know if Greater Israel extends all the way up into Turkey or not. I don't recall. Maybe a sliver. But there's a whole massive geographic area that they want, that they believe they have a right to. And the number one obstacle to them achieving this militarily is Iran. Iran is Shiite. In the world of Islam, you have two primary factions. Just like in Christianity, you have different denominations. The majority, and I think it's around 70% or so, are Sunni Muslims. And a lot of the Arab nations like Saudi Arabia and so forth, they are primarily Sunni Muslim. And in fact, most of the Palestinians who are Islamic, who are Muslim, they are primarily Sunni as well. I think something like 97%. And then you've got the Shiites. They're the next largest group. Well, the Shiites are concentrated in just a handful of places, down in Yemen, but primarily in Iran. Iran, even though there are conflicts between the Shiites and the Sunnis, Iran respects the Islamic traditions of the Sunnis. And so they have been the ones sending troops and all kinds of support into these nations that Israel has been trying to knock off, sending them in, supporting the efforts to stop the radicals like ISIS, which was funded by, backed by the Saudis, backed by the Israelis, backed by the CIA. Who do you think defeated ISIS? You think it was Donald Trump that defeated ISIS? It was General Qasem Soleimani of Iran. He's the one who defeated ISIS through coordinating the various militias over there, supporting the resistance in Iraq, in Syria.
Well, actually, he flew to Moscow, told Putin the situation, and Putin stepped in to help him defeat ISIS. He went to see Putin and told him if Russia didn't step in, ISIS was going to take over the Middle East, kill the Christians. So Putin stepped in and intervened. So Soleimani was definitely battling and taking care of business. But if it weren't for the Russians, he would have been finished way earlier before the U.S. killed him.
It was Soleimani. And that's why Netanyahu wanted Soleimani dead. And that is why Donald Trump backed this scheme and helped Israel to assassinate Soleimani. Trump was an idiot, though. He did not know. Because I don't know how he didn't know what a snake that Netanyahu is. But in the hours before the operation to assassinate Soleimani, who was Iranian, but he was visiting Iraq on Iraqi soil at the invitation of the Iraqi government, when he was killed, when he was drone striked. But they backed out. Israel, who is the Netanyahu who got Trump in on this to begin with, got it all set up, got Trump to go along with it. In the hours before that, he backed out and said, Israel doesn't want any part of this, but you go ahead. The operation was kind of already in motion, so Trump went ahead with it, killed Soleimani, and then Iran, he wasn't expecting the response. Iran popped off a bunch of ballistic missiles. They did give the United States fair notice and said, this is what we're going to do. But they ended up striking a U.S. Air base and causing concussions, brain, what do they call it? A form of brain damage to 100 U.S. troops. Trump did not retaliate after that, even though it injured a lot of U.S. troops, over 100 of them. Let me go back here and see. I may have to go silent for just a second while I get set up. What I'm hoping to do is, let me see if there's a way I can get on Twitter here. I may be able to find some. Let me see here. I'd like to go to Twitter and get this set up, but how can I do it? Bear with me just a moment. It's been so long since I've done live streaming. I'm not even sure at this point what I'll let me get signed in here to something. And we'll go through some of this and some of this social media stuff together. Let's see here, Iran. Oh, not there. I open this in a new tab. That I'm just gathering a bunch of different sites that I like to look at here. Some different social media accounts and things. We'll just look and see. We should be able to get some videos up here in a second. All right, I'm going to switch over here, and then I'm going to move this window around a little bit. So I make it bigger. Let's see. Let me make that go away. Oops, wrong one. Make that go away. All right. Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear the audio from my Twitter page here. Give me a thumbs up or something so I'll know going forward. Okay, all right. Got confirmation there. So let me go through some of this. All right. The spokesman for the armed forces declared that the Zionist enemy in the United States will pay a heavy price, adding that Iran will unleash a powerful response against the Zionist regime. Here is something from the Ayatollah. It says, in the name of Allah, the merciful, the great nation of Iran, at dawn today, the Zionist regime unleashed its dirty and bloody hand on a crime in our beloved country, revealing its evil nature more than ever before by striking residential centers. The regime should expect severe punishment. All right. This one says targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Breaking: new explosions on the outskirts of Tehran. Press TV. I've appeared on Press TV a handful of times. Israeli forces reportedly carries out airstrikes on, what is that, Kermanshah province in Iran. Okay. From the Iranian military Twitter feed, Zionist terrorists have massacred civilians in Tehran, including innocent children. Guys, listen, I'm just scrolling through Twitter here, and I don't know in advance what we're going to be seeing. So let me give fair warning. Two things. One, I probably am going to have to, after the live stream, not pull some of this down if we have images that are graphic that could get flagged. But also for you guys, listen, apologize if there are some graphic stuff that we come across. If there's anything gruesome, I'll try and skip past it. But, you know, that's just how it is. This is live. I can't really pre-screen it. Let's see. So here's someone cheering the killing. Additional 11 minutes ago, additional Israeli airstrikes reported against Iran. Congressman Sarah Jacobs says Israel's strikes risk not only a war with Iran, but a larger regional war. Both sides need to de-escalate immediately. You know what, with respect, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, Iran should de-escalate after they have struck back. If you let someone like Israel, and this applies to us as individuals, if you let someone come and smack you in the face or kick your children, or sets your house on fire or something, and you're just like, we should de-escalate. Hell no. You fight back. You defend yourself. You defend your people. You defend your family. So no, there should be no de-escalation at this point. Hopefully there will be de-escalation, but Israel is still out there killing Iranians. How the hell do you de-escalate while someone is attacking you? You bloody moron. All right. But we'll see a lot of this. We'll see a lot of this kind of talk of, oh yeah, everybody just calm down. Israel should be able to go around and wage war and do this crazy stuff, but Iran, stand down, don't escalate. U.S. braces for protests as troops mobilized for crackdown. You know what? I almost said in the video that I put out today, this evening, the video was about the thing that happened, the DHS meeting, press conference today. And I was talking about how, I'm no Democrat, but I empathize with the concerns of some of the Democrats, because there's actually a heck of a lot of Republicans, more quietly than the Democrats, but a lot of Republicans saying a lot of the same stuff, which is, we elected Trump, but damn, some of this stuff he's doing, deploying the U.S. military to the streets for this, giving the U.S. military authority to stop and detain, arrest, and question American citizens. Not talking about the illegals, talking about Americans out there protesting. You can arrest them. Meanwhile, Kristi Noem had a Predator drone flying over the riots. What the hell is going on in America here? Be a Trump supporter all you want to. I agree that we need to get control of illegal immigration. But this, guys, back before Trump became president and won in 2016, I remember very well, and I'm sure you guys do too, because a lot of you have been around for years watching this stuff. It was very common during the Obama years for Republicans to express fear and concern about the potential for the U.S. president to declare martial law and use the U.S. military against the American people. There was a lot of concern, for example, during the Boston Marathon bombing, when the FBI went out there and was going door to door demanding people's guns from their homes. A lot of people were saying, we don't like to see the federal government getting in here doing this stuff. And that's one of the reasons that Trump got so much support, because Americans were sick of that kind of stuff, the slow creeping infringement of the federal government into our lives, right? That's why people supported Donald Trump. They didn't like this stuff. They didn't like the FBI staging places to assassinate people like Lavoy Finicum. They didn't like, after Hurricane Katrina years ago, the federal government, FEMA, and others going around confiscating people's guns when they're just trying to defend their homes from looters. But once Trump became president, his first term was not so bad with this stuff. But since he has taken over, by this point, the Republican Party, not everyone, of course, but the majority of the people, especially the diehard Trump supporters, have become so brainwashed that they are watching Donald Trump do far worse than the things they were expressing fears that Obama might do. Trump is doing it. But because he's their guy, despite the fact that he's a Democrat, a lifelong liberal New York City pro-abortion, anti-gun rights liberal Democrat who partied with Jeff Epstein for years, who's like, I want to be president. He failed in 88 to get he had a stalled effort in 88, didn't go anywhere. In 2000, did you know that Donald Trump tried to get the Reform Party nomination in 2000, but Pat Buchanan beat him? Everyone thinks that, he doesn't like people to know about his failures. And so he flipped parties again because he wasn't going to beat the Democrats. He knew Clinton was going to get the Democrat nomination, so he had to run as a Republican. And when he was first out there in 2015 on the campaign trail, he was saying all kinds of stuff that was pissing people off. The Republican voters, they didn't like Trump, not initially, but Steve Bannon was there coaching him, telling him, no. Stop griping about the Christian conservatives who are against Planned Parenthood, which is what Trump was doing on the campaign trail. Stop praising Planned Parenthood, Donald Trump. And so then Trump starts to make modifications, and he is a good showman. He knows how to manipulate. He is the P.T. Barnum of our day. He's a genius in that respect. And so he remade himself as a conservative, and he started saying the right things. And he got people riled up. Fight, fight, fight. Hate the Democrats, hate what they're doing. And so people have become brainwashed. He got in there. He didn't build the wall. He didn't do any of these things he promised you MAGA supporters he was going to do. He gave amnesty to the DACA kids. He did not stop any wars at all. He increased drone strikes in Syria. He increased drone strikes in Afghanistan. He did the very opposite of all of the things he promised you he was going to do. And you guys did this. So here he is participating in a war with Iran. Who knows how that's going to go? He's out there putting U.S. troops on the streets, going after American citizens in the name of border protection. Let me say this. I won't use the word dumbass. I was going to. You are not too bright if you think Donald Trump is real serious about protecting our borders, given the fact that he barely tried in his first term to lock down the border. Border crossings went up. Did you know that? Statistically verifiable. He built 69 miles of new border wall, and that was it. That was it. 69 miles out of 1,861 miles that he promised to do. He did 69 miles. If he was serious about border control, we'd have that wall. That's what he'd be out there doing, rallying the people to build that wall, build the wall. Instead, he is using these things. I said in that video, or at least it's in my notes that when I was writing that video earlier, I said, this stuff, this immigration stuff, it's a distraction. It's a smokescreen. It is meant to divert attention away from what is coming. Oh, no. I put it on. Look at this. Let me see here. Mm, 6 hours ago. This is before, let me make sure you can see this. This was before I knew about this. I said Trump's insane tariff debacle and resulting damage to Americans resulted in him trying to distract the people by launching controversial immigration raids. Now that that is backfiring on him, surely you know what he'll do next to try and distract attention away, right? Hashtag Iran war. So, let me see if I can get an update here on anything new going on. Israel continues attacking Iran, according to AFP news agency. Breaking, fresh explosions heard in Iran capital, state TV reports. Germany to give, that's related to Ukraine. Let's see, good threat on why. Oh yeah, Israel attacks were not preemptive, they were preventative. Israel has a right to defend itself. Good job, Speaker Mike Johnson. Looking for anything new. Let me switch over here and see if I've got anything from the Zionists. Nope, not that. Hour ago. Come on now, what's going on? Why are we not getting anything from these people? Not a whole lot of video coming out yet. Iranian ballistic missile site in Tabriz, Iran, reportedly hit by Israeli forces this morning. Major secondary explosions seen. Israeli occupation police desecrate the holy Al-Aqsa Mosque in occupied Jerusalem and expel Palestinian worshippers from it. The IAEA is closely monitoring the deeply concerning situation in Iran. Agency can confirm Natanz site among targets. The agency is in contact with Iranian authorities regarding radiation levels. We are also in contact with our inspectors in the country. The truth is, guys, they can't hit these sites. They are so deep in the ground. The only way that they can destroy the Iranian sites is with tactical nukes. That's the only way. They can do damage to the outsides and things like that, but you cannot destroy their nuke sites. They are too deep in the ground. You would have to have bunker busting tactical nukes. IDF informal statement. Israel has launched attack to damage nuclear program. IAF continues to attack Iran about 3 hours after the opening strike. One of the main targets of the attack is the uranium enrichment site in Natanz, about 300 kilometers south of Tehran. Production halls for tens of thousands of centrifuges are at a depth of about 20 meters, 20 m. The site has been hit 3 times by cyber attacks and explosions. It will be important to know if the second site was attacked. Let's see here. Panic in Qasr Isreal, right on the Iraqi border, as Israeli bombs are landing on or right next to the highway. Yeah,
and I'm hearing that's how they plane snuck Iran. They came through Iraq. See, the U.S. been making sure Iraq need air defense systems too, and that's why. See, once they got rid of Syria, that made it a clear path from Syria through Iraq. Then they could sneak Iran, and that's exactly what they did.
Israel's really defending themselves, aren't they? Look at this self-defense. Major fire.
Iran not going to punish Iraq for this. They just going to use Iraq territory, and they're going to use Syrian airspace to do what they got to do. Watch what I tell you.
Fire continues to burn at Iran's Natanz nuke facility following multiple explosions at the site. Supreme Leader Khamenei, the Zionist entity must prepare to pay a painful price.
Okay, Khomeiни's still alive, but they're going to want to kill him, so they better protect him.
No declaration of war yet. Joe Truzman, IDF has revealed that Iran is rapidly advancing toward acquiring a nuke. Recent intelligence shows Iran is producing large amounts of enriched uranium, blah, 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 blah.
They ain't got to even have them. North Korea sell them some ready-made nuclear weapons tomorrow. That's a fact. North Korea will sell Iran nuclear weapons to put on their missiles tomorrow if need be. North Korea don't give a shit about Israel. It's whatever they want to do.
Heard that before. More waves of strikes, absolute chaos over the Middle East as airlines clear Iraqi, Jordanian, Israeli, Syrian, and Iranian airspace. Some very unlucky flights forced to take massive diversions. Israel has to expect a strong response. This is the war Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to remain in power. He got it. Yeah, you can expect to see on Fox News and everywhere else all of the Republicans and many of the Democrats who are in the pockets of the Zionist lobby, the people who have political power, not because we elected them, but because they got enough money from the Zionist lobby, they're going to be out there beating the drums of war. With this insane attack tonight, Netanyahu has checked every single box easily predicted when the Biden team gave him a blank check and air cover with use of U.S. weapons with no regard to his war crimes and his obvious need to use the moment for his own political survival. Absolutely. If you can still see me out there, give me a second. I'm reopening here my stream. I asked my wife last night sometimes when my stuff goes blank, I think that I am cut off from you guys and that you're not getting a stream anymore. So I just have to reload here to make sure. We'll talk. Trust me, I'm going to go on some good rants here in a little while. I'm just trying to get my ducks in a row here with this streaming stuff. There's Tehran. Yeah, conflicting reports about the Iranian Republican National Guard chief of staff of the military, Bagheri. Israel says they killed him. Iran is saying, nope, he's just fine. Rashida Tlaib, the Israeli government bombing Iran is a dangerous escalation that could lead to regional war. War criminal Netanyahu will do anything to maintain his grip on power. We can't let him drag our country into a war with Iran. Our government must stop funding and supporting this rogue genocidal regime. I hate her politics. I don't like Rashida Tlaib, but she is always spot on in her criticism of Netanyahu. Unconfirmed reports of general mobilization. Video shows destruction caused to a residential apartment in Tehran following an Israeli strike. Let's look at this. Wait a second. Sorry, guys, I'm on the wrong. Give me a second here. I know you can't see that, so let me fix this. I apologize. Had the wrong screen up. Here, give me a second while I fix that. I've got a list of some Zionist accounts too. We'll check these guys out in a second. Israeli security official says they are fully coordinated with U.S. Central Command. Look at this. Here's freaking Lindsey Graham. Game on. Pray for Israel. One of the biggest neocon warmongers
It's a game.
In Congress, Lindsey Graham.
For a long time.
Iran's supreme leader is alive, being continuously briefed about the situation. Security source told Reuters following an attack. All right. Now, Fars News Agency is saying that Bagheri is dead, so who knows what the truth is on that. Mehdi Hassan saying, so does Iran have a right to defend itself? Lenny, I'm glancing over from time to time here in the chat. I'm not watching it real closely, but I'm looking a little bit there. Mostly just trying to get caught up here with the basics of what's going on. The Israelis are calling this a preemptive strike. So incredibly stupid.
And the U.S. media is going along with that too. The U.S. media
Preemptive strike.
That's nonsense.
No signs whatsoever that Iran was getting ready to attack Israel. But this is preemptive.
They program. They trying to program.
Israeli official tells the Jerusalem Post there was full and complete coordination with the Americans. Look, Mike Johnson's still out there.
The U.S. helped him.
Tweeting in support of Israel. Iranian military website, look at this. Blood for blood. Let's see if this what Khomeini's saying here. With this with this crime, the Zionist regime prepared for itself a bitter and painful fate, and it will definitely receive it.
Okay, I like to talk.
The powerful hand of the Islamic Republic's armed forces will not abandon him, God willing. Several commanders and scientists were martyred in the enemy attacks. Their successors and colleagues will immediately resume their duties, God willing. Not a whole lot of video yet. There will be, as time goes on here, we're going to see more video. White House schedule for Friday, 11 a.m. President attends a national security meeting. The Israeli Air Force has so far carried out 5 waves of strikes in Iran, a military official tells the Times of Israel. Hundreds of strikes have been carried out in total. The IDF said earlier it was striking Iranian nuclear sites, military sites, and top military and nuclear officials. Israeli media continuing to say Iran strikes are in coordination with the United States. Iranian media reports that the government will declare all-out war in the coming hours. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, they should.
Tell me in the comments there, and I'll read some of them. Share with me what your feelings are about Iran at this point. Does Iran have the right obligation to declare war against Israel and wage war against Israel? And along with that, given that the United States has participated in this, greenlit it, and helped the Israelis with the strikes, does Iran have the right to attack U.S. bases in the Middle East, even if it's going to kill American soldiers? You know, these are difficult issues. Yeah, is that even a question, Jake? With all due respect, I know. I mean, you know what my position on this is. I believe absolutely that Iran has a right to fight back. Now, how would this play out? I've done reports on this in the past. As far as a fight between Israel and Iran, first of all, that's kind of ridiculous. There is no fight between Iran and Israel. There is only a fight between Iran and the United States of America.
Israel not ready for Iran to know.
On behalf of Israel. That's the problem. Iran can defeat Israel up until the point of a nuclear strike by Israel. That would end it. But Iran cannot take on the United States in a long-term war. We've got too much firepower. But let's compare real quick. Neither side has any significant navy. Iran's got 19 subs. Israel's got 5 subs. No big deal there. But here's where the significant thing is: the ground army. Iran has 1 million people in its army. Israel has about 600,000. So you're looking at a difference of almost 500,000 soldiers. But that's with Israel, which they have mandatory military service. I saw everywhere I went when I was in Israel, everywhere you go, you've got 18-year-old kids in their military uniforms because they're all conscripted. Everyone's required to spend a couple of years in the military. So yeah, Israel's got 600,000 soldiers. But as soon as they start bleeding out, they've got nothing to pull from. Iran has a population of 77 million people that they can pull from. Israel's only got 9 million people in its population. So if this came down to a ground war, Iran has got the forces easily. But this is not the olden days. This is not how they do it. It's not the send out your troops, send out my troops, and they meet on the battlefield and fight. Look at all of the distance between Iran and Israel. It's like, I don't know, 1,500 kilometers. So they're not going to be meeting face to face in a ground war. And that's the problem for Iran. Iran they've got 4,000 tanks. Israel's only got 2,000 tanks. Iran upgraded their systems to Soviet era T-72s. Israel's got their Merkaba high-tech stuff, but Iran's got 8,500 armored vehicles. Israel's only got 7,000. Iran has significantly more artillery and a whole lot more rocket launch systems than Israel. Iran's got 70 to 80,000 rockets. But the problem for Iran is that ground forces don't matter if you can't get them over there to Israel. And this is where Israel has an advantage. Iran has about 160 aircraft. They use the F-14 Tomcats. That's kind of their fastest, I think. But Israel has got 241 aircraft. And theirs are superior than the Tomcats. They've got Israeli F-35Is, I think it is. So they, in a war, they would strive to achieve air superiority. They would use their advanced sensor targeting. They would try and carry out long-range attacks. They've got better defensive stealth tech. And so when it comes to a dogfight, Israel's going to win. But beyond that, unless Iran could get over there and take out their Air Force could also stop Iranian ground forces from moving all the way over to Israel. Unless it was just going to be a sheer numbers thing. Iran could always just keep pulling in more and more people to put them in the military and keep sending them over, and it'd be like a meat grinder. But so let's talk about missiles real quick. Iran has 5 different long-range ballistic missiles that can hit Israel. They've got their Shahab 3. These carry the 1,000-kilogram warheads. They've got Khorramshahr 1, 2, and 4. Those can travel up to 3,000 kilometers. Now, Iran has had these all along. They could have hit Israel at any point that they wanted to. Israel's saying, oh, this is a preemptive thing that we're doing. You idiots. Iran could have been striking you anytime it wanted to. And even with the Iron Dome defense system, the sheer number of missiles that Iran could launch and their drones that they could launch would overwhelm Iron Dome. So anyway, the reason that Israel went after, the reason that Netanyahu went after Hezbollah was because he knew he was going to go to war with Iran. He knew one way or another he was going to get Trump into a war, whether in the first term or the second term. And even if he couldn't do that, if Biden was in office, I've got something hanging on my hat there. Even if Biden was in office, Biden's not going to stop him. Biden's a, well, I won't say a wimp. Let me put it that way. But because Hezbollah was largely supplied with weapons by Iran, it was imperative with Hezbollah right up there on the northern border of Israel. You first have to take out Hezbollah as best as you can before you can carry out a big attack on Israel, on Iran, because Hezbollah would be activated, Hamas would be activated, the Houthis would be activated. So that's the main reason. It had nothing to do with Gaza. The main reason that Netanyahu did what he did to degrade Hezbollah was in preparation for a war with Iran. So I don't know what we're going to see from Iran in its initial attack. Iran has traditionally, they say a lot. Iran always says, we're going to absolutely annihilate you, Israel, when it comes to this kind of thing. And then what they do is a very measured, proportionate response, because they don't want this to explode, because it's not going to do good for anyone. But at this point, you attack their nuclear sites. You do it with the help of the United States. Are they finally going to let loose? What they did that a year ago, whenever it was, when they had they launched a bunch of missiles. They waited until the United States had its carriers in place to help Israel intercept. They gave advance notice, and it was really just a show of force. They showed what they could do. And I remember feeling, like many of you probably did, extremely disappointed that Iran did not give. I understand their reason for it. But what I said then was, this is foolish. Israel doesn't care if you demonstrate whatever. They don't care about their own people. They don't care about anything. These maniacs at the top. What you have to do is send teams in there and pop off these leaders. Do your own version of the exploding pager attack, whatever you need to do. Get rid of these people, because they are willing to sacrifice their entire population to get what they want. I'm going to go back over here and check real quick, see if there's much new to look at. We'll go over here and look again. First sign that Israel hurt hard Iranian decision-making. It's been hours since Israel has started the attack, and still no attacks against Israel. That's how Iran does it. That's nothing new. I wouldn't expect a quick retaliation by Iran. They wait, they check to see what the damage is, and they try and give a proportionate response so that it doesn't escalate. That has been how they've done it in the past. I disagreed with it then, and I disagree with it now. I think that they need to hit Israel hard. They need to not spare the civilian population. They need to create so much trauma in the psyche of the Israeli people that the people will finally wake up and realize our maniac leader And these monsters running the government are going to get us all killed. So we will rise up and overthrow our own damned government if we have to get somebody sensible back in here. Unfortunately, since the October 7th attacks of 2023, they are so inflamed with a thirst for vengeance and blood, and there has been such a strangulation of information to the Israeli population, they don't even know how barbaric things are. They've got a good idea from a lot of it, but I talk to people all the time over in Israel, and even people who agree with me on stuff are shocked when I tell them the extent of what is happening, because their own news inside Israel doesn't report on it. There's only basically one major paper, Haaretz, that publishes much of what's going on, and even that is they have to be extremely restrained because Netanyahu will go in and shut them down. Iran Observer, I don't know, not a state-affiliated website, says that that Iran's atomic agency says Natanz reactor has been severely damaged. Let's hope that that's not true, because severe damage to a reactor, you don't want nuclear fallout spreading. Let's see if we can translate this real quick. When the country's entire defense policy is summed up in baseless boasting, the result is what we have been witnessing for the past few hours. I don't know the context here, but I would apply that to Iran. You can boast, you can talk, you can say all you want to, Ayatollah and everyone else. If you don't make good, this is what you get by giving such a tepid response to Israel's provocations previously. It guaranteed, and I said this back then, this guarantees that Israel's going to hit again, and this time they're going to hit even harder because they know they can get away with it. In my own life, I won't tell personal stories, but when I've had conflicts with maniacs, I try and be civil. I try and not escalate. I have learned in my own life, though, when you are dealing with crazy people who are not grounded in logic, that are self-deceiving, that live in a false reality, you cannot respond to them like you would someone else who may be an enemy. There are certain people where what you do is you respond with overwhelming force. You put them down so that they cannot rise up and hit you again. Fortunately, that's not the situation. Even in wars between nations, often that is not the situation. We're dealing with Israel, though. And these people are very, very different in their mentality. Let's see, what does this say? As I said last night before the attacks, Trump is much more corrupt, clueless, and confused than this, and is a rabbit in his sleep, and Netanyahu may do his thing in the meantime, and unfortunately he did. Iran has no choice but to respond quickly, firmly, and decisively. Only a strong response can change the game. Otherwise, they will not let Iran go. Recent Israeli strikes have concentrated on suppression of enemy air defenses and destruction of enemy air defense missions targeting Iranian radar installations and anti-aircraft systems. Well, that would be because Israel wants to keep carrying out more and more attacks. They want to take out Iran's defensive capabilities so that they can go in unencumbered in much larger forces. And let's see what else. Iran military This will not be a mere demonstration of will or technological capability. This time, our response will be lethal. Again, I hope that Iran does better this time. I hope that they learn their lesson that you have to use teeth. You cannot gum at Israel. And they're saying they're referencing what the Iranian military site is referencing is exactly what I was talking about a minute ago. They're referring to their previous attack, their retaliatory attack against Israel, where they were just showing we could hit you if we wanted. We'll see. I really, as much as I want to see Israel get a black eye over this, I so far Iran's responses when Israel degraded their militias in Syria, in Iraq, when they went after Hamas, when they went after Hezbollah, all of the proxies, Iran's response was not that tough. So we'll see. We'll see. My concern, of course, is that in the midst of all this, if Iran were to strike, I was just talking about this with someone a couple of days ago. If Iran were to try and strike anywhere close to Jerusalem, this, if I was a crazy Zionist, this would be the time to try and do major damage. If I was an Israeli terrorist who wants to see the third temple built or something like that, this would be the time to go and try and commit destruction against the Dome of the Rock. But what a lot of people don't realize is the Dome of the Rock, I've been there. It's not a little thing. It's I think it's like 60, the dome is like 65 feet from the ground. It's huge. You can't just hit it and destroy it. It would take an act of war. The Israeli military would have to hit the Dome of the Rock themselves with missiles to destroy it sufficiently enough to where they could say, all right, now we can go in and rebuild on this. Individual actors or even a group of a handful of people, say they try and drive up there or something, they can't do it. It's too big the way that it's built. You would have to have a military strike, missiles from a drone strike, or what you do is in advance, you get in there, you if they can shut it down long enough, and you may have to do it over a handful of incidents, but the Israeli security forces frequently go in there and drive out the Palestinians. If they could get people in there to pre-plant some things, 9/11, and wait until something like this happens, and then you blow it up from the inside and then say, oh, it was an Iranian missile that hit it. They could try that, but I think that's a little too fantastical. I think the main thing is that Israel would maybe shoot off a couple Iron Dome missiles or something, or some kind of bigger ballistic missile, say that it misfired and oops, it came down and hit the Dome of the Rock. Now, of course, what that would do is that would infuriate the entire Arab world. It would unite the Arab world. Not that I have great confidence that the Arab world would do much about it, unfortunately, looking at how everybody is rushing to try and normalize ties with Israel, how they've all turned their backs on the Palestinians. I'm not quite sure that the Gulf nations and others have the will to do much. But if anything were to unite the Arab world against Israel in a meaningful, substantive way, it would be attacking the Dome of the Rock. You'd have the Persians, you'd have the Arabs, you'd have the Egyptians, you'd have a lot of the Turks, you'd have these different groups that would unite together, because you don't do that. You don't do that. Let's see. Let me refresh again. Any new developments? Nothing significant there. The IDF is putting out propaganda about how Iran is nearing the point of no return in its race toward a nuclear weapon. It's funny because every single time Netanyahu speaks about this, no matter what year it is, they're always weeks to months away from a nuclear bomb. Every single time. It's the boy who cried wolf times 1,000. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to continue to believe Netanyahu when he says that, oh, yep, they're now at this point, Iran would be kind of foolish not to race to get a nuclear weapon because look at if you can't trust the Americans, if the Americans are going to be treacherous in the way that Donald Trump has been with Iran, having negotiations while secretly working, this didn't come together overnight. They've been planning this for a while. Guaranteed. Trump has known about this, and publicly he's been talking about, oh yeah, I think we're going to make a breakthrough this time. I think we're going to make a breakthrough. The Iranians have known all along he's full of crap, but still, he lied. He lied. As representative of the American people, he lied to Iran, giving Israel time to get ready. So disgusted by my government right now. Houthi aid distribution sites in Gaza have turned into death traps for Palestinians. I did a video about that days ago. Let's look at this. Military targets struck in Tabriz. I think this is a video we saw before, but let me check it. Look at that. This is a ballistic missile depot in the mountains. Marco Rubio, little Marco, who Donald Trump supposedly hated but made him Secretary of State anyway, retweets Donald Trump saying, "We remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue. My entire administration has been directed to negotiate with Iran. They could be a great country, but they first must completely give up hopes of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter." He sounds like such a moron. Who talks like that? Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, I'm telling my government, I'm telling my entire administration to negotiate with Iran. You know, buy us some time until my masters can carry out their attack. Let's see if the Zionists have come up with any new interesting tweets. No sound on this. This is the nuclear reactor in Tabriz. Israel official preparing for a response in the next 2 hours. Israel should expect severe punishment, is what Khamenei says. Iranian Atomic Agency chief says Natanz reactor has been destroyed. Let's see what else. Closure of airspace. Still not a lot coming out. Normally, with events of this sort, there's a load of video footage out, but not yet. Yeah, let's see what Tulsi Gabbard says. What Tulsi Gabbard needs to do is come out in severe condemnation of Donald Trump. Like a lot of you, I used to think it was a great idea for, this is years ago. I used to like that Gabbard was very principled on this, but man, did she betray people. Got her power, though, to become a Trumper. So she's in there. She didn't get any of the positions that she thought she was going to get, but she's in there. If she's got any honor at all, she'll get out there and she will publicly attack Trump for this and possibly even offer her resignation. It's not like she's in a position to do anything anyway. She's got no power. She's got no authority to do anything significant there. Trump would fire her if she speaks out against him. Yeah, she ought to do that. She ought to force his hand, make him fire her. Before I kind of switch gears here and talk about some other stuff related to Israel and Iran, I'm looking in the chat now. Do any of you know of any significant news about this Iran stuff that we should be looking at or sharing? Everybody knows Western media is just a megaphone for Israeli lies and propaganda. Americans don't have any clue as a whole, no clue what's going on in Gaza, what has been going on in Gaza. They don't know what precipitated the October 7th attacks because our press does not do their damn jobs. Why do you think that the anti-federalists, Patrick Henry and the others, demanded you had two big factions. You had the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists while they were crafting the U.S. Constitution, and the Federalists thought the Constitution as it was more than sufficient. The Anti-Federalists said, "You're crazy." Handful of years down the road, and this centralized monstrosity you're creating is going to be infringing on the rights of the people. And so it was the Anti-Federalists who said, we will obstruct passage and ratification of this Constitution until you agree to simultaneously add the Bill of Rights. And the very first of those 10 amendments outlines 5 things, and among the 5 things is the freedom of speech, but freedom of the press is the second. Why, of all the industries in the world, all professions, why single out the press? It's because the press is the way that the American people, or any people, can hold their government accountable. If you don't know what's happening, how can you know what to do? How can you do the right thing if you don't know what the truth is? And once upon a time, even in my lifetime, most of the press, it was an honorable profession. But as we got into the 90s, especially, and we started to have the emergence of corporate media, big news outlets where they got to run 24 hours a day, and the way that those companies, those corporations make money is through advertising dollars. Well, now it's the advertisers who dictate to the news agencies what they are allowed to talk about, what they are allowed to report on, what perspectives to present, and so forth. And so you have the change happen pretty quickly, where news goes from being an honest profession, where you had people like my grandfather, who was a Pulitzer-nominated investigative journalist, going after the mafia and others. And now you've got CNN, Fox News. They don't present real truth. They are entertainment. It is the fusion or the mingling of some news with propaganda meant to cater to a certain demographic that is appealing to the advertisers that fund that particular news company. And that's why there's a very specific flavor to CNN, to MSNBC, to Fox News, because they're not about reporting the news. They're about presenting personal opinions and manufactured opinions. And you have intelligence agencies like the CIA that are more easily now able to infiltrate and program the minds of the people by manipulating what the news is or what the perspectives are that are presented. And so when you have a largely Zionist establishment that is controlling the news industry with their money through their investments, do you think that those news corporations are going to be telling the general population the truth about what Israel is doing, for example? No, absolutely not. This is exactly the problem. It has created a problem that the founding fathers, or at least some of them, foresaw, which is why they wanted the freedom of the press in there. What they did not foresee was how crony capitalism was going to take this and build it into basically propaganda outlets. Now, there are people like later on, we had writers like George Orwell who saw this, wrote 1984. Ministries of truth are now a real thing. And so people don't know what's going on. And just like they don't know what's going on in Gaza or in Palestine in general, they don't know what's going on in Ukraine, and they don't know what's going on in this conflict between Israel and Iran. The media and the politicians who are similarly bought off by the Zionist lobby, they are bombarding the public with messages about how Israel has a right to defend itself, the only democracy in the Middle East. They're just, they're the poor victims from World War II, and they just want to defend themselves. And they have no choice but to preempt Iran because they're on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon, and all Iranians are anti-Semites, and they just want to carry out a new Holocaust and kill every last Jew in the world. And so we have no choice but to go over there and bomb them and kill the Iranians first. And the American people lap it up because they don't know how to think critically anymore. They don't know. They don't even know that they're being brainwashed. And I tell this, and I have been telling this to Trump supporters for years. Look, I don't have hardly any Democrats who watch my stuff because I've got a very conservative right paradigm personally, and that's what I put into this stuff. So I don't have a lot of Democrats. So I'm constantly talking to who does listen to me, and that is Republicans primarily, and a lot of independents. But Republicans. And I keep telling you guys, I've told you all along, you can have your values, you can have your conservative beliefs without ceding over to Donald Trump or to the party or to the MAGA movement. Your ability to think critically, your ability to question everything that you're hearing, everything that you're being told. Question, stay skeptical, wonder what these elite billionaires who are running the Republican Party today are trying to get from you. And if you don't question these people and you give your unfettered loyalty to a party or a cult leader, you're good for nothing. You have just become an NPC automaton. You are just a little pawn. You have been taken out of the equation. You are now over there. Don't need to worry about you anymore. It's people like me. It's people like a lot of you who are watching me because we share the same kind of perspective on these things. We are the enemy. That's why we are the ones, our channels are the ones that get suppressed and shut down. The James Corbett's, the Jake Morphonios, we are the ones that get targeted. Is Fox News getting shut down? Are the big MAGA channels getting shut down? Are the Rachel Maddows and the far left maniacs over there among the progressives and Democrats, are they getting shut down? No. It's those of us in the middle who are independent thinkers, who are not mental slaves to these two monstrosities they call political parties. We are the threat because we don't let them tell us how to think. You are the threat. You are the threat. And that is why MAGA will attack you. That is why the Democrats will attack you. The Democrats, they'll call you racists. The Republicans, they'll call you libtards. You know you're doing something right when you equally piss off the extremists on the left and right. And man, am I good at that. That's one of my specialties. Because I am not going to let anyone tell me how to think. And I have my eyes wide open. My eyes have been wide open for much of my life. I do not trust power. I do not trust the politicians who have power and tell me how I need to live my life. Tell me I'm not an American because I don't side with them on whatever nutcase thing they've come up with. It's an illusion. They are manipulating you. They are controlling you. They're controlling how you think. And when they can control how you think, they control what you say and how you behave. And when they can do that, especially with the social media we have now, and that's kind of the new public square. If they control how you think and program you and get you to participate in that groupthink, now you go out, you're infected with their mental virus, and you go out on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, wherever, and you regurgitate like a dog vomiting the same crap that you have been taught. You go out and you repeat that. You know what trending topics are on Twitter? It's a bunch of people who don't know what the hell they're talking about, repeating the same thing over and over because they saw someone else say it. I have a low opinion of the masses in general because of groupthink. And I keep telling you guys, stick with me. Sometimes I'll say something that's not accurate. If someone points it out, I correct it. I don't care. If I report something that's inaccurate, I want to be on the side of what is correct. I want to adopt and integrate whatever the truth is. What I don't want to do is say, oh, damn, somebody just pointed out I made a factual error here. How can I shut that person up? How can I call them a name and shame them so they'll go away? How can I insult them and berate them, or maybe get others to join in with me to bully them? I don't do that, and neither should you. What you should do is say, oh crap, I screwed that one up. Yeah, actually that's right. And here's how I'm going to integrate it into what I already know and move forward. That's what I think any intellectually honest and emotionally stable person would do. But that is not what I see from the MAGA cult. Doesn't matter what Donald Trump does. It doesn't matter how deeply he stabs them in their backs, how deeply he betrays them. They're still going to support him because they have given over their personal autonomy for someone else to direct. And that is why Americans don't know what's going on in Iran. And that's why, like, I'm sitting here going through some different, I keep a lot of different, on Twitter, you can make lists of accounts. I have, on all major issues that I look at, I form multiple lists of accounts. One list, for example, this, a lot of accounts that are pro-Iranian. And then I have a lot of accounts that are pro-Israel. And when something comes up, I look at both sides. What is this side saying? What is this side saying? And then I weigh that against my own understanding, and I integrate all information that is worthy, that is true, that is correct. I dust off the chaff of their personal opinions that manipulate the facts. I just take the facts and I make up that whatever suits my paradigm. I have bias. Everyone has bias, but I strive to be as unbiased as I can so that I can think for myself and so forth. And that is why, in the case with Iran, I don't like the Iranian regime. I hope that the time will come that the people are able to rise up and demand a secular government and get a secular government and not be ruled by a theocracy. I want that for the people of Iran. I think it'll be better when you have religious plurality, or at least secularism. Have all the religion you want, but not a theocratic government. I think that'll be good for Iran. I think that morality police going around whacking women because they're not wearing the right clothes or whatever, that's not good. But on the broader, when you pull the focus back and look at the bigger issue, I firmly support Iran's right to choose whatever form of government they want. If the majority of the people support a theocratic government, so be it. I think it should be different, but if that is what the people want, fine. No problem. If they choose that for themselves. I think that Iran has an absolute right to defend itself. I think that I wish that the United States was not beholden to Israel, and more appropriately, beholden to the same parties who are invested in Israel are the ones that control our politicians. The Bilderberg group is meeting now, or getting ready to. These elites shape the world in their own image. Anyway, let me take a quick look back over here. I'll flip us back over and take a look, see if there's any news here. And then also, let's see. I know you can't see the full screen here, I'll read what I can see. Israel attacked at least 6 military bases around Tehran. Multiple residential buildings targeted assassinations. Commander of Revolutionary Guard killed. At least 4 senior officials dead. Natanz nuclear facility struck. Mossad leads series of secret operations. IDF says at the end there will be no nuclear threat. USA helped lull Iran into belief no action was imminent. The headlines here on Drudge. Israel attacks Iran, sirens wail, full war risk, Operation Rising Lion report USA could join. Let's read this real quick. And I apologize. No, you can't see this whole screen. Let me just read you what I'm seeing here. The White House is closely monitoring developments, with officials suggesting U.S. involvement could follow a successful Israeli opening. And I do think that what's going to happen is as soon as Iran does strike back, I think Trump's going to go in with, he could even send in stealth bombers. I think Trump, since he has no one there anymore, holding him back like he did in the first term. He's got no intelligent advisors. He's got Fox News idiots like Hegseth as his Secretary of Defense. He's got nobody to restrain him or give him good counsel. I think he's going to go in for a shock and awe and just try and obliterate Tehran. According to assessments, Iran is likely to retaliate with a massive launch of ballistic missiles, potentially hundreds, in a direct attempt to overwhelm Israeli defenses. This first wave of retaliation could occur within hours. Israeli military experts estimate that the current campaign may last several weeks, depending on the scope of Iran's response and Israel's strategic goals. During this period, further Israeli strikes are expected, particularly against additional nuclear facilities still operational in Iran. Beyond these, Iran maintains dozens of missile production sites scattered throughout the country, some located in deep underground bunkers up to 500 meters beneath the surface. Iran also operates facilities for fuel enrichment and weapon-grade material processing. According to Israeli military correspondent Yoav Zitun, the United States is expected to take a supportive role in the ongoing campaign. While Washington may not initially engage in direct strikes, American logistical and intelligence support is believed to be already in motion. Should Israel's initial strike waves prove successful, U.S. military involvement may increase, potentially transitioning to joint operations against remaining strategic targets. And that, my friends, is exactly why Iran needs to strike back hard. If Iran hits Israel and does it in a crushing way, Trump will know if I get involved, it's full-scale war. Full-scale war, not just with Iran. This is going to be the whole region, potentially turning into a world war. And that will be his legacy. This is why Iran needs to hit back hard and not hold back. Hey, Squirrel and Wesson. Good to see you. I was hoping to talk to you the other day, but I saw you in the comments. Let's see here. Let me go back over and see what else we've got. Iran has now confirmed Bagheri is dead, the chief of staff of the armed forces of Iran. This is what a credible military threat to Iran's regime looks like. An example of coercive diplomacy. Well played, Trump administration. Well played. Break.
They didn't kill my boy, Professor Miranda. He's alive. He's on Sky News. Sky News right now. So we got y'all still here? It's World War III. Now wake up. Okay. What's live? What's live for you? Israel attacks. That's that one. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah. They tried to kill my boy. They missed. Professor Morandi is still alive, y'all.
From Tehran University. A very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us this morning. First of all, as I understand it, you're in Tehran. Can you tell us what you saw and heard overnight first?
Yes. In the middle of the night, we woke up to explosions, and we saw that in our neighborhood and other neighborhoods, the Israeli regime used missiles to bomb apartment buildings, and a large number of women and children have been killed. That's not something that you've been pointing out over the last 10 minutes of pro-Israeli propaganda. But without a doubt, people across the country are angered. This was unprovoked. It was an act of aggression. But of course, in the West, when they support a Holocaust in Gaza, obviously, when they support the genocidal strikes in Beirut, when they support daily murders in the West Bank, there's not going to be much sympathy for the women and children lying on the streets in Tehran. But the Iranian response will be devastating, and it will be something that the Israeli regime will regret. And hopefully Trump will be sane enough to stay out of it, because we all know that much of the world's oil and gas comes from the Persian Gulf region. And if the bases, U.S. bases, are in countries on the other side of the Persian Gulf, if the United States attacks Iran, those tiny Arab dictatorships will be complicit. And that would bring about a situation in the oil market that will create a collapse in the global economy, including where you are. So I think you should be praying that Trump is sane enough to stay out of this, but Iran will punish the Israeli regime.
Just to say on the civilian casualties, it's true that Iran state media is reporting civilian casualties. We've not had confirmation of that at present. In the meantime, Israel has said that it's struck nuclear targets.
Since you haven't confirmed it, anyone who's watching your program can go to my Twitter account and see an image of a child who was murdered and lying dead. I don't think when you want to speak on behalf of the Israelis, there's no need for all these confirmations, but when it's Palestinians or Iranians or Lebanese, everything has to be confirmed, and by the time they're confirmed, it's all over.
We'd just like to credit where the information comes from, that's all. But can I just go back to what Israel is saying about why it's carried out these attacks? They say they've struck nuclear targets, amongst other targets, to block Tehran from developing nuclear weapons. Benjamin Netanyahu has claimed that Iran has recently taken steps to weaponize enriched uranium and said that if not stopped, a nuclear weapon could be produced in a very short time. What's your reaction to that?
I think you know this as well as I, that Netanyahu has been saying Iran is on the verge of making nuclear weapons for over 30 years. For 30 years, it's very well documented. And I think many of your viewers know that. He is a genocidal liar. And what else do you expect from an ethno-supremacist like him and his colleagues? The Iranians are a member of the NPT, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, as we speak, has people in Iran who monitor Iran's program. The very same site that he bombed has IAEA inspectors in it regularly. So obviously he's lying. There's no evidence that Iran in the past was producing a nuclear weapon, but the Israeli regime does have nuclear weapons. And the Israeli regime has carried out aggression against Iran. and it has murdered senior officials, and it has murdered many civilians. The images that you see don't need confirmation, do they? These, you can see that's a taxi, right? That's where those are civilians. Again, you may need a few weeks to get confirmation for all this, just like in Gaza when they were bombing hospitals. Sky News was trying to say that the Palestinians mistakenly bombed their own hospitals. That's how it works in the West. The narrative is pro-Israeli, but I think the world knows what's happening. This was an unprovoked attack. Your journalist in Palestine, in occupied Palestine, can gloat all he wants, but the Iranians will respond. Iran will respond and punish the Israeli regime, because now the only way forward is to teach Netanyahu a lesson and to make sure that the Israeli regime regrets attacking Iran, Iranians, women, and children, and infrastructure that is legitimate and which is monitored regularly by the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Well, yes, and the International Atomic Energy Agency yesterday said that it found that Iran was not complying with its nuclear obligations for the first time in 20 years.
That is not what Netanyahu said, first of all, that he said something very different. Second of all, the International Atomic Energy Agency is an organization dominated by the West. If your viewers go and look at which countries voted against Iran and which countries voted for Iran, you'll see that Western countries, they have a strong presence on the board of governors because they have a control over all international bodies. And you'll see that the countries that voted against this resolution or refrained from accepting it, they were from the global South, the global majority. So the fact that Europe and the United States support the Israeli narrative and the Israeli regime is nothing new. Your Sky News, Western media has been supporting this Holocaust for 20 months now and trying to be apologetic for the Israeli regime all this time. That's why no one believes you anymore. The reason why Iran is being attacked and the reason why the West is so hostile towards Iran is not because of the Iranian nuclear program. It's not because of human rights. It's not because of terrorism. It's because Iran supports the people of Palestine, and the West, the collective West, and its regional client regimes, they support ethno-supremacism in Palestine. They support the Israeli regime, which considers Palestinians to be Amalek. And when I was in Beirut, when the Israelis began the bombing campaign on Lebanon, I was there when Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah was martyred. When they were bombing apartment blocks in Beirut, you didn't need confirmation, you had journalists there. Western reporters were constantly saying Hezbollah targets, Hezbollah strongholds. They were not saying women and children were being slaughtered. Even though they had fixers from those neighborhoods, they had drivers from those neighborhoods, they had producers from those neighborhoods, and they knew exactly what was going on. But the Israeli narrative has to be protected. But this has caused the West to lose its credibility, and its image has been destroyed across the world because people know what's happening. They don't need me to explain it. People already have figured it out.
Okay, well, Professor Mohammed Morandi, we really appreciate you joining us this morning. Thanks very much indeed. Well, just to let you know that in the last few moments, the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, has put out a post on X. There it is. He says, stability in the Middle East is vital for global security. I'm concerned to see reports of strikes overnight. Further escalation is a serious threat to peace and stability in the region and is in no one's interests. This is a dangerous moment, and I urge all parties to show restraint. So the Foreign Secretary there calling for restraint on the news of those Israeli strikes on Iran. Well, as we've mentioned, the US has denied any military involvement in the attacks. Our correspondent David Blevins joins me now from Los Angeles. And David, what do you make of how the US have responded to Israel's strikes on Iran? They say they were not involved in the strikes, but do we know how much they knew about them?
Yes, well, it's very clear that the White House is seeking to distance itself from these strikes right now. The statement from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio contained the critical word unilateral, emphasizing that this was Israel's decision and Israel's alone, because the United States is very well aware of the risk now posed as a result of this escalation. We do know that Israel informed Washington in advance. We're told that the president's national security team monitored the strikes in real time from the Situation Room at the White House, but he himself has been adamant throughout recent weeks that there should be space left for negotiation, that there should be at least an attempt made to reach agreement with Iran. And their number one priority at the White House right now is the safety of their own personnel in that region. Just yesterday, they put non-essential staff, for example, at the US Embassy in Baghdad on standby for evacuation. They've now restricted the movement of some US staff in Israel. So they are deeply concerned by what has happened overnight.
It's too late.
Okay, David, thanks very much indeed. And let's just take a look, actually, at the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio's statement that he put out about the attack. He said tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We're not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target US interests or personnel. So that's what the US Secretary of State said in the aftermath of those strikes by Israel overnight. In the meantime, we're getting a political reaction here in the UK as well. Our political correspondent, Amanda Acas, is here. Morning, Amanda. We've heard from the Foreign Secretary, as we just were telling our viewers, but we've also heard from the Prime Minister. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. The Prime Minister has just tweeted in the last few moments. Let me read what he had to say. So he said, the reports of these strikes are concerning, and we urge all parties to step back and reduce tensions urgently. Escalation serves no one in the region. Stability in the Middle East must be the priority, and we are engaging partners to de-escalate. Now is the time for restraint, calm, and a return to diplomacy. We've had a very similar message from David Lammy. Of course, this was done in coordination, but he's also talked about the fact that stability in the Middle East is vital for global security. He says he's concerned to see the reports of strikes overnight echoing that same line. Further escalation, a serious threat to peace and stability in the region in no one's interest. This is a dangerous moment, he says. So going slightly beyond what the Prime Minister says, I would say they're urging all parties to show restraints. Now, clearly, we don't have any information yet about whether the UK government had any forewarning about what was happening, other than the reports that have been talked about in advance as the position we've heard from the US. Clearly, we know that the UK is an ally of Israel, of course, but relations in a fairly delicate situation after the sanctioning of ministers over the situation in Gaza, the pressure the UK government has been putting on Israel over the situation in Gaza, which is described as intolerable, threatening further sanctions if they don't change course there. But clearly, Iran identified as a threat to the UK. The UK was part of that deal that was struck with the Iranians in an attempt to stop the development of a nuclear program back in 2015, alongside the US, Russia, Germany, France at the time, which of course President Trump pulled out of back in 2018, I believe it was. So obviously, I think the message from the UK government has very much been diplomacy is the answer here, and we need to get back to that. But I'm sure we're going to have further developments later on in the day.
Yeah, that's right. Calls for restraint. And we will be talking to a government minister actually in the next hour. So it'll be interesting to see what she may add to all of that. Thanks very much indeed, Amanda. Thank you. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel targeted Iran's nuclear program as it poses a threat to the country's very survival.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9.
Fucking
In
lie.
recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival.
Well, earlier we heard from nuclear expert Professor Matthew Bunn, who said this attack may motivate Iran to produce nuclear arms.
This will make Iran even more determined that it needs to move directly toward producing nuclear weapons. My guess is that it will try to rebuild its program at secret locations. And if I were betting, I think, unfortunately, that the odds of Iran actually having a nuclear bomb in hand 10 years from now are probably higher as a result of this strike rather than lower. I think Iran will be more determined. They'll probably kick out inspectors. They may pull out of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and then proceed at secret sites.
Well, the IDF released this statement defending the strikes, claiming they were to prevent the creation of a nuclear bomb.
For years, the Iranian regime has called for the destruction of the State of Israel, planning and advancing concrete military plans to do so. Over the past few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame. We have no choice. We are operating against an imminent and existential threat. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to obtain a nuclear weapon that would be a danger to Israel and the entire world. This operation is for our right to exist here,
Israel is
for our future and for our children's future.
And they're out of control.
The State of Israel has the right and the obligation to operate in order to protect its people and will continue to do so. The IDF conducted significant preparations for this operation. We are well prepared both in defense and offense to defend ourselves. The IDF will continue to defend the State of Israel.
So Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it launched the strike because of Iran's nuclear program poses a threat to the country's very survival. Let's hear his full statement now.
Absolutely not.
Moments ago, Israel...
I will not fucking listen to this lunatic tell those goddamn lies over and over and over on TV.
Have done this without Donald Trump's approval. I'm looking through the news real quick to see if there's anything else. Israel struck bases and nuclear sites across Iran multiple times overnight. Israel is bracing for a forceful response. Lists of people who have been killed. This is a little interesting. Let me see if I can get my screen to show this. So these are some of the locations where Israel carried out attacks. So you've got Israel over here. Can you see my cursor? Tabriz near the north. Nuclear Research Center there, 2 military bases. You've got Tehran, Natanz. In Tehran, you can see here where An apartment building collapsed. Large building near it was on fire. Military command housing attacked.
Dozens of people.
Smoke seen from this area over to the west. Iran has informed the IAEA that there has been no increase in radiation levels at the Natanz nuclear site and that the Bushehr nuclear power plant has not been targeted. Israel says 200 warplanes participated in the attack, dropping hundreds of bombs across the country and striking over 100 targets. The attack on Tehran was the biggest since the Iran-Iraq war decades ago. It appears that Iran has launched the first wave of response. President Trump told Fox News anchor Bret Baier that he had prior knowledge of Israel's plans to target top Iranian leaders. Baier said he spoke with Trump shortly after Israel struck Tehran. Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We'll hopefully get back to the negotiating table. There are several people in the leadership in Iran who will not be coming back. And what a jackass. You really think that this is how you get people to negotiate? That's not negotiation. If you go and beat the hell out of somebody, kill their friends, kill their family members, and say, okay, so now are you ready to negotiate? They're not going to negotiate. I mean, that would be forcing someone to do something. I mean, you've got to be a total moron to think that this is going to produce any kind of productive results. As morning broke in Israel, the streets, normally bustling on a Friday with shoppers preparing for the Sabbath, were eerily quiet. Expecting an Iranian counterattack, possibly in the coming hours, some people had headed out before dawn to stock up on food from 24-hour groceries and lined up at gas stations, but many others were confused about how to proceed, having been told by officials to remain close to protected areas and bomb shelters and to leave home only to buy essential items. Maybe that silence will be broken with the sound of ambulances and fire trucks, and we'll see what happens. Despite the Trump administration saying the Israeli strikes were unilateral and without American involvement, Iran's foreign ministry said the attack could not have happened without coordination and authorization from the U.S. And that is true. That's absolutely true. And if Trump or anyone else in the administration says otherwise, they're damned liars. Israel could not have done this and would not have done this without Donald Trump's approval. Oman, which has been mediating the nuclear talks between the USA and Iran, said the Israeli strikes are dangerous and reckless and a threat to the ongoing efforts to find a diplomatic solution. You think? All right, so not a whole lot of other information here. Updates. Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. This can weaken air defense, talking about the drones going to Israel. This can weaken air defenses, creating openings for heavier artillery. One thing that I have not seen either way is, to my knowledge, U.S. carriers that were used the last time that Iran fought back against Israel. We had put carriers out there so that they could intercept a lot of these missiles using the USA as a cover for Israel. But I'm not aware that the United States has done that this time. So there's a chance that if Iran wants to hit them, I think there's a much better chance that Israel will take some damage this time around. Caption Gamer says, I hope you see my previous messages. Brother love, inshallah, brother love from Pakistan. Israel is planning on making Kurdistan, Tutsi Empire, EAF, and Greater Israel a thing. Iron Man, hey brother, love these late night lives. F Israel with a cactus sign. They are the root of our problems. God bless. Love from historic Charlotte. What's today? Friday now. Back at you, brother. Oh, Bill says he couldn't send a super chat with the word Israel in it. You know, please, it's been a very long time since anyone has sent me a PayPal donation. PayPal.me/Blackstone Intel. But I was going to say, anyone that does, please do not mention Israel or Iran or anything like that in a message attached to it, because PayPal always holds those back because they think, well, it's got the word Iran. Has this got something to do with or Palestine? Any words like that, it holds it for review, and I've got to wait and hope that they don't reverse it. And there's a lot of censorship when it comes to making donations in conjunction with this kind of stuff. Pretty crazy. Launch of warplanes to implement the first stages. Boy, the social media is really going to be on fire for the next handful of days. New scenes of the Air Force warplanes taking off to carry out their missions to strike Iranian regime targets and landing after completing the mission during Operation whatever. These are Israeli fighter jets here.
Propaganda.
Israeli spokesperson says 200 aircraft dropped over 300 munitions.
NATO was flying them planes too.
We're kind of in this lull right now. Just waiting for news. It sounds like there's been a little bit of a break in the action. Israel may be just hunkering down, waiting for this Iranian strike. It really sickens me that Israel's jets, their F-16s, that their bombs, their munitions, that these things are largely paid for by the American people. You know, with Trump talking all about how badly he wants to save money and spare the American people all of this. First of all, that's total baloney. Donald Trump is calling for the elimination of the debt ceiling. He has also put forward in support for the largest spending bill in U.S. history. So him saying he's trying to save money is just not true. But if he did want to save money, if Doge really wanted to save money, why are they not cutting back the money that we send to Israel. We send them billions of dollars every year. And it makes countries hate us. Camel War says, do you think Iran will retaliate today? Well, it's already in process. Their drones are, they've got a small number. I say small, given the number of drones they have. They're sending 100 drones right now. What they're doing is they're sending those over right now. And then around the time they reach there and can start getting into Israeli airspace and the Iron Dome starts firing at those, trying to take them down, that's when you launch the ballistic missiles. Probably they're going to make use of some of their supersonic ballistic missiles, which Israel's not going to be able to knock down. So it's underway. We're just kind of waiting here. Because it only takes a couple minutes for the ballistic missiles to reach. Depending on where these drones are launched from, it can take anywhere from a couple hours up to 8 or 9 hours to get there, depending on what they're using. So we'll see. They're basically timing their attack for maximum advantage. But there's already footage of drones in the air going over Iraq and other areas. Let me check the news, see if there's any new updates anywhere. Iran announces on state television it will not participate in nuclear negotiations with the United States on Sunday and until further notice. Well, of course not.
So I told
Now, what Trump will do is say, see there, they are not willing to negotiate, so that's why we're justified. I mean, you got to be pretty stupid to
goddamn self
follow that kind of reasoning, but that's what we'll be told.
Iran, no NATO attacked them tonight, not just no Israel.
Bagheri's the death of Bagheri is a pretty big hit, because he's Iran's second highest commander after the supreme leader Ayatollah Khomeini.
They just released a statement saying Bagheri not dead. The head of the IRGC is dead, but Bagheri, he's not dead. They say.
I'm not seeing anything right now, any significant developments. Couple pictures here. I'll bring this back up and show you this. First of all, this footage is the aftermath of Israeli strike.
Well, I know Putin's pissed right now. You know, Trump and Netanyahu playing dangerous games with the world. He got to put into this shit.
All right.
Only Russia can stop these mad men in China.
Iran says the cowardly nighttime aggression during diplomatic processes are a sign of Israel's fear of Iran's power. Well, not really. Part of this at least 14-floor residential tower appears to have collapsed as a result of Israeli strikes. You know, at this point,
one of the leaders was probably in there.
Israeli apartment buildings
It's a target. You damn.
They're in Tel Aviv are fair game. Israel has made
the whole building
targeting of their civilian population fair game. I'm not saying it's good that they're hitting each other, you know, that if they hit each other, each other's civilian populations, but
targeting the home. If they had the right
Israel,
the home of a general or a scientist in their apartment building and collapse the whole building, killing everybody, Iran absolutely got the right. And Iran not gonna give a damn what nobody got to say to target Israeli scientists or their military officials. They ain't got to hit the military base. If you're at home, they can collapse that building. And Iran already said it's going to be blood for blood.
Blew up.
They're not just going to be
some of their apartment buildings. Iran has the right to strike back and similarly hit apartment buildings in Israel. Let's see here. I think that I can play this without copyright issues. Let's just turn this on for a second and listen.
Many experts believe that these attacks were conducted to sabotage any potential nuclear deal that might have been made, especially over the weekend. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think that's one of the goals, certainly. Well, it's no secret that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been calling and pushing for a war with Iran, a U.S. war with Iran, for the past 2 decades. He's been saying this since the U.S. invasion of Iraq and trying to push various U.S. administrations, Democratic and Republican, to attack Iran and essentially go to war with Iran instead of negotiations. And diplomacy with Iran and potential deals are actually the exact opposite route of that. So he had tried to sabotage diplomacy during the Obama negotiations, and he has been trying to sabotage diplomacy right now. So this is certainly that. It's also his sort of window of opportunity that he saw for attacking Iran while the perception is that Iran is weak. And to also essentially bait the Iranians to retaliate against this attack and potentially escalate it and get involved into that war that he's been pushing for the past 2 decades. And I think the White House statement, in a way, implies sort of this view that this is something that the Israeli government has been doing, trying to pull the U.S. into an open war with Iran.
Israel has been hitting significant military and nuclear facilities. How do you think Iran is going to respond moving forward, especially with very important names being killed over the last couple of hours?
Well, the Israelis are saying military and nuclear, but we're also seeing images coming. I mean, still rolling images coming of apartment buildings, and also potential reports of civilian casualties, including children and women. So the extent of the attacks and the casualties are not clear, but I just want to, reiterate that these are not just regime cities, essentially. These are Iranian cities with Iranian residents and civilians. And once this war escalates even beyond this, there will certainly be a lot of civilian casualties. This is not going to be limited. But as far as Iran responding, the Iranians don't have a lot of good options in front of them. If they don't respond, they fear that this will get worse. The Israelis would assume that they're weak, they can't respond, which is the assumption right now, and they will hit them harder. If they do respond, they risk the potential of escalating this further and essentially entering an open war with Israel. At the same time, also,
at this
the US
point,
has
that's
said
what
that
needs
they
to
have no
happen.
part in this, and they warned the Iranians to not target U.S. interests or service members. I think that would be a big mistake.
The reason, and you all know I'm anti-war. I have always pushed for this, but I can be against fighting. But if someone breaks in my house and is attacking my family and is not leaving and says that they're going to keep attacking my family, I don't have the option of being a pacifist. I have got to knock that guy out or worse. And that's the position that Iran is in. They cannot be, they cannot sit back and let Israel get away with this, because Israel has said This is going to be something they're going to do over a period of days. They're going to keep hitting them over and over. And if Iran does not hit back in a way that really, really hurts Israel bad, I mean, like, almost like, holy crap, did you see what they did? If they don't do that and scare Israel and make Israel realize, oh, dang, if we keep this up, this is what it's going to be. Our people are going to be getting massacred by the thousands. Only something like that is going to make them pause. But what she's saying here is exactly right, because it has the likelihood of escalating even further. And getting even bigger. And Iran will have to fight not just Israel, but the USA. The best we can hope for is that Trump is going to give as little support to Netanyahu as he can. And, one thing, since I'm not there in the White House, one thing that is a possibility, I don't give it a lot of weight, but when I try and consider different options that challenge my own biases, the argument I would make against myself here is that Trump did not want them to do this, that Israel is trying to derail the nuclear talks. And even though Trump didn't want them to do this, what's he going to do? I mean, this is Donald Trump. Do you think he's going to say, I told him not to, but they did it anyway? Of course not. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that movie. What was it? Harrison Ford wasn't in it. Ben Affleck was. The Sum of All Fears. The Sum of All Fears, where they replaced Harrison Ford with Ben Affleck. And part of the storyline is that in Russia, you've got this Vladimir Putin type leader who the CIA analyst, played by Affleck, knows that this guy is not a troublemaker, but you've got elements inside of Russia who carry out a major attack and make it look like Russia did it. Now, if he takes credit for it, even though it wasn't him, then he's going to look like he's crazy and holy crap, he did this. But if he doesn't, he's going to look weak. If he says, nope, sorry, I know I'm the leader of Russia, but someone did this. I don't know who, I don't know how they did it, but they have influence over my military and my military's not totally loyal to me. Then he's putting himself in a really bad position. And so he kind of goes along with it, acts like it's him, and things escalate, and it almost, turns into a nuclear war between the United States and Russia. Well, similarly, Donald Trump could be in the position where Netanyahu's like, you know what? I'm doing this regardless. And Trump, I know Trump, he's gonna fall in line because he doesn't want to lose face. Now, that's a possibility. I don't think that's likely, but that is the argument that is the theory I would proffer as a counter argument to what I was saying earlier.
That Iran has launched more than 100 drones.
Anyway.
Let's see.
Side calculation that may have supported Israel's attack on Iran is the idea of presenting a fait accompli to Trump.
Oh shit! We knew they was okay. Iran said they ain't gonna wait too long. They finna start getting busy early. See, I'm on it for y'all. I'm getting my news. I'm on top of this, y'all.
Jonathan, good evening. I do want to start with some breaking news
Israel's top military spokesperson just announced that Iran has launched 100 drones at Israel. It will take them a couple of hours to get here, and likely, as we have seen in the past, they could be coupled with some sort of missile fire. But this is the first part of what we expect to be a multi-pronged response from the Iranians following these Israeli strikes overnight.
Those drones, some of them are, and they advanced drones too. Some of them are dummy drones, they decoys. Then the ballistic missiles, and then probably some hypersonic missiles, they gonna follow.
They came in waves targeting Iranian nuclear facilities, also top officials in Tehran, including nuclear scientists and the head of the IRGC. As we move forward here, we should look at the special instructions that have been given to Israeli civilians. Israel's Home Front Command, the arm of the military responsible for communicating with the civilian population, has told people to stay close to bomb shelters. Israel's prime minister says the instructions may last for longer than in previous times during the more than 600-day war that Israel has been facing. And as we try to put this into context, the question now is not only A, how the Iranians are going to respond, but B, if this is going to drag out into a days or even weeks-long event. We heard tonight from President Trump speaking with Bret Baier, saying that he still hopes Iran will come back to the negotiating table, but everything is up in the air right now. And as we look at what happened tonight, these waves of Israeli strikes that targeted Iranian facilities, individuals, and missile production sites, it's a sign that Israel's not looking just to send a message to the Iranian regime, but truly trying to damage their nuclear facilities so that it would at least set back their nuclear program amid these conversations that have been taking place between the Americans and the Iranians. But again, the latest information that we have, Iran has launched 100 drones at Israel. According to Israel's top military spokesman, efforts are already underway to try and shoot them down. Jonathan?
And Trey, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu clearly indicating that this could go on for days, could go on for a couple of weeks. I wonder how your impressions are of how the Israeli people are responding to this in terms of the emotional strain on them. They have been through so much since the October 7 attacks. How are they now looking at this thinking, okay, this is yet another front opened, and it's one that's going to stay open a while, it seems?
It's a great question. Israel's been at war for more than 615 days, and this war started with the October 7th massacre, a terrorist attack in the fall of 2023 that led to Hamas, the group in control of Gaza, taking hostages and slaughtering 1,200 people. Some of those hostages still remain in Hamas captivity, 53 of them, and 20 of them are believed to be alive. And so this is a country that hasn't completed mourning following that massacre. They're still waiting for loved ones to come home. And now yet another front has opened up for this country. And so I will say it's a country that is quite resilient, and the people are used to this, unfortunately. They're used to coming under missile and rocket fire. But it does certainly interrupt the flow of the society, because there is a real risk to the population when we're talking about the potential of drones and ballistic missiles soaring through the skies above major cities like Tel Aviv, where we're standing right now. And then from a logistics standpoint, school is canceled, jobs are canceled, and a parade that was supposed to take place today in Tel Aviv is also canceled. And it just gives you a sense of how this interrupts daily life for the Israeli people. But they are listening to the instructions so far. There's very few people that are out. Normally, you would see people running along the beach, and they would be enjoying the first day of the weekend. That's not the case today, Jonathan.
Yeah, Trey, we are very grateful to have you there.
Noga, Israel has announced that Iran has responded. We don't have any confirmation from Tehran itself, but believe it's about 100 drones had been sent towards Israel.
Right. I missed the military briefing to join you just now, so I didn't hear that. But it was anticipated that Iran would respond as quickly as it could and forcefully, and not just in one wave of attacks. So I think on the Israeli end, what we're going to see, at least in terms of the population, is just increased vigilance, empty streets all around me, and quite a lot of stress and fear. It's a very strange situation that Israelis have already been in twice, where the military advises you that an army of drones or missiles is on its way, but it's quite a distance. And so there's a period of an hour or even a little more in which you're basically a sitting duck. You're waiting to see the streaks through the sky. You're waiting to hear the anti-missile batteries, the interceptions in the sky above you. But until that happens, it's just really a deepening silence here in Israeli cities.
Now, Israel is a society that regularly lives on edge, and it managed to weather quite well the last barrages that Iran sent to it. But notwithstanding Israel's heightened capabilities of defense, is that something that perhaps is Israeli society? Are Israelis still quite nervous about what response that Iran might choose to send their way?
Israelis are extremely nervous about what Iran might choose to send their way. I heard a lady at a little grocery store just around 20 minutes ago saying that she had understood that she had 2 hours to basically fill up her home for the next 2 weeks. Israelis are extremely aware that this Israeli strike on Iran is of a very different dimension than anything Iran has seen before from Israel, and are expecting a very different type of response, a much stronger response. The other thing important to say is that in the past, I think Israelis were more certain about the alliance of nations that would gather to protect it. In the last two times that Iran did launch missiles at Israel, drones and missiles, even Saudi Arabia protected Israel by closing off its skies, by preventing any Iranian projectiles from getting over. The situation is now obviously different. There may be some effort to get weapons or explosives over Syrian skies this time. I've heard that that's a possibility. Jordan has closed its airspace.
Jordan, they bitch has to get blown up too. I just told y'all what Iran was going to do. The same way Israel did. They went through Syria. They went through Iraq. I told you. Iran was going to go through Iraq and it was going to go through Syria to give them their medicine back.
But it has not become completely clear whether the same array of countries that protected Israelis and Israeli skies a year ago are going to come together again this time. And the political situation, both within the country and Israel's diplomatic situation globally, are both very deteriorated, as are, I think, the personal resilience of Israelis who are very worn down, very exhausted by 19 months of war, and deeply fearful about what this may mean also regarding Gaza.
Thank you very much, Noga Ternopolsky in Jerusalem.
Alistair Bunkle. So, Alistair, Benjamin Netanyahu has called this a decisive moment in Israel's history. Just how significant would you say these strikes are?
I think they're very, very significant. It is a completely different tone to what has happened before in April and in October of last year, when Israel again struck Iran and Iran hit back. This time is different. This time it's not a one and done. This time I don't think there is going to be, despite the efforts of Sakir Starmer and others, I don't think there's going to be a successful attempt to try and calm things, at least for a couple of days. I think Israel is planning to carry out more waves of strikes across Iran, and really the gloves are off. They have struck not just nuclear facilities in Iran, they have struck at major military sites as well, the ballistic missile program. And I think in some respects, the most significant element is the fact they've taken out senior figures within the Iranian regime. Military commanders, the commander of the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, the head of Iran's emergency unit, the head of Iran's military, and possibly, we understand, other senior figures as yet unnamed. These are people who are very close to the supreme leader. These are key figures within Iran. And whether or not Israel sees it this way, for Iran, what has happened over the last couple of hours is an act of war.
They sitting here showing you this goddamn apartment building blown up, and they talking about key military facilities. We watch them when they talk about Ukraine. They show you apartment building and say what they say, residential areas. Putin's targeting residential areas. What it look like Israel targeting residential areas? No, that's a key military facility. A military guy got to be there. That's why people are so sick of these people, because they let you know they push propaganda. They got to watch what they say. But nobody buying that bullshit.
And what kind of response might we see from Iran?
Well, I think we are seeing the first element of it. 100 drones have been launched. Some pictures showing them flying over Iraq on their way to Israel. The Israeli military will try and engage them and bring them down before they reach Israeli airspace. You know, as a response, that's not particularly significant. I would expect that most of them will be eliminated. I think the question, though, is whether or not this is a multi-layered response. Go back to April of last year. Iran launched drones, and they take a number of hours to get here, but then they launched cruise missiles, and then they launched ballistic missiles in waves, all to arrive roughly at the same time in an attempt to try and overwhelm Israel's defenses. Now, Israel's defenses are very, very good indeed. This obviously has not come out of the blue for them. They've been preparing for this, and they'll have made sure their defenses are in the best shape possible. But April of 2024, there was a coalition. There was warning. I've spoken to foreign ministers around the region subsequent to that, and they said, yeah, we knew this was happening about 3 or 4 days beforehand. So you had a coalition primarily of Israel, America, with support from Britain and France, helping shoot down those drones. But also you had a sort of an informal coalition as well of Arab states allowing Israel to use their airspace or giving them forewarning of stuff passing through their airspace. I think it's probably too soon. If a coalition of that kind is going to be formed, I think it's probably too soon. So we'll wait and see. You know, I'm not exactly sure when they're going to arrive here, maybe the next hour or two, and we'll see whether or not that's it for now, or whether or not it's followed up with a more powerful response. Because I think there is, this morning, a question mark over what damage Israel has managed to do, in particular to Iran's ballistic missile array, and whether or not they have damaged Iran sufficiently enough to really quite significantly limit any response Iran wants to carry out.
Absolutely not.
Alistair, we'll be watching very closely in the hours and days ahead. For the moment, thanks very much indeed. Well, as we were mentioning, the US has denied any military involvement in these attacks. Well, let's get the latest from our correspondent, David Blevins, who joins me now from Los Angeles. And David, tell us more about how the Trump administration has responded to these strikes.
Well, the response so far has been fairly measured. Secretary of State Marco Rubio describing the strikes on Iran as unilateral. So keen to emphasize that this was Israel's decision and Israel's alone. But of course, there are potential implications, especially for US personnel in that region. They are right now the #1 priority for the Trump administration. We know that the White House was advised in advance of the strikes. The president's national security team watched them in real time from the Situation Room at the White House, and they have already begun to evacuate non-essential personnel from their embassy in Baghdad and to restrict movements of other US personnel in Israel, for example. And Marco Rubio has sent a very clear message to Iran: do not strike US targets. That's because they're aware of the risk now posed. The president didn't want this. Many people were skeptical when he authorized engagement with Iran in relation to its nuclear capability. But Donald Trump has always believed those talks could prove fruitful. He didn't want strikes at this time. We're told there was a very heated telephone exchange between him and Benjamin Netanyahu last Monday. Now, Netanyahu values his relationship with Trump, but ultimately the timing of these strikes has been on Israel's terms. And the big question right now, I suppose, is will the strikes push Iran towards agreement with the United States in relation to its nuclear capability, or have these strikes dashed any hope of that completely?
David, thanks very much indeed. Now, Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency has released a statement attributed to the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It reads, "This regime must await severe punishment. By God's will, the powerful arm of the Islamic Republic's armed forces will not let it go unpunished. In the enemy's attacks, a number of commanders and scientists were martyred. Their successors and colleagues will immediately continue their duties, God willing. With this crime, the Zionist regime has brought a bitter and painful fate upon itself, and it will certainly face it." Well, let's talk now to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who's in the newsroom for us this morning. Hi there, Dominic. Give us your analysis of these strikes. What do you make of them? This feels like Israel has gone up a level with this attack on Iran.
Yeah, this does seem to be Israel going all out to not just to degrade the Iranian nuclear program that it's always regarded as military and an existential threat potentially to the Jewish state, but actually to destroy it completely. And I think, if you talk to military experts about this possibility, and, this is a moment, we have to say that the region and any observers of the Middle East have been, I guess, fearing, but expecting for years, because it's something that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made it very much a lifetime ambition to achieve the destruction of that threat. But experts have been pretty skeptical about the chances of Israel achieving and completely following through on this ambition to destroy Iran's nuclear program, because it is buried deep within mountains and underground and hidden away and very secret, and the Iranians have done their level best to protect it from what appears to have been started overnight. I think the couple of questions, obviously, what does Iran do in response? The Iranians have always said if they are attacked in this way, they wouldn't just strike back at Israel. They would assume that it wasn't just the little Satan, as they call Israel, but the great Satan, America, involved as well. Now, the Americans have been saying it's a unilateral strike, but I don't think that will hold much water with the Iranians. They'll believe the Americans were very much complicit in this. And as I say, they've always said that if they are attacked, they would attack America back. So that could be American bases in Iraq, it could be American bases in other parts of the region, it could be American installations in the Gulf. And I think, one scenario, and if the Iranians really want to make the Americans think twice about letting the Israelis continue with this, and certainly the Israelis are saying that this is a kind of rolling program of action, so it's in the Iranians' interest to try and stop it and get the Americans to stop it. Something that would focus minds in Washington would be attacks on not just American bases, but American allies in the Gulf, oil refineries, sinking a few oil tankers, closing the Straits of Hormuz, turning the Persian Gulf into a war zone would have a pretty immediate and fairly disastrous impact on the world economy. So that's something the Iranians may be considering. Has to be said, though, I think we're not entirely clear what the Iranians have in terms of capability to strike back. They fired hundreds of ballistic missiles in October in the first direct exchange of fire between these two sworn enemies. And what they have left, I think, is an open question. Reportedly, they've fired or launched 100 drones that will be making their slow and ponderous way towards Israel. They've got a lot more than that in their arsenal, and I guess the question is, what do they do next? And also, then, what does America do in response if Israel's attacked? It almost certainly would have to come in on the side of protecting its ally, and then you've got an even more grave and escalating situation in the region.
Okay, Dominic, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. So let's get more now from both Deborah Haynes on the military side of the overnight strikes, but also some political reaction as well from Amanda Acas, who's here. And we have heard from the British government, haven't we? Fill us in on who's been saying what.
Yes, indeed. So we've had statements this morning from both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary really urging de-escalation, calm and diplomatic approach to the situation. So the Prime Minister said the reports of these strikes are concerning. We urge all parties to step back and reduce tensions urgently. Escalation serves no one in the region. Stability in the Middle East must be the priority. We are engaging partners to de-escalate. Now is the time for restraint, calm and a return to diplomacy. Fairly similar but slightly perhaps more punchy lines from David Lammy saying stability in the Middle East is vital for global security, that further escalation is a serious threat to peace and stability. And also then going on to say this is a dangerous moment and I urge all parties to show restraint. I think what's quite interesting about this is that you can see that the diplomatic efforts clearly going on behind the scenes, referenced by Sir Keir Starmer, saying that they're reaching out to all parties involved with this. Also interesting, there isn't an explicit expression of support for Israel here. Previously, when we've seen Israeli action against Iran, albeit in response more directly to attacks from Iran, there's been sort of expressions of support in the comments about Israeli right to self-defense. Of course, we know that the situation between the UK and Israel is in a more delicate place than previously with sanctioning of ministers, with the pressure on the Israeli government over Gaza. We don't know anything about UK officials out in the region. We know, of course, the US had recommended partial evacuation of its embassies in the broader Middle East region. We haven't yet heard anything from the Foreign Office on that. We do, there are reports that David Lammy, who was planning to travel to the US for talks with Marco Rubio about Russia, that's actually been cancelled because of all of this. We don't yet have that confirmed, but that seems likely to be the case given the developing situation. More broadly, the UK position on Iran, obviously, they've been very critical, very concerned about nuclear program in Iran. Of course, the UK was part of that deal struck in 2015 with the Iranians, which then Donald Trump pulled out of. But clearly, I think the UK government very concerned to see what's happening in the Middle East and more broadly about the implications of what's happening with the Iranian nuclear program.
Okay, Amanda, thanks very much indeed. And we're going to be talking to Deborah in just a moment. But let me just remind you that Israel's President Isaac Herzog has released a statement on X saying the attack was a targeted operation to neutralize an immediate and existential threat. And he went on to say the international community has seen how over the last decades, the Iranian regime the helm of a global terror empire has continued to radicalize and destabilize the region with its proxies while working relentlessly to advance its military nuclear capabilities and expand its ballistic missile arsenal. Iran's leaders have made no secret of their openly repeated intention to annihilate the state of Israel. Israel has the inherent right and the solemn duty to defend itself and will always do so with determination and clarity. So that's what the Israeli government is saying about these strikes. So let's bring in our defence and security editor, Deborah Haynes, now. So Deborah, first of all, tell us about the targets that have been struck.
So obviously this is clearly a long planned operation. For example, I know that when the British government
are just going to sit there and let this happen? No. Israel put us in a position of almost getting into direct warfare with nuclear armed Soviet Union. And nothing has changed. Israel got us to attack Iraq. Netanyahu was instrumental in getting us to go after Iraq. And now he's getting us to go after Iran, or trying to. We have got to put the pressure on the White House by creating consensus in social media among Trump supporters that this is a dastardly attempt by Netanyahu to manipulate Donald Trump into taking America into war with Iran. We have to make it look to Trump like he is being taken advantage of by Netanyahu, which is totally true. But he needs to not just know that it's happening, he needs to know that we know it's happening, because that's when he takes action. That's when he'll do something. If he doesn't think anyone notices, he may not, he's not going to make as much of a fuss about Netanyahu. He may have a behind the scenes squabble with him. But if we want a hard break between Trump and Netanyahu, then we have to pretty much shame Trump, make it look like, man, he is rolling you and you are letting him do it. What a wimp. You are getting trashed he is using you up one day and down the other. And if we do that, and there's enough of that in social media, which Trump pays attention to, that's when his ego is really going to feel pricked. And he's going to be more likely to stand up to Netanyahu and try and keep the United States from getting involved in this deeper. That's the thing. It's not going to be his advisors. It's not going to be anything other than his ego. If he thinks he's going to look tough to fight against Iran, especially if Iran hits any U.S. bases, if he thinks it's going to be pleasing to his base, then he'll do it. If he knows, though, that his own base is going to hate him for this, he's going to be less likely to do it. No guarantees either way, because when you have something going on like this, so many pieces are in play, so much fluidity to the situation. Things could go either way. But to the extent that we have some influence, the best thing we can do is to be very vocal in social media that Netanyahu is playing Trump. And even though I don't think Trump is truly opposed to war, still, that's what he has said. And so if you can get Trump to go to war, then he's breaking his own promises. So we've got to put the pressure out there. You have to convince the MAGA community that the enemy is Israel. And that's not easy, because a lot of MAGA is hardcore Christian Zionist, evangelical, totally beholden to Israel. And they see Netanyahu as a wonderful guy. So we've got to win over as many of the MAGA hearts and minds as we can. And honestly, you're not going to get them to go against Trump. So all we can do is give them the impression that they're helping Trump. And honestly, it is helping Trump by trying to warn him that he's being lured into a trap by Israel. And a lot of Democrats too, right? Pointed out in the chat, a lot of Democrats need this as well. Whole lot of them in the Congress that are pro-Israel to the point of being bloodthirsty warmongers. Neocons infest both parties. In the 70s, they were primarily in the Democrat Party. And then those Democrats flipped and became Republicans, formed the Project for a New American Century, and became Republicans in the Nixon and later and Ford, but really big in the Reagan administration. And then some of them were carried over into the H.W. Bush administration, but then George W. brought them all back from both administrations. A second ago, I saw my great friend John Bolton out there in the chat. Good to see you, John. That always tickles me to see John Bolton, neocon extraordinaire, out there. Oh. Oh. Let me read this. Okay, so the Shah of Iran was put into power after the CIA deposed the elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh. And Reza Pahlavi, Shah of Iran, was a brutal, horrible, corrupt man. Well, he's dead now, of course. But his son, who considers himself the legitimate ruler of Iran, he just put out a statement. This is what he said. Compatriots, Ali Khamenei, the foolish leader of the anti-Iranian regime of the Islamic Republic, has once again embroiled Iran in a war that is not between Iran and the Iranian nation, but between the Islamic Republic and Khamenei. My message to the military, law enforcement, and security forces is clear. This regime and its corrupt and incompetent leaders do not value your lives or our Iran. Wait a second. Flip screens here. Separate yourself from them and join the people. So this CIA asset, which is what Pahlavi is encouraging the military to revolt. The Iranian nation's battle with the destructive regime of the Islamic Republic is to reclaim Iran and rebuild it. The solution is to overthrow the Islamic Republic through street protests and nationwide strikes. So the CIA's puppet is calling for street protests, nationwide strikes against the government. He says, I am with you in these difficult times. We are all in this fight together and we will win. No, you won't, you loser. You're going to win jack crap. And you're a fool to think that the CIA has got your back. You're just a tool to them. Let me bring up screen here. I'll show you this image here. This is morning prayers. People gather at the mosque, north central Iran, demanding retaliation for Israeli aggression. So anyway. Iran's military site says, in it for the long run. There's the Shah of Iran's son. Anyway. Hey, Ernie Truth. Hi, Jake. Sorry to be joining you in such circumstances. Me too, man. We've been talking about this for years, haven't we? We knew it was coming. Netanyahu tried his hardest to get this going in Trump's first term. But we barely made it through. Did his best. Well, this time, instead of waiting to get Trump to take the first shot, He's like, well, screw it. I'll just do it, and Trump won't have any choice but to follow. Checking my list of Zionist influencers to see if they've got anything new on theirs. Nope. Same old stuff. Same old stuff. Check the new mainstream news sites. Al Jazeera says this. Iranian population, this is analysis, this is not any official report. Iranian population caught off guard by Israel's attacks. This person opines, I think there's a lot of shock at the moment and anger. There's fear as well about what's coming, because it's not clear when this will end and how it will end. I think people were very much caught off guard. The civilian population has been hearing rhetoric from Iran and Israel back and forth for decades. And until now, they've not seen anything like this since the Iran-Iraq War ended in 1988. These scenes are very new to the new generation in Iran. It's something they've never seen before and something they thought they'd never see. And then 12 minutes ago, widespread support in Iran for retaliation against Israel. Mohammad Eslami, a research fellow at Tehran University, said Iranian leaders are preparing an imminent strike on Israel, targeting military and nuclear facilities. The Iranian military, this is a quote, the Iranian military were thinking about this scenario for many years, and also in recent days, we have heard lots of statements by the defense ministry of Iran that they are ready for any strike by the Israelis. Most Iranian political parties support defending the country because all Iranians know the history of Iraq attacking Iran. This is not about political points of view. The International Atomic Energy Chief says that Iran's Isfahan nuclear site has not been affected. And nothing new there. I don't know, guys, not a whole lot. I hate to end the stream because, you know, the moment I do, that's when the missiles are going to start hitting. Hey, John Bolton. Welcome. He says, welcome back, Jake. Good to see you again, mate. After all this time, Israel destroyed my grandma's home in the war in Lebanon, and they killed 2 relatives. They were civilians. I really hate Israel's psycho country. Absolutely. And just in case any of you don't know, if you see people posting watermelon emojis, that's there was a time when during the Israeli occupation when Palestinians were not allowed to show the Palestinian flag anywhere, and the flag colors are this is the flag. So the watermelon, the black seeds, the red fruit, green, white stripes, that's become kind of a since they were not allowed to display the flag for a long time, that became kind of a symbol of the resistance. Is NC a BDS state? I don't believe so. we have BDS individuals, but we don't have like there's no state policy. Anyway, John Bolton, by the way, thank you so much. You gave me a really generous donation there, and I appreciate you, brother. So glad to be talking with you again. John Bolton's been hanging out on the show for a long time now. So, many of you have. Here's a wire link. Another longtime viewer. Oh yeah, Palseer says Palestinian watermelon seeds roasted with lemon, salt, regular salt, black pepper is awesome. Sounds delicious. I don't normally have enough watermelon seeds to roast because I don't get watermelons the way I used to in quantity, but I do here where I'm at. We get a lot of pumpkins in the fall, and I always collect the seeds and roast pumpkin seeds, salt them and roast them. Delicious. If anybody sees any breaking news about strikes starting, put it in the chat. I'm trying to pay attention to the chat, but also skimming the news, and I'd like to make sure we see it. Sirens have been activated in Jordan. Where in Jordan, I don't know. Let me show you this. Let me bring this up. You can see here, scale of the wreckage in Tehran. Look at that. Imagine if those were buildings in New York City. How angry, especially after 9/11 and what happened there. What if some other country came in and did this to us? Wouldn't you kind of expect your government to fight back against whoever did this? Especially when it's so, they're like taking credit for it. So for the Trump administration or anyone else to be saying, don't hit back, come on. A Wirelink gave a really nice donation last show I did. Has always been a great supporter. I appreciate you guys. More photos from that building. Now that it's daylight and they, are expecting that the strikes are probably over for now in Tehran. They're people are emerging, feeling a little bit safer, taking a look, getting pictures. So we'll probably start seeing more and more photos now that we've got people stepping out. This is from Jordan. Probably drones crossing over. Just general statements. Tehran has no limitations in responding to Israel. Meanwhile, defense minister said they have tested new weapons and gave them to operational forces. Iran has also called for an emergency United Nations Security Council meeting. I did a whole video. I'll bet I haven't even looked to see what if it got any views. But for those that are joining now, I had Thursday evening, I had put up I worked on a video of this story, the Alex Padilla thing, and had just put that up, and was during the premiere of that video. And I'm sitting there typing in the chat to people, and someone said, "Hey, guess what just started?" And I went and looked at the news. I'm like, "Oh, crap." So I dropped out of that premiere and came over and started live streaming. And I haven't even seen what's going on with that video. If it's gotten any views, probably not too many, because of the news cycle shifting over to this. This is probably the topic that most everybody's going to be looking for. But we'll see. I'm trying to get my channel going again. I'm really really looking forward to this. I enjoy this. I just I hate that this issue is now good night AWireLink. I hate that this is going to be the thing we're talking about for a little while. By the way, John Bolton, if you and anyone else who has made the donations tonight, but definitely you, John, if anyone wants a little personal letter from me of thanks, I'd be glad to send you one. Just email me, tell me your what name you're using here so I can connect it to this. And I don't care if you even give me your real name in the email, but email me at jake@Blackstone Intel, and I'd be glad this week to send you just a little thank you note, personal thank you note in the mail to whatever address you give me. But if you use an anonymous name in the chat, and you're giving me a real name when you email me, make sure you let me know what your handle is, so I know who it is that's actually writing to me. But like I said, if anyone wants to preserve their anonymity and doesn't want to give me a real name, that's fine too. I'll still write to you if you want. Well, there's still, if my stats are right, we still have about 418-ish people on right now. If you're like me, it's just a waiting game, waiting to see what happens, what Iran's response is going to be. So I'm glad to have you guys with me. It's going to be hard to go to sleep, even if I was to get up. My throat's starting to wear out a little bit, but even if I got offline here, I'm not going to bed. I've got to stay up and watch this and see what happens. Okay, there's a note here saying the IDF has begun intercepting drones launched from Iran outside the country's borders. So I guess they are now trying to hit, and this is from the IDF. So I think that Israel is now trying to intercept some of these drones. About 100 of them, from what we know, have been sent over there. Israel says that they're now trying to intercept them outside before they get to Israel. So they must be getting close. World War III continues to trend. Iranian analyst says Israeli strikes killed women, children, and senior officials in Tehran. And the news inside of Israel is also reporting that their Air Force has begun intercepting drones over the skies of Saudi Arabia. So does that mean that Saudi Arabia is opening its airspace to Israel? Unless the Air Force is intercepting with missiles from a distance. But I would be very disappointed. Although Saudi Arabia they have repeatedly opened up their airspace to Israel's fighter jets in the past. So anyway. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if my wife was awake, I'd have her make me a cup of coffee or something. I'm drinking this water, but I need something warm. Looking for any news. Three minutes ago, says Israel is on lockdown with the approach of the drones. Well, Iran has definitely done a lot of talking tonight, from the supreme leader to the Iranian military's social media accounts. And for all their tough talk about how they are going to do this and that, if they turn around and they don't do anything again and say, consider the matter closed, we're now even, then I'm really going to have a big drop in my already flagging respect for the Iranian government, because this is very serious. You don't stand by and let other countries attack you and your people and kill the women and children in your country and destroy your nuclear facilities and turn around and send some missiles back and say, there we go, we're even. Well, I'm going to look around, see if I can find any other news here. The headline that the world is on edge is certainly right. And this is Israel doing it. Don't blame Iran for this. This was Israel's doing. And I think that everybody knows it. Whether everybody will acknowledge that around the world, especially the European countries that are the lapdogs of Israel, that remains to be seen. But there has been some change over the last 6 months in social media, not just social media, I'm sorry, but in governments talking about Israel in a way that they have not spoken about Israel in the past. and that has been refreshing. It's little too late, but you know, whatever. Yeah, and I'm just looking over at the chat. If anyone's trying to post stuff about the Holocaust or whatever, moderators welcome. Delete that crap. I don't need my channel penalized because people are saying whatever, you know, the Holocaust didn't happen or whatever. I haven't read the messages, but whatever it is, there's a place for people to talk like that, and this is not the place. I wish I could. I used to try and have nuanced conversations about the issue, because as a history major, someone who was hoping to become a history professor with a concentration in my studies in war, this is what I love. And I was so shocked and disappointed to find that YouTube does not permit discussion of anything in any way that could be construed as not going along with official stories about the big H word. So anyway, it's just something that, even though I like to talk about the issue and explore it, and I've learned a lot over the years, I've got a whole shelf of books. Can't see it from here. I've shown a lot of the books in the past, but I've got a lot of stuff on the H word from differing viewpoints. I've got everything from Raoul Hilberg, who is the foremost recognized expert on the H word in the world, to the opposite end of the spectrum with people like David Irving. I've got first editions of his stuff. Deborah Lipstadt, who opposed David Irving. I've got stuff on all kinds of different viewpoints, and I tried to learn as much as I could, and so I could have as much of a balanced understanding as I could. But I can't talk about it, not without getting in trouble on YouTube. It's just not a topic. It's either repeat the basic talking points in support of them, or that's it. Tony Greenstein, I don't think I don't know Tony Greenstein. Anyway, no, I used to have the books directly behind me back here, but as I later on doing videos, I thought, you know what? Some of these things, since they don't present the official approved narrative, just a whole spectrum of opinions on the issue, I thought best for me to move this out of frame in case, as AI has developed, it's scanning stuff and looking for words or phrases, and maybe would find a book by someone who says things that are not authorized, and I end up getting in trouble with the system, the algorithm, because it's picked up on something. I mean, it's insane. Freaking Orwellian thought control state that we're living in, but that's how it is. Yeah, that's just how it is. To learn who rules over you, simply find the topic you're not allowed to talk about. Okay, Philip, I'll have to look that up. And I do have Finkelstein's book, The H Word Industry. I do have that one. That poor guy, what he's been through. Yeah, I remember. I used to be able to talk about this stuff openly. YouTube used to be a welcoming place for intellectual discussions, but once they brought in the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Anti-Defamation League, both of which are Zionist censorship brigades, and put them in charge of shaping and determining what people could talk about, defining what anti-Semitism is for everyone else. That's when we lost the ability to have free speech. YouTube is still brimming with some of the most horrible stuff. You have to know where to look for it, but there's CP type stuff. There's child trafficking stuff still on YouTube. I got a strike years ago for I did an expose on YouTube showing that they had stuff going on, detailed it, put it in a video. It was okay at first until, was it not the BBC? Some British news station picked up my stuff and they reported on it. And then I got a strike for that video. They deleted it and I got in trouble for it. But my point was, look at what you allow on your platform. They still had, at that time, you could still look up and find beheading videos, ISIS beheading videos, all kinds of horrible, gory stuff. But you could not talk about World War II, at least not that area. And I thought that was outrageous. Anyway, whatever. You guys will have to tell me in the chat. I am not real familiar with Rumble. I'm on there. I have posted a video or two, but I've not done much. Are they, how much free speech is there? I mean, can you talk about this kind of stuff there, or are they just as or close to the same kind of, oh, you can't talk about that? How does it go over on Rumble? You have to let me know. Rumble is very, very free. Rumble, no censorship. You're good to go. Rumble is great for censorship, but have shady backers. I'll have to look into it more. If you guys are on Rumble, if anyone is there, I don't even know if this is the right format, but I'll put my channel in there. Go follow me over there. I'll try and put more stuff on there. Yeah, I don't get many views. I put videos up from time to time, but I have so few followers over there. Let me see. Oh, maybe I didn't put it on there right. Maybe that's not the right format. Let me see. I don't even know what the way what it is. Let me see here. No. Let me look and see how people do their channels. I don't know. However you do the format for that, it's at Blackstone Intel is my channel. So if you're on Rumble, check it out. I got an invitation from the Truth Expedition to go on their show. Does anyone have any suggestions? I've never watched the Truth Expedition, so I don't know anything about them, but I know they're on Rumble. I haven't responded yet. I haven't had time to look them up and see, but if anyone has any thoughts on that, you can let me know. While you're doing responding to that, I'm just double checking to see if there's anything new on Twitter or any other sites. The drones are crossing Jordanian airspace, which serves as a natural choke point if the United States and or others are assisting. That's likely where most interceptions will happen, thinning the swarm before it reaches Israel's core defenses. Syria Airlines temporarily suspends flights to the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Jordan says it intercepted a number of missiles and drones that entered its airspace, according to Jordanian state news agency. This is what I was saying earlier in the show. Jordan's government, they get paid by America. Do you know that the United States pays hundreds of millions of dollars to both Jordan and Egypt to cooperate with Israel? Now, I don't know if it's correct or not, but something I just read here says that Iran's military is claiming that 800, not 100, but 800 drones are on the way to Israel. Now, that would make more sense because 100 drones, what are you going to do? Most of those are going to get shot down before they even get to Israel. So I don't know if that's correct, but possible. I do expect over the next 24 hours for the United States to do everything it can from the Trump administration to downplay U.S. involvement. But I also expect that Israel is going to be doing everything it can to emphasize what the United States did do to be involved, because they want to put, just like Donald Trump wants to, talk to Elon about that Doge stuff. I don't know anything about it. I think that by trying to use someone else as your shield, your cover for incoming criticism, I think Israel is going to do everything it can to try and peg the United States as being very much involved in this, so that we take as much heat as possible, and also to try and get to entrap Donald Trump as much as possible in this. Yeah, flick off. You're right. Nobody's going to pay attention to the Bilderberg meeting now. Let's see. What is that, Jake? Sounds like you going for some treasure hunting? Sorry, that's an old comment. I don't even know at this point what we're talking about. I think we're getting closer. We're now at 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time. Jordan has opened its airspace, reportedly opened its airspace to the Israeli and U.S. Air Forces, allowing them to intercept drones launched by Iran against Israel. Someone posted an old Politico headline saying Trump blasts Harris on Iran, says Biden administration is, quote, leading us to brink of World War III. How ironic. Well, the drones are going to continue to press through there and try and soften up the defenses so that Iran's ballistic missiles can take off and hit targets. So once we start seeing that in a little while, that's when things are really going to start showing up in the media here, social media. Still looking for any news. Not seeing anything significant yet. Leaders of Israel's major opposition parties, including bitter critics of Prime Minister Netanyahu, struck notes of unity over the attack on Iran. Quote, Israel executed a first-rate strategic operation tonight. In this historic hour, we stand united behind the defense establishment, and I want to send strength to the political leadership, wrote Benny Gantz, a major Netanyahu rival. Yeah, when it comes to mass murder, you can count on all of the political establishment in Israel to unite together, pull out the lawn chairs, sit there, and enjoy the show. Not going to enjoy it so much after these missiles start dropping, though. I mean, this was a major attack by Israel against Iran, and I'm still worried that Iran's going to be so intent on trying to prevent any escalation that they're just going to give a weak response. New York Times is reporting that Israel has begun intercepting this first retaliatory wave of drones outside of Israeli territory, mostly down there in between Jordan and Saudi Arabia. It's so shameful that Jordan, which is supposed to be a great ally of the Palestinians, that they are lackeys for the Zionist regime of Israel. Jordan was the major party in the 6-day war fighting against Israel. When I was in Jerusalem, I went on different tours and I saw doors, big, thick metal doors around the walls of Jerusalem in the old city that were just riddled with pretty big caliber. I don't know what caliber, but large caliber bullets. When Jordan was driving the Israelis out while defending the Palestinians. So to know that they were there at that point to where they are now, where they're standing with the Israelis, it's just shameful. No honor the current leadership of Jordan. And the people are very pro-Palestinian. The Jordanian people, hey there, John Bolton. Let's see. Sorry, I just had to reset my chat because it was stuck again. Give me a second. I'm scrolling down to it again. I see some of you have followed me on Rumble. Thank you, guys. And once again, I've said it a couple hours ago, but make sure you're also going to, and maybe someone can pop this in the chat. Go to blackstoneintel.substack.com and make sure you follow me there. Even if you're not follow, but subscribe as a free subscriber. That's better than following. So John Bolton says, Jake, what's your view on Hezbollah and what happened to them and their leader? They got killed in a massive strike that killed something around 400 civilians. And did you see the funeral ceremony that was held? Oh, yeah. I felt very unhappy with Iran, that Iran stood by and let their Hezbollah was the jewel in the crown of Iran's proxy forces. And they had spent years building up Hezbollah. Because remember, it was Hezbollah that pushed Israel out of southern Lebanon. Israel came in, was committing massacres, and Hezbollah fought them off. But Israel, when they went in, when they carried out some of they're dastardly effective with the pager attacks and things like that. I mean, say what you will, that was brilliant. That was sharp. Evil, very evil. But as far as war goes, they all's fair in love and war, they say. But what happened was that Iran lost. They were set back. Years of progress was set back, and they stood by and did almost nothing. They watched as Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. One leader after another picked off. And Hezbollah was one of the only, them and the Houthis, they were the only one.
It's going to be a couple of hours before they get the attack and all that stuff going on. We'll have to catch up with that when it happens. And we'll start from there. Cult Figure. Follow me.